What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Issei was betrayed and married Ophis and Gabriel. Hyodo Issei finds himself abandoned by the women he cherished. However, his situation is not entirely bleak. There are individuals who have steadfastly remained by his side, ready to support him on this new journey. As he embarks on the path of a fallen dragon, he is determined to demonstrate to the world the emergence of a genuine king, all while cultivating a harem along the way. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into part 1. It had been a while since everything was apparently calm for our group of favorite demons, after the battle against the beast of the apocalypse, cherished. Thanks to the combined efforts of all the factions as well as the god of destruction Shiva, what could have been the end of the world and its derivatives was stopped. Everything was peace and tranquility. So too, a little over a year had passed since Hyodo Issei had become a demon, and he had discovered that he was the current Sekiryute. Quite a busy year if you ask him. Going from being the perverted beast, who all the girls at Kuo Academy ran away from, and then being stabbed to death by his first girlfriend, to being the Red Dragon Emperor. And always being surrounded by 11 beautiful girls was a big change if you asked him. However, things did not always go well. Since the school year had started almost 6 months ago, things for our hero had only gotten worse. Rias and Akeno had entered Kuo University, and there they had met a professor named Kaido, who was quite young and good-looking for a teacher. This had caused both young women to have a crush on him, to the extent that they no longer took the boy much into account or tried to seduce him, which had affected the brunette a lot. Asia, Zenobia and Irina had ended up in a different room than the boy, and now that the blonde was the new head of the occult research club, she had many more responsibilities to spend time with him. The same with Zenobia, who was the new student council president. To top it off, the three of them had met 3 rather cute boys in their words, with whom they currently spent all their time together, much to Issei's chagrin. On the other hand, Ravel and Koneko, upon becoming second-year students, had been quite busy preparing their exams and studying so as not to end up with bad grades as in the case of Issei. Therefore, the time they shared with the brunette had been drastically reduced, in addition to the fact that Koneko had been getting very close to a third-year boy who gave her free math advice, something in which Issei was simply an idiot. Only Rosswise was the one who usually spent time with him, but 3 months ago she had been summoned by Odin to Asgard and there was no sign of her. It should be said that lately she was behaving strangely in the brunette's eyes, blushing or timidly avoiding his gaze when he paid her a compliment, which was a mystery to him. The same thing happened with Ophis, who also dedicated time to him. She had not been home for a month, having gone to the dimensional rift to talk with Great Red. Kuroka and Lefei had been called by Valley, which was why they had not contacted him for a while. Kiba had entered counseling for the university exams. Gasper had tried to Yes, Hyodo Issei escaped his lips as he shoved his hands into the pockets of his jacket. It would have continued like this, had it not been for the fact that an offer was advertised in the window of a musical instrument store. This consisted of an electric guitar, an amplifier as well as several very useful accessories at a good price. Upon seeing said instrument, a feeling of nostalgia invaded him, remembering that when he was 12 years old he used to have a similar guitar, but that when he entered the Kuo Academy he put it aside when he became obsessed with breasts. Being influenced by his perverted friends, by the way. Checking his wallet, he took out his credit card and looked at it somewhat doubtfully, before making a decision. Fuck it, he thought before entering. 20 minutes later, a brunette came out of the store with a case on his back, as well as a large box under his arm. With his demon strength it was not a problem to carry the heavy load. He headed towards the park, where he sat on a bench near the fountain. If this continues like this I will go crazy. I guess this could be a good distraction, he said to himself with his gaze lost in the sky. Mate, it may not mean much, but you are not alone, he heard the dragon say. The boy smiled somewhat sadly, but grateful. Thank you, Drake, he thanked before starting to walk towards his home, Hyodo residence. The boy entered her house seeing her alone, as she had been for several months. At first it hadn't affected him, but as time went by, the feeling of abandonment, displacement, and loneliness had hit him greatly. He was grateful that the time and company that Ross Wise and Ophis dedicated to him made his stay in that house more bearable. Climbing the stairs with apparent calm, he reached the doors of his room, hesitating a little to open it. Sighing again, he entered the room, looking with reluctance at the enormous space, as well as the large bed, which gave him a bad taste in his mouth. Certainly now that he slept alone, this room seemed too empty to him. Lightly holding his chest because of a small pang of phantom pain, he decided to go to the basement, while taking out a paper with the Gremry symbol from his pocket. "Did Issei-san need something?" asked the newly summoned hologram of a certain maid. "To tell the truth, yes, Grafia-san, could you come to my house?" he asked as he pressed the elevator button. "Of course, I'll be there shortly," the silver-haired girl responded. "Thank you, you are very kind," he said, ending the communication. If he had paid more attention, he would have noticed the maidservant's astonished look when she spoke like that. Then the elevator doors opened, letting him in to mark the top floor. Minutes later, he was standing in an underground training field, directing his gaze to where a magic circle appeared. "Thank you for coming," he said with a small bow, which worried the maid more. "What did Issei-san need me for?" he asked with his usual tone, but without stopping analyzing each of the boy's expressions. "I need you to help me with this," he said, handing her a piece of paper. The silver-haired woman took it, so that when she reviewed it she would find a small map. "I want a new underground floor, but I don't want Rias and the others to find out," he asked with a seriousness that was rare for him. The maid looked at him questioningly at the unexpected request. The brunette sighed, walking towards a couch where he sat down, patting the spot next to him. The silver-haired girl knew that something was wrong with the boy, so she chose to listen to his reasons, so accepting the invitation she sat next to the brunette. And so, Issei spoke to him about what was happening and his concerns. 20 minutes later, Grafia was frowning at what the boy had told her. She really felt disappointed in Rias and the others. Although he also mentally thanked Ross Wise and Ophis for taking care of him. Since the incident at the hot springs, he had grown fond of the boy and considered him his little brother. Although it took her 3 days to remember the conversation with the brunette, while he was washing her back, being ashamed to show him that vulnerable side of her when she was drunk. Softening his gaze, he smiled slightly. "I will talk to Sir Zex about it, and regarding the project, tomorrow when you get home from school it will be done," he informed, standing up. The brunette imitated her while drawing a small smile. "Thank you, big sis," he thanked sincerely. Being caught off guard, the silver-haired girl couldn't hide her surprise at being called that way, before composing herself and smiling naturally. Disappearing in a magic circle, the boy sat down again, leaning against the furniture. Not wanting to go up to the upper floors, he decided to stay in that place until everything was ready. Due to the lack of criminal activity involving the supernatural, none of the girls used this training ground, so he could stay away from them so that comments about them wouldn't affect him as much. Seeing the small refrigerator in the place, it was decided to prepare something for dinner. Turning his gaze to the clock. 8 p.m., "I guess they will arrive soon," he murmured, opening the device and taking out several ingredients for a sandwich. After dinner, he simply threw himself on the furniture to rest, but not before feeling discarded by those who lived in his heart. Minutes later he had already fallen asleep. "Partner, I hope you don't come to it," his inner resident murmured with concern as he noticed how the sleeping boy put his hand to his chest, while his face took on a bitter expression. The next day, the boy was sleeping soundly, before the alarm he had set started ringing, waking him up. He murmured lazily before turning it off, then standing up. He kept his eyes closed, while he stretched a little. Slowly he headed to the local showers, where he would take a bath without the risk of encountering the girls. With his body clean and being more awake, he dressed in the Kuo Academy uniform, and then had a light breakfast before taking his things and closing his eyes. After much practice he had been able to master magic circle transportation, so he set his target on an alley near the academy. In a reddish glow, the boy appeared in a lonely alley, and then went towards the exit, encountering a scene that struck his heart like never before. In a small cafe, Rias and Akeno were chatting animatedly with a good-looking guy with blue hair and glasses. It must be said that wasn't so bad, until for a moment the redhead and the other boy stared at each other, before closing the distance. Little by little. Kiss. Without a doubt that image completely devastated the boy. The exit from the alley gave him a good view of the place, and the cafe was a fairly discreet place, so only he had the honor of seeing that great moment. The worst thing is that the brunette had done the same as the redhead, kissing the boy who without a doubt reciprocated the act. It was like a kissing contest between them. With a cracked heart he looked for another way out, not wanting to continue seeing such a spectacle, but not before looking one last time as the brunette surrounded the young man by the neck. Speechless. The dragon just kept quiet. He didn't expect this, and he could only silently pray that it wouldn't get worse. But it seemed that fate was not on his side at that time. At the other exit of the alley, he could see a certain lowly talking to a boy older than her. With his developed senses he was able to hear a confession from the boy, receiving an affirmation from a blushing white-haired girl, sealing the new relationship. Kiss. He felt disturbed. Using a small spell, he changed his brown hair to black, arranging it back while several strands fell in front, as well as changing his eyes to blue. He changed his physical complexion to a more scrawny one, in addition to taking out a small bottle from his briefcase, spraying himself with its contents. A little trick that he thought of a long time ago to escape Koneko's senses when spying on the girls. He walked past the couple without even looking at them, continuing on his way to the academy. He could see that there were very few students, but he didn't give it any importance. Entering through the huge doors, he crossed the campus, seeing the trio from the church sharing a nice moment, this being the boy's confession to a nervous Asya, under the gaze of the other apparent couples. Holding hands meant something, right? He didn't want to see more. Entering the building he went to the bathrooms to drop his costume. Once inside and returning to himself, he looked carefully in the mirror, seeing the dark circles under his eyes that denoted the lack of rest. He closed his eyes, before opening them and checking the time on his phone. 7:20 a.m. It was quite early. He supposed that getting up early for the first time in his life had opened his eyes, in an extremely painful way. He felt a pain in his chest that in no way compared to the curse of Samael. He smiled with some bitterness. Partner, he muttered in dismay. It seems that the fate of the Sekiryute is always tragic. He spoke to himself, before heading to his classroom. His resident didn't say anything else. If this continued it could be dangerous for the boy. After school, the day passed slowly, while the brunette tried to get the events he witnessed that morning out of his mind, without any success. It didn't help matters that the girls were commenting on the twilight healing, Wilder's handsome boyfriend. Slowly, she headed to the exit, meeting Ravel, who did not even notice her presence even when she passed by him. With a bitter feeling he decided to return home, and see if the project was finished. Hyodo residence. He put a hand to his face, before sighing and walking towards the elevator. Beep. His phone rang indicating that he had received a message, so removing the device from his pocket, he proceeded to open it. The job is done. To go down you must press the 6 buttons on the upper floors of the elevator together, before pressing the other 3 on the lower floors. Graphia. One more thing, Lucifer-sama will visit you tomorrow as he has an announcement to give you. That was what he read, before returning it to his pocket. Once he had entered the elevator, he proceeded to do what the message said, noticing how the number 10 was drawn on the small panel, indicating a new floor in the building. Underground floor number 4. The doors opened, revealing a small hallway to a door. Without hesitation he headed to said door before turning the knob, entering the place. A slight smile appeared on his face when he saw the small room with the necessary comforts to be inhabited. A bed, a desk with a computer, a couple of sewn-for-alls, a TV larger than 30 inches along with a console with several games and a wardrobe. A small bar with a refrigerator, also several shelves with various books. A simple and comfortable place that reminded him of his old room. Approaching the bed, he dropped his backpack on it before invoking a magic circle, from which came his most recent acquisition, this being an electric guitar along with an amplifier. These were different from those on offer, since with the income he had no qualms about buying the best instruments in the store. He changed into some more homely clothes before falling into bed, staring at the white ceiling of the place. Next to his bed there was a small piece of furniture, where he could see a paper that seemed to be a note, so taking it he read it with quite a bit of intrigue. Issei-san, the place has everything you asked for. It also contains soundproofing seals that prevent the inside sound from coming out but the outside sound from coming in, so you can make all the noise you want. The 2 doors lead to a thermal bath and a personalized training ground with the things you asked for and little else. You also have new clothes and I took the trouble to fill the refrigerator with healthy food. Graphia. The boy couldn't help but smile. Without further ado he headed towards the doors, opening the first one. This showed a regular-sized bathroom with a small hot spring and showers. He opened the next one to be satisfied when he saw the training field. It was divided into an open field, where he could practice his attacks, as well as his sword movements with Ashkelon. A series of obstacles to practicing parkour, since that activity had attracted him for a long time, but laziness prevented him from doing anything about it. Returning to his room, he headed to his bed where he plopped down, while using his arms as a pillow. "You seem happy, partner," he heard suddenly. "What can I say? This place is like a small paradise where I can leave my worries aside," he responded with his eyes closed. "Sooner or later you will have to face the Gremry girl." "I know, but first I have to get that feeling out of my chest or else I won't be able to move forward," he responded again. "Unfortunately, it won't be that easy, now that you are a full dragon." The brunette opened his eyes at the words of the celestial dragon, but before asking what he meant, a hologram appeared on the furniture next to his bed. "Issei, long time no see," he heard a familiar voice say. "Rose-chan," he articulated surprised. The all for honor mention blushed slightly, but leaving that aside she observed her surroundings with curiosity. "I have just finished my business in Asgard. I am currently resolving some details before returning home. By the way, where are you? I don't recognize the place," he said when he returned his gaze to it. The brunette looked down slightly, before looking at her again. "I am currently 4 floors under the house," he responded with a serious tone. Grafia raised an eyebrow at the boy's tone, so she sensed that his mood was due to a certain redhead and company. "Tell me what happened in my absence," he said in a serious tone. The boy sighed and began to tell what had happened since the girl had left. 15 minutes later, Issei maintained a neutral expression that did not agree with him. He even looked somewhat gloomy, something that the girl did not like. "I understand, I'll be there soon, see you," he said, cutting off the transmission. The boy stared at the floor of the room, before his pupils dilated and he held his chest with signs of pain. Arg! He even fell to the floor while writhing. Issei. And everything became dark. Asgard. A certain Valkyrie was on the terrace of her room, watching the sky of Asgard, thinking about a certain brown-haired teenager. Issei. She murmured with some sadness. She had begun to develop feelings for the boy for a long time, more specifically since he asked her for the favor of posing as her boyfriend. Not that she knew, of course. She had had a good impression of the boy, so she decided to treat him more and get to know him better. Over time he began to see it in a new light. She was able to learn about his various facets, from the perverted one he adopted most often to the one he showed when he fought to protect others. He had returned from death thanks to the 2 dragon gods such as Great Red and Ophis Ouroboros. When she noticed how he was being left aside by the girls, she didn't want to leave him alone. To her, that action on the part of Rias, Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Koneko, and Ravel was selfish and childish. That man had given it up for them, and that's how they had paid him, throwing it away when they no longer needed it. He frowned. This trip had opened his eyes, since being alone most of the time, or at least when Ophis was away, he began to have feelings he had never experienced before. Feeling nervous when he looked at her in that soft way, the compliments he said to her, and the gentlemanly way he behaved with her, made her heart race. Yes, since he started spending time with him, the brunette had not behaved in a perverted way, something that he somehow liked. With this trip he was able to realize the feeling that had emerged in his heart. Love. After what she told him, she decided to tell him how she felt about him. A huge blush took over his face just thinking about it, but something told him that if he didn't do it now, he would regret it. With that in mind, he entered his room to prepare his things to return. Hyodo Residence. Underground floor number 4. Little by little he opened his eyes, slowly standing up while holding onto the bed. Drake, what happened? He asked while holding his head with signs of dizziness. I was hoping this wouldn't happen, but since you're in danger I'll tell you what happens. The boy was surprised by that. This is known as the fall of the dragon and occurs when our mates betrays us in any way, or when a deep love is unrequited. After those words the room fell silent. So, that's why I fainted, I see. The brunette said somewhat absently. Listen carefully. The brunette made a serious face as he looked at his hand where a greenish glow was present. Being now a complete dragon, this affects you directly. The feelings of love you have for the Gremry girl and the other girls begin to poison you from within. Your dragon power turns against you and begins to deteriorate your body. You will also have health problems. anger as well as chances of getting lost in battle instincts. The boy slowly processed what the dragon said. Normally it only triggers battle instincts and mood swings, uncontrolling your power and causing damage, but when there is more than one partner this becomes more serious, causing everything mentioned above. Another moment of silence. "Heh, you mean I'll start dying slowly, for love?" he asked with a bitter smile. "Unless you get rid of the feelings you have for them, something no dragon has done out of pride, or because they simply can't." The boy kept his eyes down. Forget about Rias and the others. It wasn't that easy, but they had forgotten about him. He had given them all his support, making them overcome in one way or another, but now they no longer needed it. He frowned. He remembered all those moments they spent together, even the kisses he received from them. He brought his right hand to his mouth, covering it. Buh! He vomited some blood when he felt a sharp pain in his heart. I already understood it. This is what Drake meant by saying that his power would kill him slowly. He smiled with some irony as he wondered if all the girls who claimed to love him in one way or another would end up murdering him. Thinking about it well, he could let himself die slowly. Maybe when he dies they will notice that he existed. Or maybe they will feel remorse for a long time in their long lives. He didn't know, but something about that idea seemed attractive to him. Issei. A feminine voice echoed in his mind. Issei. A voice without emotions. Issei-sama, a voice that called him with respect and affection. Issei Naya. A playful voice. Remembering those who still noticed his existence made him open his eyes. Surely they wouldn't want to see how he let himself die just so that others would notice. He smiled genuinely. They wouldn't forgive him. Perhaps Lefei and Kuroka were less close than Rosswise and Ophis. But whenever they were at home they dedicated time to him. Then he made his decision. If Rias and the girls no longer needed him then he would continue on his way. If he took the exam to become a high-class demon he could have his own peerage and get out of the Gremory group. Then ideas began to form in his mind. She no longer owed Rias anything, he had given her everything in his hands and she took advantage of it. He no longer felt doubts or remorse. Drake, what should I do? He asked with a determined look and full of determination. The dragon had only remained silent, waiting to see what decision the boy would make. He would be lying if he did not begin to worry when he noticed the feelings of defeat and pain that were beginning to flood his host. She was even alarmed to see him vomiting blood, since this originated when his power reacted to the memories that drove his feelings, with his heart receiving double damage, physical and emotional. But seeing how he drew a real smile, he released a sigh that he didn't know he contained. Okay, just follow my instructions. 10 minutes later. On the floor of the room there was a red magic circle. It had 8 small circles around it, while several symbols made it up, with the head of a dragon as its center. I finished doing what you asked me to do, now what? He asked while contemplating his work. Transfer him 7 increases. The boy did as requested. Boosted gear. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, boost, boost. Transfer. The circle lit up, as a soft pink transparent bubble began to form. Well, I will explain to you what the ritual consists of. The boy nodded while putting his hand at the level of his face so as not to miss any details. When you enter that bubble, the magic circle will expel from your body all corruption in your heart, the harmful feelings you have for girls especially. But let me warn you something. You are about to experience pain beyond your imagination. The brunette closed his eyes at the dragon's warning, and then opened them with extreme determination. If I could resist Samael's curse, this will be a walk in the park, he said, taking a couple of steps, standing in front of the bubble. He slowly brought his hand closer, brushing it lightly with his fingers. Ah! A terrible pain ran through his body to the point where he felt like his entire being was being torn apart from the inside. He fell on his back, as his body spasmed in pain. A trickle of blood fell from the corner of his lips as he breathed heavily. Ah, I see, he murmured with one eye closed in pain. Let me tell you, I don't know how long the ritual will take. Tell me, are you ready for the real hell? There are people who would not forgive me for dying. Besides, if I want to be the king of the harem, I must be strong and overcome the difficulties that are put in front of me. Getting up slowly, he approached again and smiling wildly entered the bubble without hesitation. 2 hours later, 2 magic circles appeared in the room simultaneously, from where a silver-haired woman and a sliver-haired woman emerged. They both looked at each other doubtfully, before noticing the figure in front of them, who had his back turned to them. They approached at the same time, noticing the trail of blood on the floor. So alarmed, they moved quickly, facing Issei. "Issei!" Ross-wise exclaimed in horror. "Issei-san?" was the maid's exclamation. Ross-wise put her hands over her mouth in an attempt to muffle her scream of terror, while Grafia felt enormous shock. The sight of the boy in front of them was beyond deplorable. The boy trembled slightly while blood trickled down his body. They didn't know how, but he remained standing while directing a steely gaze towards the front, which was empty, giving them to understand that he was unconscious. Together they moved him to his bed, while Ross-wise began to undress him to heal him and Grafia prepared to inform Rias or someone about the discovery. "You better stay here and not inform anyone about this, Queen Gremory." The magic circle that the silver-haired girl was invoking was cancelled when she heard the dragon's voice. "Drake-san, can you tell us what happened to Issei?" the worried Ross asked without wasting time. Both women heard the all for honor mentioned sigh. "It is due to a dragon-type ritual." Grafia and Ross-wise blinked in slight confusion, before noticing the magic circle drawn on the ground. What was the objective of such a ritual? Grafia asked now. Ross had stripped the boy of all his clothes, leaving him in his underwear, so she summoned a first aid kit and began cleaning his body. You should know that when a dragon is betrayed by his partner or is not reciprocated, that love becomes a poison that slowly kills him. Both women opened their eyes at that information, remembering that the boy was now a demon-dragon hybrid. They also took into account their current sentimental situation. This becomes more serious when there is more than one couple. If I had not done this, he would have died in half a year, or less. Grafia closed her eyes, processing what the dragon said. Everything fit. He was even able to get an idea of what function the ritual had. Ross-wise looked at the face of the boy, who was sleeping peacefully, and let a tear fall. How much suffering he harbored in his heart, which even left him in this state. So, the ritual strips him of his feelings, or am I wrong? Grafia asked with a gloomy look. You are wrong, the ritual frees him from it. A magic circle emerged from the boosted gear, jewel, which they instantly recognized as the one drawn on the floor. Then a red flame appeared in one of the small circles that it had on its circumference. Rias Gremory, Himejima Akeno, Asia Argento, Zenobia Corda, Shidu Irena, Tujo Koneko, Ravel Phoenix, and finally Rosswise. Each name was accompanied by a flame of a different color, first being red, then violet, green, royal blue, orange, pale green, dull gold, and turquoise blue. This is a representation of the love he felt towards each of those named, even if he had not realized it. It should be said that Grafia looked interested, while Rosswise acquired an atomic blush upon understanding Drake's hint. It also caught his attention that the flame that belonged to her was brighter than the rest. With the ritual, this happened. With that said, all the flames lost their color, turning completely gray and dead, except for one. The turquoise blue flame that represented Rosswise, they could even see how it became even brighter and more vivid than before. I see, that takes a weight off my shoulders. While he let out a sigh that he didn't know he contained. That means he no longer feels anything for them, right? It was Rosswise's turn, who carefully bandaged the brunette, who was having slight spasms of pain. That's how it is. So you mean you don't care about them anymore? The silver-haired girl asked with concern. He just stopped feeling love for them. He won't hurt them or seek revenge. He will just move on with his life. Both women relaxed at the response. Thanks to the Valkyrie, he did not close his heart, otherwise he would have become cold and distant. The all for honor mention looked at the brunette again, before caressing his cheek with concern. Then I will return to Gremory Castle, the maid said, approaching the boy on the bed. His body is exhausted. The ritual must have put an extreme burden on him. The silver-haired Valkyrie reported his condition. The maid placed her hand on the boy's chest as she looked at him warmly, before turning around and summoning a disappearing transportation circle. Then Ross looked at him sadly, before settling down next to him and hugging him lovingly. I won't leave you alone again, he murmured, closing his eyes. Physical and emotional fatigue quickly took their toll. Morphus instantly claimed her after what he had experienced that day. The next day, a certain brunette began to open his eyes, encountering the white ceiling of his new room. He blinked doubtfully. He remembered that when he entered the bubble, he felt the worst pain he could have experienced in life. It was 2 full hours that he went through that hell, the sound of footsteps approaching him being the last thing he heard before losing consciousness. Issei. A murmur caught his attention. He turned his head and next to him he could see the face of the Valkyrie sleeping peacefully. She had one arm on the brunette's chest as well as her legs tangled with his, letting him feel certain curves that made him blush slightly. Looking better at her body, she could notice the bandages on it, so she deduced that the girl had taken care of him. Smiling warmly, he moved his free hand to caress the cheek of the sleeping Rosswise, who, feeling the warmth of the contact, clung closer to him. "I will never leave you, Issei, don't leave me," he murmured in a low tone, but he was perfectly heard by the boy. As best he could, he moved to tilt and kiss her head, then surrounding her waist. "I won't, Ross-chan, I will always protect you just as you did during this time," was his short response, closing his eyes to go back to sleep since his body still felt numb. However, his rest was interrupted by a magic circle from the Gremry clan. "It's good to see you better, Issei-kun," said a new voice in the room. The All for Honor mentioned opened his eyes when he recognized the voice. He directed his gaze to where a pair of silhouettes appeared from a transportation circle. "Surzex-sama," Issei articulated when he saw one of the Yondai Mao of the underworld. "Yo Issei-kun," he greeted jovially, being reprimanded by his lady-in-waiting. "Behave, Surzex-sama," the maid scolded as she hit him on the back of the head. The redhead whined childishly, before turning serious when he spotted certain items on the floor within a magic circle, proceeding to bend down and calmly pick them up. "I see that the ritual circle did its thing, didn't it?" he asked before standing up and turning to see the boy. "Yes, at the moment I still feel its effects a little, although my body is just numb," the boy answered, looking at the ceiling. This had returned to its previous position, when he had woken up. I apologize, Issei-kun, due to my sister's whims you have ended up suffering something that you shouldn't have," he said, bowing to the boy. He looked at him surprised, before smiling somewhat carefree. "You don't have to apologize, that's already in the past." Both demons heard him thanks to their senses, but chose not to say anything. They both knew what he meant, Graphia because she saw the boy's condition after the ritual and Surzex because she informed him. "So what is the reason for your visit?" Graphia-san said she wanted to talk to me, the brunette asked doubtfully. At the boy's question, the Mao put on a serious expression, worrying the boy. "You see, for your achievements in war, both the Council of the Underworld, as well as the Yondai Mao, have granted you the title of Great King. You have also been promoted to Supreme Class Demon," the red-haired man said without further ado. Silence. Absolute silence reigned in the room. Graphia's eyes were wide, Surzex kept an expressionless face, and Issei put a hand to his chin, digesting those words slowly, until he understood what Mao Lucifer said. "Doing only one thing. Huh. He exclaimed with total stupefaction. If it were not for the seals of silence, that cry would have been heard by Michael himself there in heaven. Yes, you were given the rank of Great King by being at the level of the 5 Great Dragon Kings, in addition to the fact that you rose up the ladder of the demonic society by meeting the expectations of those old men," he explained briefly. I see. I remember that is one of the ways to become a high-class demon along with the rating game," he spoke to himself. "Congratulations, Issei-san," the silver-haired girl congratulated with a smile. "Thank you, big sis," he thanked with a small warm smile. Same as Graphia reciprocated. The redhead just blinked in confusion, but let it go. "Now you can form your own court, but for that you will need this," he said, approaching the boy and extending a black case to him. He received it with hesitation, only to be surprised to see the design of a red dragon on the cover, remembering that it was the one that appeared from time to time in the gem of his boosted gear. "With this you will no longer be under Rias's orders, although you weren't anyway," said the Mao. The brunette gave him a confused look, and then opened his eyes when he saw what the redhead showed in his palm. "My 8 pawn pieces, how?" he asked, full of astonishment. "The ritual not only got rid of your feelings for her, but of any bond, including the pieces she used to reincarnate you," the Mao stated seriously. Even Graphia was surprised by what her husband said. "You are free, right now you are a dragon in every sense of the word and that will not change, all because of that game of opportunity piece," he said, pointing to the case that the boy was holding. Issei looked at him questioningly, earning a small laugh from the redhead. "These chess pieces are special since they do not turn the person who receives them into a demon, but instead grant them improvements with respect to the pieces such as speed, defense, and magical improvement, but they will retain their origins," I explain. "I think I understand. If I reincarnate a human, he will still be human, or am I wrong? He deduced with some clumsiness. Exactly, they also increased their life expectancy to the same as with the evil piece. Ajuka also told me that since they are a prototype, he doesn't know what secrets they may keep, so he hopes that you can inform him of any developments regarding those pieces. The Mao commented. The brunette looked carefully at the case, until he felt tears falling down his face. Congratulations, Issei-kun, you managed to become the strongest pawn. You have your own set of pieces so you can form your harem and be the king. I expect great things from you, he said, smiling as he saw how the boy collapsed in front of him. He certainly deserved it. Thank you, Surzek-sama. By the way, could I ask you a favor? He was grateful when he composed himself, to look at him without any doubt. You will say. The Mao granted with intrigue. I want to trade between pieces with Rias Gremory, but if possible I don't want to have to talk to her, she will most likely refuse. The boy spoke with pleading in his eyes. Surzek was surprised, and then looked at a certain Valkyrie sleeping next to the boy, so he smiled slightly when he realized what the brunette intended. He glanced at Grafia and seeing her slight smile, he knew that she had also realized what the boy was planning and that she also agreed. Then let's make the exchange between the house of Sekiryute and the house of Gremory. He granted to the joy of Issei. Thank you, Surzek-sama. Edo, what should I do? He asked, slightly blushing when he realized that small detail. Both demons blinked before smiling at the boy's confusion. Just choose the piece you will give him and recite this. Under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family, but not before saying his name. He detailed the red-haired one. The boy nodded before slightly moving the girl next to him. Rose-chan, wake up. He asked softly. Issei. He murmured with one eye open and a sleepy tone. Realizing that the boy was awake, she sat up like a spring to stare at him. With tears forming in her eyes, she threw herself at him. Bwah. Don't scare me like that again. I wouldn't know what to do if something happened to you. Bwah. She cried while clinging to Issei, who patted her on the back and caressed her head to calm her down. Minutes later, a blushing Ross had finished listening to the boy's explanation, learning several details regarding the ritual that Drake had not told Grafia or her. In addition to feeling embarrassed at losing control like this in front of Mao Lucifer and his queen. So do you want to be one of my pieces? He asked somewhat hesitantly. Rosswise smiled when she saw him so shy, so nodding, she agreed to be part of his noble title. This was a way to get revenge on Rias Gremory for what she forced him to do to the brunette to forget her. He still had a hard time getting the image of the boy covered in blood out of his mind. Rosswise, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family. From this moment you are my bishop. And with that said, the piece that floated in front he entered her body. Pop. The sound of a small object caught the boy's attention, recognizing Rias's rook piece at his feet. Picking up the piece, he turned to the redhead, handing it into his hands, receiving a nod from him. With everything said, I leave, then Grafia will come to inform you about your property in the underworld, he said, and then disappeared with the maid. The boy blinked, before remembering that Tannen had his domains upon reaching the rank of Supreme Class Demon, so he deduced that he would also have his own lands there. Sighing, he turned to a nervous Rossweiss looking at the ground. He couldn't help but smile at that sight. Thank you for being with me. He then hugged her, taking her by surprise. Her surprise over, the girl reciprocated the gesture. Feeling brave, she pulled away from him slightly, just enough to look him in the eyes, before kissing him tenderly. The brunette opened his eyes wide, before reciprocating the gesture and putting his arms around the Rossweiss waist. Once they separated, the boy's brain short-circuited, sending him into unconsciousness. Issei. Issei. The girl exclaimed alarmed, checking the boy. Rossweiss, kiss, the best day of my life. The unconscious boy stammered, blushing at the all-for-honor-mentioned woman, who carefully placed the boy's head in her lap. Minutes later, the brunette opened his eyes, feeling how they caressed his hair. Focusing his sight, he was able to recognize Rossweiss, who was looking at him warmly. I see, it wasn't a dream. Wait a minute. Does that mean that Ross-chan loves me? He thought, dumbfounded. Slow, that girl fell in love with you a long time ago, she just didn't realize it, just like you. Drake's comment made him blush, being immediately imitated by Rossweiss, since the boy kept staring at her. I'm sorry I didn't realize it before, but I promise to take care of you and not let you lack anything. the boy whispered loud enough for her. She blinked with doubt, before understanding the context of those words and smiling, still with a small blush, so her only response was to lean in and claim the boy's lips in a kiss that showed what she was feeling at that moment. Issei felt like never before. He was a supreme class demon, he had his own pieces to assemble his court. Lastly, and most importantly, a beautiful girl was kissing him with love. I had never felt the warmth that her lips gave off. I couldn't compare them with the other girls because those memories were unimportant now. He slowly got up until he was standing, being imitated by the white-haired girl. "Are you staying? We have what it takes to be comfortable," he asked with a small smile. "My place is at your side, my king," the girl responded with a playful smile. Knowing that she was reciprocated had made her lose a little of her shyness in front of the boy. "Then there's only one thing left to do," he said as he dropped to one knee in front of the surprised Valkyrie. "Rosswise, despite not realizing it, I was falling in love with you. I have never been good with words, so I just have to ask you, would you agree to be my girlfriend?" he asked with all the courage he could muster. The all for honor mention had tears in her eyes, but she smiled at what the boy said, remembering that he said he was going to do things right, realizing that this is what he was referring to. "I agree to be your girlfriend, Hyodo Issei," she said with a cute and shy smile. The boy stood up and hugged her gently. They both enjoyed each other's closeness and wanted that moment to last forever. "I'm back," said an emotionless voice out of nowhere. "Kaya." "Ah." They both let go, totally startled. "Hello?" A small gothic lowly greeted, raising her hand. "Ophis, don't scare us like that," the boy scolded lightly, holding his chest. The Valkyrie was in a corner of the room in the same condition as the boy. Issei, did you become a Detenryu?" he asked after analyzing the boy with his eyes. "Huh? What are you taking about?" the all for honor mentioned asked with doubt. Then the little girl just approached him and hugged him, to the confusion of the brunette and the Valkyrie. "It is the name that dragons receive after they fall," Drake explained simply. The boy understood and knew that little Ophis cared about him, so he stroked her head gently. "Don't worry, it's over," he said with a slight smile. "You stopped being a demon," the dragon goddess pointed out. The boy smiled a little more. Nothing really escaped Ophis, so he began to explain the latest events. "I want to enter," was the simple comment of the little dragon. Both present blinked at what the little goddess said. "What does Ophis-sama mean?" the Valkyrie asked with doubt. "I want to be with Issei, that's why I will be part of his group," he explained, leaving Rosswise and Issei with their jaws on the floor when they understood what he was referring to. The little girl took advantage of the moment of stupefaction and the boy's proximity to search her pocket, thus removing the case of her pieces. Before the pair's astonished gaze, the little goddess opened it and looked for the right piece for her, this being the queen. Coming out of his stupor, the brunette tried to say something, but a flash covered the dragon goddess, preventing anyone from moving. Seconds later, you can see how Ophis was standing in front of him, extending the case to the brunette, who received it mechanically before returning it to his pocket. Shaking his head and snapping out of his stupor, the brunette looked at her in disbelief of what had happened. "How? If you are much more powerful than me, from what I know, reincarnating you was practically impossible," he articulated with difficulty. Rosswise did not say anything, since the scene in front of her was implausible. "It was not difficult to synchronize my power with the piece, plus I have discovered a little trick in them," he responded in a neutral tone, before closing his eyes. The couple opened their eyes in shock when they felt a change in the aura of the dragon goddess. Practically in front of them was another person, although the dragon aura remained without any change. "This is..." the Valkyrie stammered without being able to believe it. "I can change my aura completely. With that no one will know that I am in your group," he added in an enthusiastic tone, Ophis style of course. Which was barely recognizable to those who knew it. In the case of Issei and Rosswise, the link with the pieces allowed them to know it more easily. The brunette sighed. This was really something he had never expected. "Certainly this dragon goddess does what she wants. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised by this," he thought resignedly. "You've certainly achieved things that others have only dreamed of, mate," he said in a joking tone. The boy didn't say anything but mentally agreed with him. If he thought about it, he really had accomplished things that no one else had been able to do, although he decided to ignore these thoughts. "You just need to change your appearance to go completely unnoticed, in addition to reducing your aura," the Valkyrie pointed out without any intention. The lowly dragon tilted her face in confusion, before nodding in understanding. A glow covered her body, momentarily blinding the couple, until seconds later it disappeared, but even without seeing they could notice how the aura of the dragon goddess had diminished. Now he was almost on par with Graphia, and that was saying a lot. Then Issei dropped his jaw once again. Rosswise almost felt faint. In front of them was a young woman with black hair tied in 2 pigtails at the height of her shoulders, which fell in front. His eyes were a captivating reddish color, while his left eye was covered by bangs. This, added to her small nose and mouth, enhanced her beauty to another level. She was wearing a black kimono that left her shoulders bare, showing off her white skin, while the sleeves became wide right at the cuffs, a violet obi at her waist, and simple sandals. She had a neutral expression, but a slight blush was seen by both of them. The brunette blushed profusely, before fainting, but not before raising his thumb in agreement. Whoever said it could be what they call femme fatale, Ophis-sama. The Valkyrie murmured in disbelief. The all for honor mentioned only tilted her face without having understood a word, although inside she really enjoyed the enraptured look that the brunette gave her before fainting. A few minutes later, and with the brunette awake, he began to put on his uniform to attend the school day, despite the pouting of Rosswise and Ophis. He used all his willpower not to succumb to the tender faces of the Valkyrie and the brunette, promising that when he returned he would take them wherever they wanted, leaving in a magical circle. Both girls looked at each other, before Ophis disappeared who knows where, while the Valkyrie took a bath. Kuo Academy. Occult Club Hall. The Gremry group was gathered together with Azazel, since Rias had summoned them for a regular report as they had been doing for some time. The redhead scanned the group with her gaze, before noticing the absence of a certain pawn. "Has anyone seen Issei?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in months," Akeno murmured with her hand on her chin. All this was happening under the gaze of the former governor of Grigori, who was informed about the current status of the Sekiryute, but at Serzek's request he would not say anything. He stood with his back to the window of the building, looking away from the group to the outside, wondering what the boy was doing. Although seeing him arrive with a case on his back and a different aura than normal filled him with intrigue, but he let it pass so as not to alert the group. "I haven't seen it either," Asya said this time, while a complicated expression adorned her face. The others remembered if they had seen him, but nothing. This made the other members a little nervous, as they had practically forgotten about the boy without any intention, so they made a mental note to make it up to him as soon as they saw him. Now that they thought about it, they had also not received any news from their companion, Rook, who was on a mission in Asgard. The fallen one just looked at them with boredom. Despite seeing the slight regret in their expressions, he knew that they would eventually forget about the boy. Anyway, after the last battle things have been calm, but it doesn't hurt to be alert for any attack. The redhead downplayed it. The others nodded somewhat doubtfully and gave their reports, although there was nothing really worth highlighting, since not even the wandering demons had done their thing, not wanting to have problems with House Gremry and House Citri. The redhead could only sigh when receiving the last report, this being Gasper's. "Well, I guess that's all, Akeno, we're leaving," he said, raising his hands, summoning a transport circle. Ara, Kaido-kun must already be in that place," was the brunette's comment before disappearing. The others said goodbye as they went to their respective classrooms, while Azazel shook his head. "Without a doubt you will give them a big surprise, boy. I wonder what kind of servants you will have, he. Heading towards the exit, surely to get lost there. Kuo Academy. The brunette walked calmly, his objective, the room that belonged to the extinct music club. He knew it was wrong to skip classes, but the school festival was in a little less than 2 months, and he must be in the best conditions, since he wanted to participate in it. Arriving at the all for honor mentioned place, he checked that there was no one, since the third-year students graduated this club had dissolved, but some instruments and the odd tool were still here. As proof of this, the amplifier in front of him was in good condition. Perfect, now we will see how much rust I have gotten. Opening his case and connecting his instrument. A few quick notes told him how bad he was, as they sounded terrible due to his fingers that had lost their former dexterity. "Okay, I'm really very rusty, I'll have to catch up before doing the most important thing, looking for members." He sighed before starting some exercises to loosen his fingers. Lunchtime. The brunette was absent-mindedly whistling a song. He had made a lot of progress and was now playing decently, perhaps, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that if he tried hard enough he could be at 100% on the day of the event. Or perhaps better than that. With his peripheral vision he made out Pawn Citri, who patrolled the halls as the Fukukaicho of the student council. "Yo, Saji," he greeted with a relaxed expression very rare for him. The blonde looked at him strangely, before shrugging his shoulders and returning the greeting. "Hello Hyodo, how have you been?" he asked with a small smile, although inside it was another story. Although he did not admit it, he was worried about the boy since his king had informed them what was happening in the Gremry entourage, since he always talked with the redhead, so he knew several things, among them the new love interest of the girls as well as the displacement of the boy. Ruruko had confirmed this when speaking with the church trio. It must be said that when they heard the treatment towards their partner they felt quite upset. So Sona asked them to support the boy so that at least his student life could be more bearable, although seeing him in a better mood and with a somewhat carefree attitude as he sometimes used to be, took a great weight off his shoulders. "Better than ever. By the way, I need your help," he responded with a slight smile, before putting his arm over the blonde's shoulder. He blinked in confusion, before smiling when he noticed that the brunette had returned to normal. "Count on me, but if it's something perverted," he threatened after confirming his help. "Huh. It's not that, it's something else." He blinked in confusion before moving his hand in a somewhat disinterested denial. That intrigued the Citri boy more. "I want to form a band and I need to know who knows how to play musical instruments at a decent level," he explained briefly. The blonde looked at him with confusion, and then noticed the case on the boy's back. "Are you serious? Wow, I really didn't expect this," he articulated without knowing what else to say. "So will you help me, yes or no?" he asked with a serious look. "Sure, I know a couple of people who could help you, including me," he responded, pointing to the case on Issei's back. Issei could only smile widely at the boy's response. "Brilliant. I'll be at the music club," he said enthusiastically, giving him a friendly pat on the back before continuing on his way to the cafeteria. The blonde watched him leave, before smiling slightly, and heading to the student council room to move some schedules. Old music club room. After the break, the brunette observed the people in the room, a little surprised by who the characters were. "Okay, I didn't expect this," the boy whispered somewhat awkwardly. "I'm really the most surprised, Hyodo," said a girl. "Okay, this is a little awkward," another girl muttered. "Whoever saw you, Hyodo, look at wanting to form a band," another female voice. "Don't worry, I've heard them and I know they're good," a male voice tried to reassure him. The boy massaged the bridge of his nose. He really didn't expect everyone involved to be part of the supernatural in one way or another. "Well, I think we should first introduce ourselves. Hyodo Issei, electric guitar," Issei began. Kiryu Aika, piano and keyboard," the girl with glasses introduced herself. "Tomo Meguri, bass." It was the turn of the auburn with pigtails. "Tsubasa Yura, drums." Citri Rook spoke. "Saji Genshiro, electric guitar," said Pawn Citri. Once the presentation was over, the brunette showed them their positions, finding the instruments already connected and functional. The five of them looked at each other, and already knowing what song to play to start getting familiar, they began the performance. Departure time. The quintet walked through the entrance to the outside. "Ugh, we really were terrible," Tomo complained. "It's the first day, I'm sure that tomorrow we will improve," Issei encouraged. "Although I really didn't imagine that you played an instrument, but I must say that you do it regularly," Kiryu commented, adjusting his glasses. "Well, I hadn't played a guitar for more than 5 years, so I'm not at the level I was then," he responded, embarrassed and with a hand on the back of his head. The others were surprised by that information, but more so by having lived with the boy and noticing that something in him had changed. Somehow this made them feel more comfortable. "Then we'll see you tomorrow, try to get a singer," Tomo suggested, saying goodbye with a smile. "See you tomorrow?" Yura said goodbye with a slight smile. She was a few words. "We'll see you, Hyodo." Saji said goodbye, raising his hand. "It's not to raise your ego, but this facet of yours makes you more attractive," was the comment of the brunette who was walking away from the boy, who, blushing, began to walk aimlessly. The boy was walking through the center of the city, since something told him to head there. He then collided with a person and both were sent to the ground. "Kaya!" It was a feminine scream that alerted the boy. He quickly got up to help the other person, being stunned to see who it was. She was wearing a white strapless dress, a matching hat, and sandals as well as a small bag, but what caught his attention the most was that blonde hair and green eyes. "Gabriel-san," he exclaimed, extending his hand towards the seraphim. She raised her gaze in confusion, since there were few who could recognize her, to find herself face to face with the Sekurute, extending his hand to her. Accepting the help, he stood up and then dusted off his clothes. "Sorry, I was distracted," she apologized with a nervous expression. "I was also distracted, it's not his fault." The brunette downplayed it. Then a question came to his mind. "By the way, what are you doing here?" he asked quite curiously. The seraphim sighed with some annoyance, even pouting, and then pulled the boy by the hand. "I'll tell you on the way," was his response. The brunette just let himself be carried away. Something told him that he must accompany the most beautiful woman in heaven. Minutes later, the blonde had told him how things were currently in heaven. "I see, her brothers leave her aside and only assign her paperwork," she murmured with her arms crossed without stopping walking. "Not only that, they don't allow me to participate in important meetings. They say that my opinions have no weight when it comes to debating what is best for the treaty," he complained with a pout. The boy placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know how you feel, but I don't think they do it with bad intentions," the boy tried to console. "I know, that's why I can't get mad at them, but it's frustrating," he said, pouting. The boy felt a little uncomfortable. They passed the cafeteria, where a figure stared at them in slight disbelief. "Those are," he whispered before getting up from his table. The brunette and the blonde were talking about trivial topics, when a scream caught their attention. "Hey! Gabriel! Drag!" a person exclaimed from a table in an establishment. Those mentioned turned their gaze to whoever was calling them. She was wearing a black business suit, dark glasses, and her purple hair was styled in a low ponytail. They both opened their eyes as they recognized the figure. "Penemu!" Gabriel exclaimed. "Penemu-san!" Issei exclaimed. The three of them were sitting enjoying a cup of coffee, while the brunette couldn't believe the people he found thanks to his instincts. Gabriel, one of the seraphim of heaven, at the same time one of the four great seraphim. Penemu, one of Grigori's leaders, who held the rank of cadre. "What are you doing here? You're not one to go out much," the blonde asked doubtfully. "I'm tired of being Grigori's chief secretary," was her simple response. The others had a drop on the back of their neck. "I was Azazel's personal secretary for a while, so I had to do all the paperwork instead of that lazy guy," he complained, taking a sip of his drink. "I see, I'm here for the same reason," said a discouraged blonde. "By the way, boy, I don't feel demonic power in you," the fallen suddenly pointed out. "It's true, I hadn't noticed it," the blonde said curiously. Well, what happened was, unsure of what would come out of this talk. Although both gave him a certain confidence, something very strange, so he just followed his instincts. An explanation later. The boy had finished recounting everything he had experienced in a summarized way. Now he was waiting for one of them to say something. Poor thing. Gabriel squeezed him in a powerful hug that almost broke his ribs. "Gee, Gabriel-san, please." Turning blue. "I'm sorry." Loosening her grip. I thought I would die," he said, breathing hard. "So now you're a supreme class demon and you have your own pieces, huh?" the fallen pronounced before taking another sip of his drink. "Yes, although I am no longer a demon and my pieces allow whoever receives them to retain their original race," he confirmed, somewhat uncomfortable before Gabriel's insistent gaze. Then the fallen one closed her eyes, meditating a little, and then opened them. "I want to go in," he said suddenly. The boy had a feeling of déjà vu at what Penemu said. Oh, me too," Gabriel now said, raising his hand enthusiastically. "Good, although I think there will be problems with Gabriel, since I don't want to die if Griselda-san finds out." He accepted, although the last thing he said made him shiver. The blonde blinked at what the boy said, before smiling carefreely. "She will accept it, since I will not stop being a seraphim," was his response, moving his hand downplaying it. "I just hope I can survive in the near future." And with that said, the brunette paid the bill, something that both women saw as a gesture of chivalry, and then the three of them went to a nearby park. City Park. The trio was in a part where very few people passed by, while the seraph invoked a magic circle, from which a figure known to the boy emerged, something that made him tremble and fear for his life. The figure quickly knelt in front of the blonde. "At your service, Gabriel-sama," he pronounced with respect. "Griselda, there is something I must tell you," he said in a serious tone, something that intrigued the all for honor mentioned. An explanation later. Griselda had not left her kneeling position, while she processed what her mistress had said. I really didn't expect something like that from Zenobia, or from Irina, much less from Asya." It was the first thing the nun said after sighing. Then he looked at the nervous brunette, who held his gaze. "If I accept it is because of following Gabriel-sama, and because of what Zenobia, Irina and Asya did," he said with an apologetic tone. The boy was surprised. He expected that first he would hit him until he was almost dead, but recovering from the surprise he downplayed the matter. "That's already in the past, you don't have to worry about that, Griselda-san," he said in a carefree tone. The all for honor mentioned opened her eyes slightly at the brunette's behavior. She thought that all of that would have affected him, but it seemed not to be the case. Somehow she had overcome what happened with the girls, and that intrigued her. Under other circumstances he would have hit the boy as a warning not to do something strange to his lady, but there was something different about the boy, something that told him to trust him. Nodding, he gave confirmation to the brunette, so he took out his small case, and when he opened it, 3 pieces floated to each woman in front of him. Griselda received a knight, Gabriel a rook, Penemu a pawn. The boy blinked in confusion, before understanding it. "Gabriel, Penemu, Griselda Korda, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servants and family, being my knight, rook, and pawn from now on," he recited. With that said, the pieces entered them in a blinding brilliance. Seconds later, it was all over. The girls inspected each other looking for any change in them, but there was none, except for the mark of the dragon on their hands, Griselda being the one who had 2 marks, including the Queen of Hearts that was granted to her by Gabriel. In a final test, they all spread their wings, to see them without a single change, even the powers of light were still intact. The brunette just looked at his remaining pieces with intrigue, while an idea began to form in his mind. "The opportunity piece are capable of searching for candidates for my peerage. That means that they brought me here knowing that I would find the next members of my title," he thought in amazement. Due to so much information he had processed in a short time, his head began to smoke. "Damn my head," he complained, crying anime tears. Once the new members verified that there was nothing out of the ordinary about them, the brunette told them that thanks to the piece they could change their aura, although they would continue to be recognizable as angels and fallen. Also, if they changed their appearance, no one would recognize them, not even Azazel or Miguel. This news made Gabriel and Penemu smile, one in a mischievous and innocent way and the other in an evil and vengeful way. Gabriel now had the appearance of a young girl, her hair tied in a side ponytail and being shorter, while her curves were reduced a little, finishing her new look with glasses. Linda, a blushing brunette thought. Penemu had adopted a more liberal appearance that contrasted with her usual serious look. She was wearing hip-length blue jeans and a black blouse that exposed her stomach, also a white jacket. She looked the same age as the blonde. Beautiful. Blushing a little more. They both looked like 19 or 20-year-old girls. The boy admitted that they both looked fantastic. "I think it's time to go breach on, Griselda-san." The boy caught his attention. The trio blinked in confusion, and then Penemu and Gabriel blushed slightly when they realized that he was referring to them. Without a doubt the nickname would make them go unnoticed, plus it sounded cute. The nun frowned at that, being noticed by the brunette. "Come on, Griselda-chan, don't be left behind," he said in a playful tone. The normally gentle and kind nun puffed out her cheeks with a light blush, to follow her lady and her new lord. Hyodo Residence. Underground floor number 4. The brunette and company appeared in a magic circle in his room. "I should reconsider expanding this," he murmured when he saw that the space was very small. The new members of his peerage settled on the zone for all in the room, while the boy fell on the bed, taking the guitar out of its case and plugging it into the amplifier. "If you want, you can go out or do whatever you want. I brought them so they would know where I am living," the boy said suddenly, while the trio looked at him. "We're fine like that. For the moment I don't want to go anywhere," the fallen said lazily. He still remembered his first impression of her. Although she seemed like a modest and strict woman, she was actually someone who was easy to get along with. "I'm curious about what you're doing," Gabriel pointed out as he saw how the boy played some notes. "The truth is, I have nothing to do," was Griselda's response while she smiled slightly. She had already dealt with the boy before, but this new facet was a total mystery to her, and she was really interested. "I guess it's okay," the boy responded. While playing his guitar, an idea began to formulate in his mind, but first he had to practice his thing. 1 hour later, the boy had finished his exercises, and he had to admit that he had improved quite a bit, something that Penemu had mentioned to him at the end. Just as he put away his instrument, 2 magic circles appeared in the room. Gabriel and Penemu were not worried as they noticed the Gremory circle in silver color, in addition to the Sekurute circle. Instead, Griselda tensed slightly, not expecting to meet someone from the Gremory entourage so soon. Repeating the same thing from the previous night, Grafia and Rosswise simultaneously appeared at the scene. They both looked at each other, then shrugged, raising an eyebrow as they noticed the new presences in the room. "Issei-sama," the maid greeted with respect. "Issei," Ross greeted, approaching the boy. "Rose-chan, big sis." He returned the greeting with a small smile. "I see new faces," the silver-haired woman noted. Before anything else, they could notice a black-haired girl sitting next to the brunette on their bed, causing everyone to blink at that fact, since they had not heard her arrive at any time. "Well, I think I should start with the introductions," the boy indicated with a somewhat serious tone. Rosswise sat next to Issei, ending it flanked by its first 2 pieces. Grafia simply stood, scanning each girl in the room with her eyes, noticing certain aspects of each one. "An angel, a fallen one, a dragon, an exorcist, and a Valkyrie, could it be?" he thought as his eyes widened slightly as he considered that idea. "Well, first it would be Kurumi-chan, my queen," pointing to the red-eyed brunette. The brunette's voice brought her out of her thoughts, as she gave the girl a scrutinizing look. "He has incredible power, almost on par with mine," he thought as he felt his energy reserves. The All for Honor mention blinked in confusion at the name, but the boy whispered to her that it was so that no one would recognize her, understanding and nodding, and for some reason she liked the name given by the boy. "My first bishop, Rosswise." It was the Valkyrie's turn. The named girl smiled in a friendly manner. "My first rook, Brichan." It was the blonde's turn. She raised her hand in greeting while smiling carefree. "My first knight, Grichan. Before you ask, I reached an agreement with Gabriel," he clarified when he saw that Grafia was going to open her mouth. The exorcist smiled kindly, although she felt strange at the close way the boy called her. "Lastly, my pawn, Muchan," introduced the fallen. She just nodded in greeting. The silver-haired woman had inspected each one, realizing something. Besides being beautiful girls, she could sense each one's power levels. They were all very close to the level of her husband's peerage, in addition to containing quite a variety of races. Without a doubt both peerage titles had their oddities. Of course she didn't know that Ophis, Gabriel and Penemu had reduced her power. The maid nodded in understanding. "So what brings you here?" the boy asked curiously. "Come with me and you will know," he responded while invoking a fairly wide magic circle. With a glance from the boy, they all gathered around him, to disappear from the place. Underworld. Everyone appeared in front of the doors of what looked like a castle, although what caught the brunette's attention was the gloomy appearance of the building. "Welcome to the Red Dragon Castle," Grafia announced with a slight smile. The boy dropped his mouth to the ground. Rosswise was speechless. Ophis kept her expression neutral, although if one paid attention a hint of a smile could be seen. Gabriel had little stars in his eyes. Griselda appreciated the exterior design and had to admit that she liked it. Penemu looked at the structure with a critical eye. The front was adorned by a beautiful garden with flowers of different types and a central fountain. Despite the gloom of the place, there was a comfortable atmosphere, which everyone noticed instantly. At some points, flags with the design of the red dragon crest fluttered in the wind. Slowly the boy came out of his stupor, giving the maid a questioning look. "It was a gift from Lord Gremory and Lady Venelana for your promotion. Surzek-sama, Ajuka-sama and Serafal-sama also helped," the silver-haired girl explained. Issei nodded. Normally this would seem like a lot, but with his new peerage title he needed a place to accommodate them, and his new room in the Hyodo residence would not serve that purpose. Sighing, he turned to the maid with a grateful smile. "Thank you," he pronounced sincerely. "They sensed that you would need more space when your group grew," the silver-haired girl said, smiling. Without further ado they proceeded to enter. Inside, the boy could not help but be surprised as he looked at the hall, it being a huge room with ice sculptures in the corners. He was sure it must be eccentricities on the part of the holder of the title of Leviathan. Continuing along the route, they passed through a large door that led to a fairly large room. Well distributed stone for alls, while in the background you could see an elevator, 2 stairs that converged on the elevator entrance. Without a doubt, that detail reminded him of his old house, although the entire property was in the Victorian style. This is a small office. Of course, there is also a private one, the maid said as she opened a door to the side. The boy looked at her before approaching said room. It was spacious. There were bookcases next to a couple of sewn for alls with a center table, while in the back there was a desk and an armchair that at first glance looked fine and comfortable. The most curious thing were the piles of papers on the desk, being the only thing there in the absence of any document. Those are the pamphlets that you will use to make contracts. I allowed myself to make them in addition to distributing several in some cities in Europe while I accompanied Sirzek-sama to a meeting, the silver-haired girl reported. The boy blinked. Without a doubt that would be a great help, so he couldn't help but smile with some affection towards the woman. Thank you, I really owe you a lot, the boy thanked. How many times had he said those words in these couple of days? The maid shook her head with a slight smile. It was nothing, from here you can do it alone without problems. He downplayed it. The boy took one of the posters, marveling at having his own propaganda. The second floor has a kitchen, living room and dining room as well as a small bar. The third floor is made up of bathrooms and hot springs. The fourth floor is made up of several rooms. The top floor contains a library and his private office. The maid. The boy whistled in surprise at what his small residence contained, which compared to that of the human world, despite looking more ostentatious, it was only necessary for him and his peerage. Finally, there is the basement. It is a training field protected with seals of all kinds so you can use all your power. It also has a small parkour area. With it you can stay in good physical shape. He finished detailing the building. The brunette nodded satisfied. Thank Lord and Benelana-sama, equal to the Mao, he asked with a slight bow. The silver-haired woman nodded before disappearing. The boy, finding himself alone, went to the 4th floor, where he sensed the girls were. Dragon Castle. 4th floor. As soon as he arrived, he could notice noises coming from several doors, this being a hallway where there were entrances to several rooms, all with a small customizable blackboard in them. It was realized that several were already personalized. Gabriel said one with drawings of clouds while an areola crowned the name. Kurumi said with little chibi dragons flying around the name. Rosswise, which was written with various yen symbols. It certainly made him quite curious. Griselda with designs of hearts and crosses that gave it a certain distinction. Penemy, which was on the drawing of a paradise island. He really needed a vacation to forget about paperwork. Even so, he couldn't help but smile at the first members of his peerage. They would undoubtedly be something to talk about later. Opening the first door, he entered what he chose as his new room, falling into bed to rest. Tomorrow he would make several movements. Despite everything, he couldn't help but take a look at the case of his pieces on the bureau next to his bed. Without a doubt these were a mystery to him. Deciding to sleep, he closed his eyes. Next morning, a new day arrived. That was announced by the boy's alarm clock. The brunette got up lazily, before teleporting to his room at the Hyodo residence, since his things were there, in addition to not wanting to have any accidents with the girls in the castle bathrooms, since Griselda probably wouldn't know. Would take very well. After showering, he ate some breakfast before appearing a couple of blocks from the academy. Starting to walk, he could see a figure behind a pole. She looked a little nervous as she looked at the entrance of the place. It took him a little while to recognize her, since her back was turned. Valerie-san, he uttered behind her. Kaya, the named exclaimed as she turned around quickly. Facing whoever had surprised her. Issei-san, he articulated upon recognizing the boy's figure, releasing a sigh of relief. I'm sorry for scaring you, I guess you're hoping to see Gasper, he deduced after apologizing. Huh. Oh yes, I haven't seen him in a long time, and since I just finished my training I wanted to come and say hello, she responded a little nervously. Upon recovering the cup that was in RageRevan's possession, she had been in Grigori learning about his sacred gear. At the same time, the data collected was stored and saved for future reference when a new bearer of the Sephiroth Grail emerged. This had happened since Trahexa was defeated, which is why he was absent this entire time. I see, although I realize that you are not used to being in a place with so many people. He pointed out at her obvious nervousness. The girl dropped her head, the boy had noticed quickly. By the way, Azazel-san and Shemhazai-san informed me about their new status. Congratulations, he said with a cute smile. The boy thanked her for the gesture, before taking her hand and walking into the academy. The blonde flinched slightly at the touch, but let it happen in hopes of seeing little Dampire. Because it was still quite early, the boy introduced her without problems to the music classroom, where he offered her a seat so they could catch up. They talked about trivial things, while the girl felt more and more comfortable in front of the brunette. You know, Azazel-san told me not to tell Gasper or anyone in the Gremry group about your promotion, but I don't know why, the girl commented curiously. The brunette sighed slightly heavily, before proceeding to tell him the reason behind that. Minutes later, and after a short summary, the blonde blinked in disbelief, before frowning. I see, I didn't think Ria-san was that kind of girl, the same as the others, she declared while looking at him intently. That doesn't matter now. If you want to see Gasper, I can help you, but it will have to wait until lunchtime, he added with a slight smile. The blonde smiled gratefully. The boy was quite kind. She still didn't understand why he had to go through all that. The brunette was going to get up from where he was to start his essay, but a glow coming from his pocket caught his attention. The blonde saw this with quite a bit of intrigue, and then saw the boy extract a case from his pocket. This is... Issei murmured, opening the case, seeing a bishop float out of there to fall into the girl's lap. Huh. What is this? The blonde asked. The boy sighed. His opportunity piece was definitely something out of the ordinary. Well, you see. And so he had to explain several things about his game of pieces. An explanation later. The brunette had finished explaining everything about his pieces and how they had selected her to be part of his peerage. The blonde looked at him with an indecipherable look, until she looked down at Bishop's piece in her lap. Taking it between his fingers, he examined it carefully, observing every detail printed on it. It was a pure white chess piece. Under its base he could recognize the seal of a dragon. He closed his eyes to think about what he should do. He could simply refuse, but something inside told him that that option was not suitable for him. On the other hand, if she accepted, she would have more opportunities to see the world and a little more freedom. Since being under Rias Gremry's protection, she would be somewhat secluded, even though it was for her own protection. Now he would be next to the feared Sekiryute. With him he would learn more about his abilities, and if someone was after his Longinus, he could fight under the same conditions, without being a burden to anyone. So opening her eyes, she looked determinedly at the boy, who looked at her with slight anxiety. I accept, as long as they don't leave me behind, the blonde said. The brunette understood what he was referring to. She wanted to be of help, which probably wouldn't happen under Rias's protection, since due to everything that happened with RageRevan they would consider it very risky, the same reason she was in Grigori. This was an opportunity to grow and enjoy more freedom, since under her protection very few would dare to approach her. He also planned to learn from her sacred gear, so that he could help her become stronger and not just control her power. Valerie Teeps, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family, being from this moment my bishop. He recited the words necessary for the ritual. A blinding glow emerged as the piece entered the girl's chest. Once everything was over, she felt her chest as she felt her magic grow and find a certain balance. In addition, his sacred gear reacted to the piece, feeling how the two harmonized perfectly. When he felt that, he couldn't help but smile. It was undoubtedly the best choice. It seems that Gasper just arrived. If you want, I can contact him right now, the boy offered. He had sensed her presence, something he had recently learned in his lonely days. It is not necessary. For the moment I want to adapt to my current situation, the blonde denied. Although what he really wanted was to interact a little more with his new master, since he had some doubts about his current way of being after what he had told him. The boy nodded as he began his daily essay, under the curious gaze of the blonde. Music club. After the break, the members of the band were gathered again. Everyone checked their instruments in a comfortable environment, and confirming that everything was in order, they began. The Dampire was long gone. The brunette had told him where to find little Dampire, and with magic he had changed his clothes for the school uniform to go unnoticed. The music sounded on point, executing the beats better than the previous day and reaching a point where all the sounds fit together perfectly, executing the current song effectively. They all had smiles on their faces as they realized that fact. They all had a high level as musicians, Even Issei had recovered much of his lost skill in just 2 days. As the saying went, what is learned well is never forgotten. Each song they played was performed better than the last, and so on it came time to leave. After school, all the boys walked around chatting, laughing, and living together in a very pleasant way. If we continue like this, we will eclipse the other band, Kiryu commented, adjusting his glasses. Now that you mention it, I don't know them, Issei said with a hand on his chin. They are an independent band from the school. Since this year the music club no longer exists, they were invited to liven up the festival. This was the information that Saji told them. It's true, the graduating students who formed the club had 3 bands that played at the festival each year, Issei remembered. This year it will be a complicated concert as there are only 2 participants, Tomo calmly deduced. I see, then we have to prepare an extensive repertoire, the brunette said enthusiastically. I still don't understand why you decided this out of nowhere, Hyodo, Tsubasa commented with slight doubt. The others looked at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. Well, these days I have too much free time. I guess I do it out of boredom and to fulfill a small dream I had as a child, the boy responded, looking at the sky with a slight smile. The others thought about it a little and agreed with him. I noticed that you don't hang out with the Hyodo girls anymore. Did something happen? The brunette with glasses asked suddenly. The others almost facepalmed at the question, but the small smile of the brunette had intrigued them. I guess I can tell you, since I don't see a problem, he responded in a relaxed manner. So he proceeded to tell her about the relationship he had with them before, the latest events, and that now he didn't feel anything for them. The brunette being oblivious to some aspects of the life of the demons, she was surprised to hear that harems are normal in this society, in addition to her reasons why she wanted to form one in the past. No doubt that left her quite thoughtful. But what shocked him the most is that Hyodo Issei, he had a girlfriend. Nobody saw that coming. Obviously he didn't tell them who he was, but he promised them that they would soon know, which calmed the waters a little. Now they already knew in part the current situation of Issei. From the Citri group, they would inform their king as soon as they had the opportunity. Kiryu also realized that there were some things that the brunette left out regarding his relationship with Rias Gremry and her group, but he let it go. He understood that the boy would have his reasons for not saying so. Although from the expression on the faces of the others he knew that they didn't know, but he decided to leave that aside. He would have time to find out more about the brunette's life as a demon. Once the topic of the school festival returned, a few details were discussed before everyone split up to go in different directions, leaving the brunette alone. He turned towards a particular corner. How was it? He asked calmly. A figure came out of hiding. It was nice. He told me that he is worried about you, he responded as he approached the brunette. I see. I will contact him later. For now we must go, Valerie, he said, extending his hand. The blonde hesitated a little, but when she saw the boy's warm smile she smiled too, taking the hand he offered her. Thus they both disappeared in a transportation circle, taking advantage of the fact that it was a street with little traffic. Underworld. Dragon Castle. A magic circle shone in front of the large building, from which the blonde and the brunette emerged. It should be said that the girl was amazed to see the place, noticing several flags with the mark of the dragon, which she could now see in her right hand. We have arrived. Starting today this will be your new home, he told her with a small smile. The Dampire reciprocated the gesture, also giving him a smile. Without wasting time, they both entered the place, where the girl perceived several presences, instantly noticing that they were quite strong. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, they will be kind to you, I assure you, he said in order to reassure her. Luckily for the boy, those words had worked. Climbing the stairs they reached the second floor, specifically the living room, where the blonde could see 5 girls spread out on the sofa for alls, who, upon sensing the presence of both, directed their gazes at them. I see that you found another member for your peerage. Rosswise was the first to speak. My name is Valerie Teeps. I am the new Bishop of Issei-sama. Please take care of me. He introduced himself with a slight bow. So the bearer of the Sephiroth Grail, huh? Penemu murmured in amazement. A pleasure, I'm Gabriel, your rook. The green-eyed blonde introduced herself, raising her hand in a gesture of greeting. Griselda Corda, I wear the Knight Piece, it's a pleasure to meet you. She introduced herself with a friendly smile. I'm Rosswise, your first bishop, nice to see you again. The Valkyrie greeted. The blonde with red eyes recognized her instantly, and she also remembered the conversation with the brunette, where she explained that she was always with him when he was left aside. "Wow, look to find you in this place, I'm Penemu Pawn." Giving a nod in recognition. The red-eyed girl opened her eyes in shock when she learned the identity of the purple-haired girl. "Are you really Penemu-sama? Your aura is not the same, and you don't look like her," the vampire pointed out in disbelief. The fallen smiled pleased when she learned that information. Seeing that, the brunette explained certain abilities of the opportunity piece, revealing the identity of the Archangel Gabriel and his entourage, which almost gave the red-eyed blonde a heart attack. "Kurumi, queen." It was the only sentence said by the brunette. With her, he decided to keep his identity to himself. He didn't want to really offend his new servant. "Well, since you are all gathered, I have something to tell you." The brunette spoke with complete seriousness. They were all comfortably distributed on the furniture, while the brunette stood in front of them. She was also grateful that no one had gone out for a walk since she didn't want to wait to make her announcement. "What is it about?" the exorcist asked curiously. "I have been thinking about this since this morning, since I want to improve in several aspects," he said in a calm and serious tone. A small period of silence reigned in the room, while the boy chose his words well. "I want to be a king, of whom you and those who are yet to come feel proud. That is why I have decided to start forging bonds of trust with you." He began to speak, without even appearing nervous, demonstrating the qualities of a leader. Given this, the girls paid absolute attention to his words. Even Ophis listened attentively. "I will spend the day with each of you after my homework at school. We will train and chat, so I will be able to know your current capabilities. I will also be able to learn more about you as well as your abilities, in addition to getting to know you better on a personal level." He continued talking. They all nodded in understanding where the boy was going. "Grichan, I will need your help to be able to wield Ascalon correctly, and we must also know each other since we will work together in the future." Addressing the nun, she smiled kindly before nodding. "Kurumi, we will use the library so you can learn to move among humans more easily and understand some more things, then I will take you wherever you want." Looking at the brunette, she just gave a small smile in response. "Rose-chan, I know your skills, but it doesn't hurt to expand your repertoire. You can also help me with my magic. I need to learn some spells," he asked, slightly blushing. The Valkyrie nodded with a similar blush. "Gabriel, I deduce that you have melee skills. Could you give me a hand? Then you can ask me whatever you want," he said, addressing the green-eyed blonde. She stated with a beautiful smile, typical of the most beautiful woman in heaven. "And also the strongest. Penemu, your skills are quite balanced, that's why you are a pawn, so I only ask you for help in some practice matches." Looking at the purple-haired girl, she just nodded. It seemed like the days ahead would be quite fun. "Valerie, I will help you with your sacred gear. Something tells me that between the two of us we will have satisfactory results," he said finally, addressing the red-eyed girl. She nodded enthusiastically. "Rose-chan, could you help him in your free time? I am sure that with you he will learn to use his magic in a better way," he asked the Valkyrie, who nodded at his request. "That's all," the boy concluded with a small smile. "As you order, Issei-sama," they said in chorus, some for fun, while Valerie did it by nature and Ophis to go along with the others. The brunette had a twitch in his eyebrow. "It's fine with Issei, I don't like formalities," he asked with a sigh. "Hi, Issei," they answered again in the same tone. The brunette dropped his arms in defeat as he heard everyone's giggles. Some time later, a month had passed since had begun to approach her entourage, spending significant time with them in the process. It should be said that the results were favorable. She had made quite a bit of progress with Ophis, as she was less rigid about showing emotions and could now reflect her mood in her expressions. He was also aware of the way normal humans spoke, understanding the meaning of various popular sentences and expressions, and had developed a certain attachment to Issei. It's not that it bothered him, but her new appearance made him quite nervous. He could even swear that sometimes he could see a sensual smile on the brunette's face, but he attributed it to his imagination. If only she knew that when the boy spent time with the other girls, she was taught by Penemu in the art of seduction. I didn't know that there would be quite a few problems in the future because of that. With Rosswise, their relationship was better than ever, as they had become a little more accustomed to the idea of being a couple. Both had overcome the initial shyness of not knowing how to behave with the other. Issei didn't have much experience with Rias, since she had things her own way, with kisses and attempts at seduction being what usually ruled her life. Ross Wise had no experience, so she asked the others for advice to avoid moments of clumsiness with the brunette. Since Gabriel and Valerie were the ones who contributed the most to the cause, watching many romance movies undoubtedly provided them with some knowledge in the area. Now they could hold hands when they went out to the park, share a caress, a fleeting kiss, or simply spend the day curled up on the couch watching a movie. Those moments alone meant a lot to both of them. In terms of magic, thanks to the help of Rosswise, she was able to make significant progress, improving her dress break to a true combat technique. He learned several spells and theoretically managed to create a couple of new techniques. It should be said that after the ritual, his perversion had disappeared. That was something that everyone was grateful for in a way. They were aware of the boy's former reputation. Although he had incredible qualities, his perversion somewhat overshadowed his true nature. Now they saw someone loyal, brave, determined, unwavering, and who did not hesitate to protect those important to him. He was also funny, attentive, gentle, and understanding. Without a doubt a great boy. With Gabriel he polished his hand-to-hand combat, the rook piece he had chosen when determining the Seraph's offensive qualities. She combined that with short-range light weapons, and adding her great speed, made her an enemy to fear. They also achieved a rapprochement in their relationship. He could see that despite her naive way of being, she was someone astute and intelligent when she put her mind to it. Griselda began to instruct him in the use of the sword. She discovered that the boy had more technique than Zenobia, although she was less refined than her former teammate Kibayuto. He was able to realize this when he began to master the exercises that she gave him. Even if he had never directly wielded Ashkelon, he followed her instructions to the letter without problems. If he continued like this, he would possibly become like the first user of Durandal, since the boy's strong points were his offensive and defensive power, although his speed was the issue to be discussed, since there he had real problems. A good relationship was formed between the two, talking about trivial topics and sometimes about anecdotes about the nun, remembering some peculiar missions. Likewise, the brunette told him some of the contracts he made, even addressing the issue of Miltan. The exorcist had a face of disbelief when listening to the story. She even looked slightly disturbed, but then she forgot about it. With Penemu things were different, since she was more liberal. They normally went out in their free time, either to a cafe in the city or shopping downtown. Thanks to all his income, he did not suffer much. In training they used to fight completely, that is, they used magic, swords and hand-to-hand combat. It should be said that at first Issei received a beating every time, although in the end the fallen healed his wounds almost with dedication. She had also discovered something about her and Gabriel when she took them both to karaoke. They both had incredible voices. This confirmed the idea that had formed in his mind a long time ago. So after talking to the fallen, she agreed to help him with his project, while Gabriel signed up more out of curiosity than anything else. Things had improved with Valerie too. Thanks to Rosswise's teachings, he was now able to use offensive attacks as well as barrier spells. The Valkyrie had helped him completely control his magic, since it increased after receiving the Bishop piece, and in the library of Issei's private office he found several interesting spells, which he was already beginning to master. They both had a good approach. Valerie was kind and calm, while the brunette had developed a certain tact when addressing not only her, but the others. That helped the girls start to trust him. Currently, the red-eyed blonde was perfecting a small discovered skill of her, sacred gear. Zombie kamikaze. This consisted of creating small zombies that clung to the rival and then exploded. She used an incomplete version, since the original function is to use spirits of past heroes to have their own combative abilities, and use the explosion as a final blow. For this reason, both had agreed not to play with the souls of the dead. Moving on to the musical band project, he along with the other members had improved incredibly. Even the brunette swore that he played his guitar better than before. Everything seemed to indicate that as a dragon, learning new things as well as assimilating new information to enrich his knowledge was something natural. At least that's what I wanted to think. But the truth is that unbeknownst to him, this was due to something else that he would learn later. At this moment, the brunette was standing watching how the Teeps girl summoned her little zombies to control them from a distance. The training consisted of increasing the number each time he adapted to a certain amount, since when he lost concentration they became very clumsy. Taking into account that they were unusually fast, he had to improve this very useful skill. Well, let's take a break, the brunette informed. Valerie opened her eyes, before taking a breath as the 20 zombies disappeared underground. You are improving. If you manage to control 50, then you will be able to use them at a higher level, Even if you only summon 10, they will put the enemy in serious trouble. The boy praised with a warm smile. The girl blushed at the compliment, then smiled shyly. It seems like a job came up, he mentioned when he felt the call of one of his pamphlets. Can I accompany you? I'm curious to know what the contracts are like, the girl asked timidly. The boy looked at her surprised, before nodding with a small smile. Thus they both disappeared in a magic circle. Thanks to Graphia, he had had several contracts in different places in France and Italy, while his usual clients had made their contract with the house of Securiute, when they found out that it was no longer part of the Gremery clan. Rome. Italy. The brunette and the blonde had appeared in what looked like a study. It had books and strange objects that almost seemed historical, or taken from some oddities stall. Hello? Did someone invoke the help of a demon? He spoke with a little doubt, looking around the place. Boom. They both turned towards the source of the noise, managing to distinguish a subject under a small mountain of books. Sorry, sometimes I'm a little clumsy, hee. The stranger laughed, while the brunette and the blonde had a drop on the back of their neck. Together they managed to get the stranger out of where he was imprisoned. I'm sorry for my first impression, my name is Nikolai, I'm a collector. The subject introduced himself. Brown hair and fine face, apparently 40 years old. He was wearing a white suit, leaning on a cane with a reddish crystal in the handle. So you requested our services. What do you need? The brunette asked politely. When asked, the man put on a serious expression, while pointing to a rather long box that was on a desk. It should be said that the candles in the place reminded him of the occult research club. You see, 2 weeks ago I acquired that package at an auction, but for some reason I can't open it, he explained while running his hand over the all for honor mentioned package. The brunette analyzed him with his gaze, feeling something supernatural in him. The information said that it was some kind of ancient treasure, or rather a relic. He continued with his explanation. The Dampire Felter, sacred gear, reacts slightly to what the box contained. I thought it could be protected with magic, that's why I called them. The subject concluded. I see, I can definitely perceive something inside that box, he said, bringing his left hand closer. In a flash the boosted gear appeared, surprising the trio. Not only that, but some letters were beginning to be visible on the surface of the case. Only its original owner will be able to claim what is inside, Issei read. The blonde and the collector blinked at what the boy said, since they didn't see anything strange in the box. What are you talking about? The subject asked with doubt. Issei looked at him in confusion, shifting his gaze to the girl, who also looked confused. They can't see the writing, Drake's voice reported in his mind. I see, only I could read that, he muttered to himself. The observers did not understand what he said. You see, those words are engraved on the surface, but apparently only I can see them, he informed them. Faced with this information, the subject put on an expression of disbelief. Feeling a little disappointed, the Dampire also shared the same sentiment, to some extent. It would be great to know who its original owner was, the brunette murmured with a sigh, as the boosted gear disappeared. At that moment, a rather striking glow emerged from his pocket. Taking his hand inside, he extracted the case of its pieces, opening it and being able to see how his remaining knight floated out of it. Valerie felt an ability of the Sephiroth Grail activate for no apparent reason. Soul Call. His body glowed, before the light blinded both men in the room. When the glow stopped and they could look around, the trio dropped their jaws to the ground. In front of them, the ethereal figure of a young blonde with green eyes was floating, while she looked at them with some curiosity. She wore white robes and a wreath of laurels. Who are you? He asked with some authority. The man felt intimidated at once. The Dampire was slightly startled at the tone used by the unknown girl. The brunette looked at her impassively, having heard that tone before he was quite used to it. My name is Hyodo Issei. What is your name? He asked in a firm and polite tone. The girl analyzed him with her eyes, before drawing an imperceptible smile. You have courage, I like that, he mentioned, letting his smile be seen more openly. The brunette was internally quite intrigued. He still couldn't understand how this happened, but he was getting the idea that it was the work of the opportunity piece. He felt like they could cause him problems in the near future, although he wasn't entirely sure. I am Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. He introduced himself with a superior pose. The man dropped his jaw to the ground. The young woman, Bishop, seemed confused about the name, since it sounded more masculine. The brunette had a somewhat similar train of thought, but he didn't show it, so he limited himself to nodding out of mere instinct. "Wow, I thought you would be more surprised when you heard my name," he complained with a slight pout. "Well, I was more surprised to see a spirit face to face, although that does not compare with everything I have seen," Issei explained with a hand on his chin, in a classic pensive pose. The spirit blinked in doubt. What could be more incredible than seeing the spirit of a deceased person as well as talking to it? "If you're wondering, I've met angels, fallen angels, the Yandai Mao of the underworld and the odd mythological god, not to mention that I'm a dragon," he mentioned absent-mindedly. The man and the female spirit looked at him in disbelief. "Whatever, what did they call me for?" he asked, recovering from his disbelief, mentally cursing his little stutter. "Well, I'm sure you probably know what's inside that case," he said, pointing to the box. The blonde directed her gaze to where the boy was pointing, opening her eyes at the familiar feeling. Regaining control of her emotions, she addressed the boy, since she deduced that he was the one with the highest rank of authority in that room. "Maybe," he pronounced cautiously. "Don't worry, it was just a small doubt. That means that you are its original owner, I see." He spoke in a conciliatory tone, and then explained the conclusion he reached. He glanced out of the corner of his eye to see his knight still floating between him and the spirit. "I have a proposal for you. Agree to be a member of my team and I will bring you back." He launched his proposal. The subject did not know what was happening, so it was better to stay out of it. Valerie opened her eyes at what the brunette said. Without a doubt, this was a totally unexpected turn of events. Then he began to analyze what had happened. First, one of Issei pieces emerged from its case with a life of its own. And then his sacred gear was activated. The moment he put the pieces of the puzzle together, his eyes widened as he realized what it meant. The same thing happened with her. The ethereal blonde had been selected as a candidate to be part of Issei's peerage. While all this was happening, the other blonde had a distraught expression, before bursting out laughing loudly. Pfff. Ha! Laughed uncontrollably. Faced with that reaction, the boy did not show any change in his expression. "Ha ha ha, good joke. Ugh, well, if you can do it, return me to the world of the living, then I swear to serve you faithfully, master, ha 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 ha," he pronounced before laughing again. However, deep down, he really wished that the boy was able to fulfill what he said. If he could live again, he wouldn't mind being under the brunette's command. "Valerie," was the only thing the brunette said. "Huh. You're sure?" "I have never done it of my own free will," he said with quite a bit of doubt. Despite having achieved Balance Breaker, she did not dare to use it for fear of making a mistake and only used it in the past when she was forced by RageRevan to revive the evil dragons. "I trust you. I know you will do excellent," the boy encouraged, putting his hand on the shoulder. The blonde blushed slightly. Did the brunette really have that much faith in her? Seeing his look, something inside her did not want to let him down. After all, thanks to him, she was becoming strong. "Okay, here we go," he exclaimed with total decision. He put his hands together, as if he were praying. Balance Breaker. Body and Soul Resurrection. An incredible golden light completely covered the place. The blonde, who was slowly recovering from her fit of laughter, felt her body begin to tingle, instantly alarming her. Minutes passed, until the light began to slowly extinguish. Once everything was over, the brunette, the blonde, and the brown-haired man could see a person standing in front of them. It must be said that the man almost fainted from the shock. The blonde was breathing hard. That ability had drained her magic completely, but it had worked. The brunette just smiled satisfied. There, in front of them, was no longer a spirit, but a person of flesh and blood, who had an expression of total stupefaction. Awkwardly and in disbelief, he began to examine his body, while tears began to run down his face. There was no doubt. She was alive. Looking up, she was met with a pair of honey-colored eyes that were looking at her with some amusement. In a rush, she approached the boy, and in a quick movement she had pressed her lips with his, which, by the way, his eyes were wide open. Suck. A wet sound escaped both of them as they separated, while the boy was totally disoriented and with a monumental blush. Then he moved closer to her ear. "From this moment I belong to you, body and soul, master," he whispered in a sensual tone. Poor Issei couldn't stand it and fainted instantly. At that, the girl smiled satisfied. Valerie and Nikolai just watched everything without saying anything. The man was still trying to process what he had seen. The girl, because she had used all her magical power, plus she slightly understood the new girl's feelings. "I guess we should wait for him to wake up," the vampire murmured, slightly blushing at the act. A couple of minutes later, the boy had woken up, and although he was still dazed by the girl's show of gratitude, he proceeded to perform the ritual. "Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family, being from now on my knight." And with that said, the piece it entered his chest. "Wow, this feeling is strange, but not in a bad way," said the newly reincarnated woman, checking her chest. She felt an incredible energy running through her body. In addition to the fact that her senses had improved considerably, she now saw perfectly even though the place was quite dark. "That was amazing and all, but what's going on with my request?" the man asked with irritation, making himself noticed. "I sincerely wanted to end all this once and for all, and now I highly doubted getting involved in the supernatural again." "Oh, it's true, Nero-chan, if you're so kind," the brunette asked the girl. She blinked at the way she was called. "You could call me Nero, that's how I was known, you know," the blonde suggested. "I could, but Nero-chan sounds cuter," the boy answered with a small smile. The blonde blushed at that, but nodded with a slight smile. The boy was undoubtedly interesting. Without wasting any time, he opened the case with ease, removing its contents. As Issei, Valerie and Nikolai watched, the blonde held a scarlet sword. "This is the Estus Estus, the embryonic flame, my personal weapon that I was never able to wield," he said with a certain melancholy. The collector couldn't help but gasp when he saw it. The case had definitely been worth buying. "Incredible, although it gives the sensation of being something similar to a sacred gear," the brunette murmured. "Well, since we're done here, I just have to give them their pay. You can leave the sword on my desk," Nikolai said in a serious tone. "I'm sorry, but I am its original owner, therefore it belongs to me," the blonde replied instantly. The man did not take that comment very well, so he approached the girl in an intimidating manner. "I paid for it, therefore it is part of my property," he hissed with some annoyance. Despite being face to face, the man stood out compared to the much smaller height of the girl of apparent 20 years. He did not even consider her as a possible threat. Issei and Valerie widened their eyes slightly at the change in attitude on the part of the contractor, but assumed that that was his true face. Returning to the man and the revived blonde, they looked each other in the eyes with hostility, until the girl smiled maliciously. "Good, then take it," extending the handle to him. At this the man smiled triumphantly, holding the sword. "Ah!" He withdrew his hand when he felt his entire body burning inside, falling to his knees. "Only I can wield it. The box was a protection so that power-hungry idiots would not perish pathetically," he said, walking towards the brunette and the vampire. The man slowly stood up, sending them an angry look. "This is how our agreement ends. It was a pleasure." The brunette said goodbye with a slight bow before disappearing with both blondes. "Arg! Damn!" Nikolai exclaimed with fury, starting to destroy the place in his outburst. Underworld. Dragon Castle. In a magic circle, the brunette appeared with his companions inside the building. Right now the trio was in the training field, which had been the place from which they had teleported. "We have returned, now we must introduce you to the other members," the brunette said in a calm tone. "Good, but I need a change of clothes," said the blonde knight, examining her tunic. "I think I can help you with that. I know a spell to create clothes, I can use it on you. Just think about how you want to look," the brunette offered. The boy pointed his right hand at her when the girl accepted his proposal. A magic circle appeared above her, slowly descending as it transformed the girl's clothes. When everything was over, the brunette tried to control his huge blush. Even Valerie blushed because of the clothes Nero was wearing. Her hair was arranged in a bun with a braid around it, all adorned with a red ribbon. He was wearing a type of long-sleeved vest with decorations on the cuffs, whose shoulders were attached to the neck, leaving a neckline on his chest and back. A corset-shaped belt that hugged her hips to just below her breasts. It had an opening in the front where it was fastened with 3 clasps, revealing a white garment under it, while in the back it had a single clasp and the opening reached up to the lower part of her back, showing her white skin. She wore a skirt made of transparent lace-like fabric, which showed off her apparent underwear, and over it she wore a cape that reached her ankles. To finish his outfit, he wore golden greaves on his legs, while his sword was placed on his back. That vision was enough to send the boy back into unconsciousness, who had managed to babble a beautiful, loud enough for both girls. This provoked two different reactions. On the one hand, Nera smiled proudly when she saw what she did to her master. On the other hand, Valerie felt upset without knowing the reason, but she was sure of one thing. She didn't like it in the least that the brunette said words to Nera that he hasn't said to her. Leaving that strange environment, the new girl took the brunette carefully, resting him on her shoulder, and then looked for the room of what the red-eyed blonde had told her was a small castle. Valerie gave a sigh before leading her, since she had to meet the entire group first. The blonde smiled. It seems that this time she could enjoy her life better. Castle room. I am Neru. I was chosen to wear the Knight piece and remain next to Master. It was his peculiar presentation before the Issei's entourage. Everyone raised an eyebrow at the words of the girl dressed in red, all except Ophis, who was going through everything while clinging to the brunette's arm. Curiously, despite having a neutral expression, she had a blush and a pink aura surrounding her, but if one looked closely one could make out a small smile on her lips. Once everyone had processed the introduction of the new girl, they each introduced themselves to her. Well, I think I should explain some things to you so that you are informed, the brunette said, addressing her. Nair just nodded before grabbing his arm and literally tearing him out of Ophis's grasp. The dragon goddess only blinked as she stopped feeling the boy's limb in her arms. I wonder, what kind of things will I learn from Master? He whispered in her ear with a small seductive smile. The poor boy blushed, before feeling a shiver run down his spine. It didn't take a genius to know that this was due to a certain annoying dragon goddess. He was far from knowing that Ophis was the least of his problems, since Rosswise, Valerie, Gabriel and to a lesser extent Penemu and Griselda emanated a dark aura that would make Surzex himself in his released form recoil in terror. He didn't have the opportunity to turn around and see that terrifying scenario, since the blonde hadn't let him or react, so they were now in the hallways of the place. However, that didn't stop the girls from exploding. Hyodo Issei was the scream that echoed throughout the castle. He asked me if I'll stay alive until graduation, he said in a defeated tone as the blonde continued dragging him. Another day I arrived in the city of Kuo, and in a certain residence a mage and a Nekashu had just arrived after a long mission with Valley Lucifer, the current Hakuryuko. At this moment, both of them had a look of doubt on their faces. After all, the Nekashu did not detect the aura of a certain resident and owner of the place, which she communicated to her companion. It being so early, he should be sleeping in his room, but even his scent was faint, indicating that he had been away for at least a few weeks. For some time, the two had realized how the boy was being displaced, something that filled them with a certain disappointment towards the members of the occult club. And it was no wonder. After all, the girls had shown strong feelings for him, but it seemed that after everything he did for them, they simply stopped caring. Kuroka felt greatly disappointed in her little sister. Lu Fei frowned at the girl's whims. In complete silence, they both looked at each other before nodding and disappearing in a magical circle, hoping to locate the brunette. Several hours later, Kuo Academy Music Club. A certain group of students was in the music club room. At this moment they were in the middle of their daily practice, although what stood out most currently was that Issei was singing. Apparently they had expanded the repertoire with several songs that required a male voice, or at least someone who could interpret them. And since all the songs they had listed were recommended by the boy, everyone voted for him to join the voices that would perform them. For now they were playing random songs. The brunette had looked for some on the internet that they used for practice. They were so concentrated at that moment that they did not notice a certain quintet of students passing by in the hallway, who upon hearing the music felt quite attracted, meeting the group of Issei, who were finishing the song. The brunette skillfully ran the strings of his guitar before approaching the microphone. Once he finished, a series of applause caught the group's attention. At the door, there were several boys. The brunette looked at them curiously, while Kiryu tensed slightly when he recognized them. Wow, that was a good performance, praised a boy with light brown hair and matching blue eyes. Many otakus would be cheering them right now without a doubt, another spoke, with black hair and chocolate eyes. They were fantastic, raising his thumb, a boy with dark blue hair and golden eyes. Giving a nod, a boy with blonde hair and black eyes. It seems that this year the festival will be quite lively, a boy with reddish hair and green eyes said enthusiastically. The group looked at them a little confused, until the brunette spoke. They are the independent group that will play with us at the festival, he said, clarifying the doubts of the others. I see, I'm glad you like our music, the brunette said with a carefree smile. With all this in mind, I think we should introduce ourselves. My name is Sango Hibiki, the one with reddish hair introduced himself, smiling. Kongo Akira, a pleasure, the light brown man introduced himself with a slight bow. Mishima-ken, the blonde said, raising his hand in greeting. Urara Ryuzuki, the black-haired one introduced himself with a big smile. Kobe Shinji, the blue-haired man introduced himself with a thumbs up and a very curious, confident look. The group related to the supernatural approached the quintet, while the brunette felt a non-existent tension in the atmosphere. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyodo Issei, he introduced himself with a small smile that was well received by the boys. Saji Genshiro, hello, the blonde greeted. Tomo Meguri, my pleasure, the reddish-brown girl said with a smile. Tsubasa Yura, raising his hand. Kiryu Aika, he introduced himself with slight nervousness. The blue-haired boy looked thoughtful at the names, before comically widening his eyes when he realized who they were. Oh, without a doubt you are an interesting group, he commented with a small laugh. The so-called perverted beast, the Fukukaishu of the student council, 2 members of said council and Asiya-chan's best friend, the brunette mentioned in surprise. Well, I can't change the past, but at least I can say that my current interests have another, much more important motivation, the brunette mentioned with unusual seriousness in his voice. The quintet, as well as their own group, opened their eyes in disbelief, before noticing his gaze and seeing that he was serious. Wow. I can only say that changing is for men, the blue-haired man said with a thumbs up. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, but now we must go to our own rehearsal, the reddish-haired boy said goodbye. The others began to say goodbye, leaving the place towards their destination. They're nice, the brunette said out of nowhere. The others nodded, except the brunette. Hyodo, do you at least know who they are? He asked cautiously. The all for honor mention just looked at her with confusion. Ah. The red-haired one is Tujo-san's boyfriend, the brown-haired one is Asiya's, the blonde one is Zenovia's, and the blue-haired one is Irina's, he clarified with some concern. The others tensed when they heard what the girl said, passing their gaze to the brunette, who had a hand on his chin, giving the impression of being in deep thought. Oh, that's why they seemed familiar to me, he exclaimed at the realization. To everyone's surprise, he had a small self-sufficient smile, as if remembering that was a great achievement. I see, I guess this will be interesting, he murmured, crossing his arms while nodding to himself. Nobody really expected this. Everyone expected the boy to feel bad, not this poor reaction. A general thought came to their minds, and this was that the brunette masked his true feelings to deal with his problems, not knowing how far they were from the true reason. Hyodo, didn't what Kiryu-san said affect you at all? Saji asked with slight concern. The brunette gave them a look full of doubt, before it changed to one of understanding. I appreciate your concern, but if I'm honest, it doesn't affect me in the slightest, he clarified with a small smile. The girls present blushed slightly at the sincere smile that the boy gave them. I don't understand, commented a perplexed Saji. I'll just tell you that due to supernatural reasons what I felt for them disappeared, and they are also nice, he finished saying, leaving his companions with serious doubts. Then someone remembered a certain topic they had talked about a while ago, so they thought this was a good opportunity to resolve a small doubt they had. Does the girl you mentioned to us have anything to do with it? Tomo asked with a raised eyebrow. Being caught completely off guard, the boy blushed before looking away. Well. It might have something to do with it, he muttered uncomfortably, feeling like a deer caught in the spotlight. This reaction was due to the fact that he was from his own entourage, and the fact that someone else knew about his relationship with Ross Weiss girl made him shy. It should be said that given this reaction, the girls were perplexed, while Saji laughed lightly. At that moment the school bell rang. Well, since everything was explained, I'm going to leave, I have things to do, the brunette spoke before putting away his instrument and taking his things to quickly leave the classroom. Good luck, Tiger, the brunette with glasses exclaimed with a malicious tone. The poor boy almost stumbled at the door, but managed to pull himself together and disappear from the place. Wow. And I'm worrying about nothing, said the Citri boy with a small smile. Hyodo has matured, it seems like yesterday when he was still escaping from the kendo club, the brunette mentioned wistfully as she continued looking where the boy had disappeared. Our world made him mature, believe it or not, he is a quite recognized figure, Tomo said, taking his things. The girl remembered at that time that the Oppi Dragon series competed with Miracle Leviathan in terms of audience, both being famous programs in the underworld. HMP. He has become quite a man, Tsubasa added with a small smile. The trio thought about it. The facet that had been shown to them for a month was really attractive to them. At this train of thought the girls blushed. The blonde just denied in a funny way, before taking his things and leaving the place. Streets of Kuo. The brunette was lost in his thoughts, undoubtedly knowing that those boys were the girls' partners was something he did not expect. But as he had told the girls in the band and Saji, that was really something that didn't affect him in the slightest. They had even seemed like good guys to him. Putting those thoughts aside, he couldn't help but sigh at the brunette's last comments. That girl was truly someone to be feared. Suddenly he stopped. Looking at the deserted street, he realized that he was inside a barrier. He heightened his senses, before feeling something on his back. Boing. Something big, soft, and warm. Thanks to his previous experience, he knew instantly what it was, so he blushed like crazy before feeling a pair of arms surround him. It's good to see you again. Sekyutei-chan Naya, a voice purred in his ear, making him shiver. Kuroka, he articulated with difficulty, as he felt how the named one was becoming more attached to him. As best he could, the brunette escaped the Nekish's grip, before taking a few steps away and turning to face the girl. She just smiled flirtatiously at him, while the little blonde next to her denied the brunette's behavior. It's good to see them again, he said with a small smile once he had overcome the Nico Mata's assault. We are also happy to see you, Issei-sama, the little magician also said, smiling. At that moment, the Nekishu erased her flirtatious smile. Now I want to know why there are almost no traces of your presence in your house, asked an unusually serious Kuroka. The brunette smiled at the question. He had noticed the concern filtering into the girl's voice. Likewise, the little magician looked at him with quite a bit of concern. As the only response, the boy approached them both. When he was one step away from them, a magic circle shone under the trio's feet, to disappear from the place. Underworld, Dragon Castle. Issei and his companions appeared at the entrance to the castle. Like the previous times, the boy was able to glimpse a look of astonishment on the part of the girls at the imposing building. It was really becoming a habit, although he had to accept that it was still fun. Without wasting time, the three entered the place. They went up the stairs, reaching the second floor, walking down a hallway that took them to the living room, where they could see a certain Valkyrie playing poker with Penemu and Valerie, instantly noticing the absence of Griselda, Gabriel, Neru and Ophis. The boy coughed lightly to get the trio's attention. The first to react to his presence was Rosswise, whose face lit up when he saw him. Issei. He stood up with a smile, approaching the boy before hugging him. Chew. They both shared a tender kiss, which made them forget about their surroundings. Without a doubt, this was one of the things that the boy liked the most, being greeted by a beautiful girl when he arrived home, and above all, being greeted with a kiss full of love. No doubt Matsuda and Motohama would die of envy if they knew. The act lasted for several seconds, and would continue like this if it weren't for Ahem. The Fallen's intervention brought them to reality. The couple separated quite embarrassed. They really isolated themselves from everyone when they shared affection. It had already happened to them a couple of times on their walks around the city. Same reason why the boy blushed when he forgot that they had visitors. Speaking of them, Kuroka had an incredulous look at what she had seen, while Lu Fei had her eyes wide open. This was something they had not expected. I think there are things that I should explain to you, things that happened while you were away, hee, the boy said with a nervous laugh, placing a hand on the back of his neck. Both girls nodded mechanically before settling down on a couch, while the boy proceeded to tell them the latest events that had occurred since the ritual. It should be said that Kuroka and Lu Fei frowned several times at what they heard, although knowing the boy's new status left them with their jaws on the floor. When he got to the point that he had received his set of pieces, coincidentally the rest of his noble title had arrived in the room. Kuroka was surprised at the diversity of species that Issei had in its entourage. Lu Fei was also surprised, but that didn't stop her from being happy that the boy had achieved his goals. After that, a deep silence reigned in the place, while Kuroka remained calm and Lu Fei instantly noticed the growing tension. The girls, just as they had arrived, had left. They all had contracts to fulfill and they did not want to lose contractors. Rosswise, Penemu and Valerie had also been summoned by their current contractors, so currently only the three of them were in the castle. Meanwhile, the Nico Mata now stood with her arms crossed and her eyes closed, causing the boy to become uncomfortable. Whether by instinct, or by what he experienced with Penemu, he had an idea of what was possibly going through the girl's mind. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't interested in joining her in his entourage, since outside of her rebellious and debauched attitude, Kuroka was a good girl. Plus, now that her crimes were forgiven for helping in the war, her power would be highly coveted. He wanted to have her under his protection, plus he always enjoyed her company, and something deep down didn't want to let her go. He was brought out of his thoughts when the girl opened her eyes, before flashing a flirtatious smile. Glow. From his pocket emerged a glow well known to the boy, so he took out the case of his pieces, from which emerged the rook piece that he still had. It floated in front of the nekashu, as if responding to the girl's feelings. "I take it that this is what you want," he said with complete seriousness. The blonde was surprised by the tone used by the boy, as well as his expression. Instead, the brunette just smiled slightly before nodding. "Naya," was the only thing he expressed in response. "Kuroka, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family. From this moment on you are my rook," the boy finished reciting. The piece glowed before sinking into the brunette's chest. Pop! A sound caught the trio's attention. At the brunette's feet were a couple of pieces of bishop. These showed cracks and a certain level of deterioration, indicating that they had been used a long time ago. The boy raised them to observe them seriously, understanding that this was one of the ties that tied Kuroka to her past. Shifting her gaze to the Nikomata, she could see small tears beginning to form in his eyes, before she grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him towards her. "Chew!" The boy opened his eyes in surprise, dropping the pieces of the print before unconsciously wrapping his hands around the brunette's waist to increase his closeness to her. In response, the nekashu deepened the act when she realized this. It must be said that the little magician, who had witnessed the reincarnation ritual with fascination, was now completely red at the act that was taking place before her eyes. Once they both separated, the boy immediately fell unconscious and with his eyes spiraling, completely blushing. Kuroka gave her a warm and tender look, which left LeFay's eyes wide open, since she had never seen the brunette smile that way. Although changing that expression to a more mischievous one while licking his hand caused a drop to form on the back of his neck. 1 hour later. At this moment, the boy was in his private office looking through some comments from the contractors regarding the girls, although he frowned slightly at the lustful comments of some. Placing them back on his desk, he summoned his instrument, and got up from his couch to head to the small recording studio he had built a couple of weeks ago. He turned on the system before entering the chamber, where he took a seat while he plugged in his guitar. "I really needed this," he thought with slight nostalgia as he put on some over-ear headphones. At that moment he remembered the days he spent at home playing his instrument. Without a doubt they were good times when he didn't have any worries. By pressing the start button, the chosen song started. He started playing the riff, without noticing how the girls in his entourage had arrived a few seconds ago, which Penemu took advantage of to configure the console so that they could listen to the song outside. Rosswise had also activated his phone's camera, starting to record since the boy had put on his headphones. They all marveled at the way the boy had started playing the guitar. Neru and Ophis, being the ones who had the least knowledge about modern instruments, were in awe of the boy's skills, observing the skillful movement of his fingers intently. Then, he approached the microphone. The girls were speechless. They didn't know that the boy had such a good voice, except for Gabriel and Penemu, who had already heard him when he took them to karaoke. Even though the song was in a foreign language, they could understand it perfectly due to the influence of their pieces. Even LeFay, thanks to a spell that was applied a long time ago due to her missions in different parts of the world, could understand the lyrics. The brunette kept his eyes on the strings. He did not look up as he had gotten carried away by the song, getting lost in the lyrics. Same reason why he didn't notice his audience, even as Rosswise recorded him with his phone. The boy stood up from his seat while swinging his guitar in an impulse movement, as if attracting the attention of a non-existent audience, or so he thought. Thus starting the guitar solo. The girls were enthralled by the grades the boy achieved. Rosswise was beginning to believe that his recording was worth gold, which is why he already considered it his little treasure. With a few last notes the song ended, while the boy kept his eyes closed, holding his guitar, and then sighed. He looked up, to be surprised to see his entourage through the glass of the cabin. It should be said that they looked at him with total admiration, making him a little uncomfortable. Disconnecting his instrument, and leaving the cabin, only to be greeted by a hug and a kiss from the Valkyrie, and then congratulated by several girls at the same time. That was incredible. Gabriel exclaimed excitedly. I didn't know you had that talent, Issei-san, Griselda said with a small smile. Maybe I don't understand much about these times, but you are undoubtedly incredible, Master, Nara praised with crossed arms. I'm glad to be with you, Issei Naya, while clinging to his arm. I always knew you had many qualities. With a smile and a small blush, the Valkyrie spoke sincerely. Ofufu, Issei brings out the best in him. Ophis's sensual side made him a little nervous, especially at these moments when she was also clinging to his other arm. I have always known that Issei-sama is incredible, Luffei said with admiration. Issei-san is great, was Valerie's comment. The boy blushed at the different comments from the girls. He really didn't expect to receive so many compliments in terms of his guitar skill. But shaking off that feeling, he proceeded to approach his desk again, taking a seat at it. This action caught the attention of the girls, especially the serious expression on his face. I'm going to take advantage now that they're all here, since I have absolute confidence in them, the boy began. Rosswise tensed slightly at the boy's serious tone. Would he tell them about what happened to him? Or perhaps it would just clarify details of his peerage title. There's something you should know about me, especially my previous relationship with Rias Gremery and what happened before receiving the opportunity piece, he said, catching everyone's attention immediately. Ophis, although she already knew, there were details that she did not know, and with her new facet, curiosity arose in her. Rosswise showed a slightly dejected expression. She hoped that the others would not be so affected by it. Gabriel felt a little uncomfortable. Due to the feeling of regret that she felt in the boy, something told her that what she was going to hear would not be pretty. Griselda felt slightly anxious. Now she would know what led the boy to change so drastically. Penemu was also quite interested. Valerie was also interested. She wanted to know what really happened for the boy to get rid of the deep feelings he had for the members of the Gremery group. Nero had a bad feeling. That boy who had earned his respect and loyalty showed a slightly gloomy face. Kuroka only had a slightly bitter expression. Luffei had a sad expression. I say this for those who don't know, but I am a complete dragon. After being revived by the power of Ophis and the flesh and blood of Great Red, he began with his explanation. Everyone knew it, even Valerie had heard it a long time ago. The only one who didn't know for sure was Neru. She only remembered the boy's comment before reliving it. This includes having its advantages and disadvantages. I will not go into details since I just want to make one point, he continued with his explanation. They all saw how he looked up at the ceiling with a slightly dull look. There are certain events that greatly affect a dragon, especially love. This part caught everyone's attention. Then he lowered his gaze and looked at them with eyes full of disappointment that were not directed at them. As a dragon, when your partner betrays you or a deep love is not reciprocated, you begin to die slowly. This phenomenon is known as the fall of the dragon, he explained with almost mortal seriousness. They all opened their eyes at the realization of where the boy wanted to go. Except Rosswise and Ophis. That's what happened to me a month ago. I couldn't stand the loneliness and I became a Detenryu, to fall, he pointed out, earning amazed looks from all of them. They never expected that a race as powerful as the dragons would have that weak point, but they remembered that the dragons were powerful masses of energy, so surely their feelings had a lot of influence on their bodies. For a long time I was left aside by Rias Gremery, Himejima Akeno, Asia Argento, Tujo Koneko, Zenobia Corda, Shido Irina and Ravel Phoenix. The girls I fell in love with and who accepted me as I was, he continued, although a small resigned smile could be seen on his lips. He had named them that way because he didn't feel as familiar with them as before, something that all the girls noticed instantly. I gave them everything I had, helping them in everything I could, but in the end they left me alone, closing their eyes with a certain melancholy. They all looked down at those words. Without a doubt the boy had had a bad time. For that reason my power began to poison me from within. When I remembered a single moment with them, my heart received damage from being squeezed physically and emotionally, opening his eyes and looking at the desk. Those who were to some extent unaware of their situation felt sad at those words. Drake told me that only by forgetting them could he save me. He raised his gaze to the ceiling. Rosswise clenched his fist slightly at the memory of how he had done it. Ophis already knew the way, but what she didn't know was how the boy had agreed to get rid of his feelings, since all the dragons that fell refused to be saved. The others looked at him, waiting for him to continue. At the time I came to think that I couldn't and that dying wasn't such a bad idea, since I wanted them to have remorse for being guilty of my death, he mentioned in a calm tone. At the boy's words, everyone widened their eyes. Did he really want to die? But I remembered the few people who recognized me, among them Rosswise, Ophis, Kuroka and Lefei, who never left me alone, he clarified with a small smile directed at the named girls. Rosswise blushed furiously when she learned that detail. Ophis felt happy at that she was part of the reason why he decided to live made him immensely happy. The brunette had become someone special to her, although that strange feeling every time they were alone really intrigued her. Kuroka was smiling shyly with a small blush. She certainly wasn't expecting this. Lefei had also blushed, but that didn't stop her from smiling at the boy's words. That prompted me not to give up, so by performing a special ritual I got rid of those feelings, he finished giving his explanation. Everyone had regained their spirits upon hearing those last words. Issei-sen, what kind of ritual made that possible? The exorcist asked with quite a bit of intrigue. One that no other dragon has done, since they chose the option that I discarded, he clarified without giving more details. They all nodded, not very satisfied, but taking note of having a serious talk with a certain redhead and her group. Don't worry, that's already in the past, so you shouldn't keep negative feelings from them. Moving on to another point, it's time for you to get to know each other on another level, he said with a small, amused smile. As I expected to see everyone's reaction to Ophis' presence. The girls were surprised at the boy's request. He was undoubtedly someone with a big heart, since it was incredible that he did not hold any grudge against the person who was about to kill him. Although the brunette's second comment set off the alarms of certain girls, see Penemu, Neru and Kuroka, who blushed when they heard the phrase that spoke of knowing each other on another level. The boy had a drop on the back of his neck when he saw how those named had a small trickle of blood emerging from their nose. I was talking about revealing some secrets, nothing perverted in case you were wondering, he clarified with a twitch on his eyebrow. The others quickly understood the nature of the comment, getting an idea of what the trio of women were thinking, making the others blush. Another point that I must clarify is that the ritual stripped me of any type of corruption, that included my perversion, he said with a flat and expressionless face. Kuroka and Lefei turned their heads towards the boy quickly, while showing disbelief in their eyes, as if hoping that what they said before was a joke. But the expression of understanding on the part of Gabriel, Griselda, Penemu and Valerie confirmed that what he said was true. That explained their reaction when the Nikomata hit him from behind, since they didn't feel the lust that he always projected when faced with that type of physical contact, but rather a timid reaction. Rosswise had already realized this a long time ago, she being the first. It may be true, but the time we spent together you always behaved like a gentleman with me, Rosswise added with a small smile. The boy blushed at the comment, looking away and scratching his cheek somewhat uncomfortably. Anyway, girls, drop the costume, he asked once he controlled his blush. At this, Kuroka, Lefei, and Nera blinked in confusion. The first to reveal herself was Gabriel. Her body grew in certain areas, she was wearing tight jeans and a white tank top. It should be said that they highlighted her now voluptuous body. A halo appeared on his head as 12 golden wings emerged from his back, and his aura returned to normal as well as his power. Next was Penemu. She recovered all her pronounced curves. She was wearing baggy jeans on the hips and a black t-shirt that exposed her stomach. 12 black wings emerged on his back as his aura returned to what it was before and his power felt stronger. The last one was Ophis. She just returned her aura to normal as a bit of her true power seeped into the room. Nero was surprised to see an angel in the group, especially when he saw the 12 wings, indicating that it was a seraphim. He then noticed his other companion, recognizing her nature as a fallen of the same level. She would be lying if she said she didn't feel slightly intimidated by the aura of power each of them had, but due to her pride she didn't show it. Kuroka was also surprised to recognize the two women, wondering how the brunette could add them to his entourage. Lefei felt admired by the boy. Without a doubt he was someone incredible, since he had been able to unite two members of the high command of two factions to his group. Oblivious to the expression of slight surprise on the three girls, Penemu was analyzing her wings since she was a 10 when she was recruited by Issei. Shaking his thoughts, he supposed the piece had something to do with it. However, nothing prepared them for what followed. All of them, except Rosswise, had their jaws on the floor. Valerie, upon recognizing his aura, was left with an expression of total shock. Gabriel couldn't believe it. Kuroka's eyes were wide. Griselda had frozen. Unable to help it, Nera trembled slightly. She could feel his level of power and knew that this person was in another league. If he previously believed that the angel, the fallen, and the Nikomata were powerful, the red-eyed brunette had no comparison. Penemu couldn't believe her eyes either. Lu Fei couldn't understand what he saw either. And that is, Ophis Ouroboros was Hyodo Issei's queen. Not even in their dreams could they have foreseen it. This was something out of their imagination. The brunette changed her aura again as the power leaks disappeared, while giving them a small, slightly dark smile, which made her look seductive. If before in his lowly form he considered her cute, now she was the representation of one of his old fantasies. He even felt immensely attracted to her. The brunette quickly denied before smiling sadly. It seemed that there was still some perversion in his being. Maybe I should reconsider the idea of having a harem. Shaking off the thought again, he attributed it to his current manly impulses being within the norm. Perhaps. At that moment, everyone reacted. Okay, I didn't expect it. Damn. I don't know what else to say. It was what Penemu article still incredulous. Certainly. This is unexpected, Griselda said with a tight smile. Somehow I feel small, Nera murmured when she saw the bodies of Gabriel and Penemu. If with Ross Wise and the newly united Kuroka she felt slightly self-conscious, now it was revealed that those two were on another level. It seemed that she had better assimilated the idea of such a powerful person being on the boys' team. On the other hand, Valerie didn't know what to say. Wow, who would have thought Naya, despite her surprise, the Nekashu had assimilated it as quickly as the blonde. Knowing the former little goddess's attachment to the boy, it was to be expected that she would want to be with him, becoming a member of her peerage somewhat unlikely, but not impossible. The strongest queen is now in Issei-sama's peerage, surprising, the mage murmured with admiration. The boy waited for them to finish assimilating all that information before speaking again. My queen, the dragon goddess of infinity, Ophis Ouroboros, to whom I gave the name Kurumi, the brunette presented the brunette. Treat me well. Onigi, he spoke with that sensuality that he had been projecting lately. They all blushed instantly at the slightly flirtatious, but elegant tone at the same time. Instead, the boy felt his blood threatening to burst in the form of a nosebleed, but he managed to control himself, although he could only do so thanks to his current low level of perversion. The first to come out of the trance was Penemu, who raised her thumb at her apprentice's presentation. My rook, Seraphim Gabriel. One of the 4 great seraphim of heaven, whom I call Breachan, he introduced the blonde. She raised her hand timidly. My pawn, Penemu. One of Grigory's leaders who bears the title of Cadre, I call her Muchan. It was the purple-haired girl's turn. She raised her hand with a slight smile. Finally, a historical spirit brought to life with the help of the Sephiroth Grail. Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known as Nero. And whom I called Nerachan, he said, referring to the blonde with a bow in her hair. She was wearing jeans with holes at the knees and boots, also an unbuttoned long-sleeved white shirt tied at her waist, revealing a red top underneath. She raised her chest in a pose of superiority, even though inside she was slightly intimidated by the big celebrities in the place. Although that confirmed to him that his master was someone worthy of his loyalty. At the same time, those present, who knew something about history, were surprised by this information. You know, I think your peerage is full of peculiarities that put Surzek's Lucifer's peerage to shame, Penemu said with a sigh. The boy just laughed, quite embarrassed by those words, although he had to accept that he was right. I just wanted to tell you that, if you want you can leave, I must make a small report for Ajuka-sama, the brunette said while looking for a pen. The girls retired to rest or find a way to pass the time, although inside they tried to assimilate everything they had learned today. Only Grafia and the brunette with red eyes remained in the boy's office. What is your Issei report about? The maid of Lucifer asked curiously. It's about the pieces, the boy responded. Both girls raised an eyebrow at that. The brunette smiled slightly when he saw the reaction of the 2 girls, although he was happier that Ophis could express herself more. Before he could smile vaguely on some occasions, but now he was able to show interest or another emotion through his gaze. Not forgetting the seductive looks and sensual voice that she used lately. It's about the discoveries I've made so far, he explained as he began to write. I see. Well, I'll leave you since I have to rest. My vacation is over and tomorrow I'll have to be a teacher again, she said as she approached the boy's face. Okay, this won't take me long, the brunette responded before joining his lips with the Valkyrie. Once the show of affection was made, she left the boy's office, leaving him alone with Ophis. The brunette approached the boy's side. "Is something wrong?" he asked when he saw the serious face of the brunette. This denied. "It's nothing serious. I didn't want to leave without doing this," he said to the boy's confusion. "Chew." Issei opened his eyes in genuine surprise as he felt the girl's lips meet his. What? Why is Ophis?" he thought as he felt his body frozen in place. 1,001 thoughts passed through Issei's mind, small ideas that confused him more and more, but even so he couldn't help but cup the girl's cheek affectionately. She smiled when she felt the boy's touch, while something arose strongly inside her, something she had never felt, but that she was beginning to understand. She had heard about this from Rosswise, when Penemu and Gabriel had questioned her a while ago regarding her relationship with the brunette. At first he didn't know what to think about it, and he honestly wasn't interested, but as the lessons with the boy about different feelings went on, he began to have those sensations that the girls sometimes talked about. At the same time, the brunette knew that Ophis was no longer carried away by what the girls did or said, but rather acted based on her own feelings, so this act was completely genuine. "It's true, now she is able to express what she feels, and now that I think about it better, this doesn't feel so bad," he thought before they separated. The girl kept her eyes closed with a quite visible blush while breathing somewhat heavily. The boy remained the same, before opening his eyes and coming across the image described above, causing his heart to beat intensely. Ophis opened his eyes, which had a different shine, that although in recent days they confused him, he now saw it more than clearly. "I think I already have my answer," she said with a warm smile, which made her look more beautiful. The brunette couldn't say anything coherent, but the shine that the brunette could see in his eyes was more than enough to know what the boy was thinking. Moving away from him, she began to head towards the exit of the office, stopping at the door. "Good evening," and he left the place with a small smile. Minutes later, he didn't know how long he looked at where the girl had stopped to wish him good night, but coming to his senses again, he could only sigh before smiling slightly. Form a harem. Before it would have meant doing ichi things with his girls, but now that idea sort of bothered him. If he formed one, it would be to make happy those who sincerely loved him. If it weren't for the fact that he felt that Ophis's feelings were deep and real, he would feel reluctant to open his heart to anyone other than Rosswise. He decided to put aside his musings for the moment. He had to finish the report for Mao Beelzebub first, although a question was beginning to run through his mind at this moment. Was there someone else who was starting to have feelings for him? He shook his head with a small resigned smile. He highly doubted that any other girl would notice him. In their rooms, certain members of the boy's entourage sneezed. "Let's see, first discovery." He began to write the report. Some time later, he had just had a brief talk with the Mawajuka Beelzebub, the number of the boy's current pieces being the topic to be discussed, since the Mao had been surprised that in a month he had been able to occupy more than half of his pieces, having 8 members, in his court. After that, Issei sent him the document where he had described his discoveries. Now he walked down the hallway of the rooms, looking at the personalized whiteboards of his new occupants. Valerie had written her name, adding some coffins with bat wings. Neru had drawn a small coliseum with his name being part of the structure. Kuroka had drawn a pair of bells and some balls of yarn next to her name. Le Fei had also taken a room, since the boy had invited her to stay as long as she wanted, in addition to the fact that the books in his office filled the little magician with total interest, which is why she agreed to stay. She had drawn a witch's hat over her name, as well as a magic wand. Smiling warmly, he proceeded to enter his room, which had a drawing of a chibi drake breathing fire. The simple interior had been replaced by everything that his secret room at the Hyodo residence had, which made him feel a little sad since it was not as useful as he thought due to the recent events. "This last month has been crazy, don't you think so, Drake?" he murmured while on his bed, using his arms as a pillow. "Ha! You are something out of the ordinary, my friend. I had already told you before, although having managed to get Ophis to notice you makes me wonder what you will come up with later." The brunette blushed slightly at the dragon's comment. The memory of what had happened in his office was still fresh in his mind. Clearing his mind, he prepared to sleep. Something told him that tomorrow would be a bit heavy. The next day, the brunette walked through the streets of Kuo towards the academy. He was accompanied by Gabriel and Penemu, since today he would introduce them to the others as the vocalists of the band. During the free time he spent with them, he gave them the songs that were in the repertoire that they would play at the festival, so that they could learn the lyrics. So today they would do several tests. Ross Wise also accompanied them, more than anything because she wanted to see them rehearse. Plus, from now on she would be the teacher in charge of the music club at the boys' request. Arriving at the educational campus, they managed to easily pass the campus without attracting attention since it was somewhat early. Once they arrived at the music club room, a shiver ran down his spine as he touched the doorknob, but ignoring this he opened the doors, only to feel true terror. In the room was the old student council, with Sona Citri standing in front of them all with her arms crossed. Kakaishu. The terrified boy stammered. I no longer have that position, so calling me that is not necessary, the dark-haired Citri replied seriously. The brunette only nodded, although he could see how Sarah Fall's younger sister analyzed him with her gaze, being able to see how she opened her eyes slightly in surprise. She had appreciated every detail in the boy, highlighting that his hair was now longer, as it fell down his back, in addition to the fact that his physique was a little more defined, indicating continuous training. He could even see that his way of moving was safer. I see that you bring people from outside the educational establishment, he added, looking at the blonde and the purple-haired girl. Well, it's a little complicated to explain, he responded in a not very sure tone. Although the most intriguing thing to me is what they are. I can also see that at least someone from the Gremry group did not leave you aside, he added, fixing his gaze on Graphia. The brunette sighed. It was not as he had planned, but the time had come to present his peerage to the Citri group. I think you should take a seat, you'll need it, he said while they summoned a couple of Son for alls for everyone to take a seat. The brunette and her group felt enormous doubt, but they still accepted the brunette's invitation. I guess it has to do with the fact that your aura is no longer that of a demon, Sona pointed out. The members of his peerage blinked in doubt, before realizing that indeed, their king was right. As expected of you, Sona, he said with a slight smile that disconcerted those present. But the boy's way of speaking was the one that caught their attention the most, since it sounded elegant and classy. Indeed, I am no longer a demon physically, but my current status in the underworld still considers it that way, the boy began. This beginning really intrigued them, although Sona and her queen were already thinking of several theories regarding it. What I want to get at is that he began to speak while taking his parts case out of his pocket. Sona opened her eyes in shock when she knew what that case contained, since all the evil piece games were delivered in cases of the same material, in addition to having a Juka Beelzebub's signature. Did you? She said in shock while pretending to get up from her place. Thanks to my achievements in the war, I was promoted in the demonic society, he began to explain. He stood up from where he was sitting, projecting the aura of a true leader in the eyes of the dark-haired Citri and the other members of his group. I am Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, Supreme Class Demon, Title Great King, he announced with a solemn look while making a slight bow. The room became completely silent. All the members of the Citri group had their jaws on the ground, while Sona Citri drew an expression of complete stupefaction. The minutes of silence almost seemed like an eternity, until the Citri clan boys slowly came out of their stupor. Wow. Congratulations Issei-kun, although she didn't know what to say at first. After exhaling air, she congratulated him with a smile. That's incredible. I'm glad you're fulfilling your dreams, Saji congratulated with a huge smile. Thus all the members of the Citri group expressed their congratulations. Once they finished congratulating the boy, Sona addressed the brunette again. Good, but that doesn't explain why you're no longer a demon, he pointed out with a serious face. The boy smiled at this. Well, that's because what I received was not the evil piece, but the opportunity piece, a project that for now is just a prototype, he explained while holding out his case for them to see. That means that your reincarnation system is different. Or am I wrong? The brunette explained seriously. Exactly, these pieces, despite having the same function, do not alter the nature of whoever receives them, the boy confirmed calmly. The members of the Citri group understood what he meant, so they could only look at the brunette in amazement. Then I must deduce that Rosswise-san is part of your peerage, just like those girls, he commented with his usual calm tone. Not sensing any demonic traits in the Valkyrie allowed him to reach that conclusion. Exactly, so taking advantage of you being here I can introduce you to my peerage title, the boy responded with a slight smile. The brunette blinked, before reciprocating the gesture with a smile of her own. The brunette stood up from his place and snapped his fingers. I always wanted to do that, the boy commented with amusement. At that moment, a red magic circle appeared in the middle of the room, drawing the attention of those present as they recognized the shape of a dragon in it. The mark of the house of Sekyute. Then 5 figures were visible at the site, some being recognizable to the Citri group. At that moment the door opened again, giving way to a certain brunette with glasses. "I'm sorry for the delay, but I had to deliver some work," the girl spoke, before realizing the overcrowding of the place. He quickly recognized the former kaisho of the student council. "Am I missing something?" he asked with doubt. "Come on in, you'll understand in a moment," the brunette said quickly. The girl nodded a little doubtfully, before standing next to Tomo, since the zone for alls had disappeared to create more space in the place. The girls of Issei Court wore casual clothes, being more comfortable than their professional clothes, such as Griselda, Rosswise, Neru and her battle suit, or Kuroka with her kimono. "Well, this is my noble title. A month ago I received my pieces and I have been lucky enough to use almost all of them," he said, showing the inside of the case, where 7 pawns could be seen. The demons were surprised to hear him say that, Sona and Tsubaki because in a month he had occupied more than half of their pieces, while the others because they had not noticed that the boy's aura had changed since that time. Kiryu was also surprised. She knew some things about the demon world thanks to Zenobia and Asya, so she knew that when a demon reached a high rank they could have their own servants. "I'm Musa, I received the piece from Pawn," the purple-haired girl introduced herself, raising her hand in a gesture of greeting. "Neru, I am Master's Knight," the blonde said proudly, looking at them haughtily. "I think everyone remembers me. I'm Griselda Korda, the second Knight," she introduced herself with a friendly smile. It must be said that when they recognized her they were stunned, especially Sona. Her casual clothes made her go a little unnoticed, in contrast to her nun outfit. Kiryu was also surprised, since that was Zenovia's last name, so she deduced that the girl in front of her was some close relative of the blue-haired girl. "Tujo Kuroka, I am the Rook of Issei Naya," the Nico Mata introduced herself. She had hidden her yokai features to go unnoticed in the human world, at Issei's request of course. At that, those present were surprised again, since she was someone who doubted she would join another peerage after the problems she had in the past. Yet here he was, in Issei peerage. Kiryu opened his eyes again at the last name, since he knew the school mascot, so the same thought regarding Griselda crossed his mind, concluding that she was related to the girl. "Brielle, your other Rook," the other blonde introduced herself, while an innocent smile adorned her face. "Valerie Teeps, I am your Bishop," the Dampire introduced herself with a shy smile. They hadn't seen this coming either. No doubt the boy had made a bold move, since he knew that Valerie was not someone who had combative attitudes. However, he also knew that the girl had untapped potential, so he had to admit that the boy had good recruiting acumen. Rosswise, Bishop, the sliver-haired woman introduced herself with a smile. The blonde Citri was blushing before the girls who made up his friend's noble title, since they were all extremely beautiful. On the other hand, the girls and the silver-haired yokai had analyzed each one with some caution. The purple-haired girl showed experience in her eyes, and they were also surprised that he was a fallen. The exorcist was another matter. They were surprised that she had also been recruited, especially because they knew she was Gabriel's Queen of Hearts. The other blonde with a bow in her hair was obviously someone proud, so they were surprised that she showed respect and recognition towards the boy, even more so if she already knew about his perversion. The nekasha had also intrigued them, and the fact that she wore the same piece as her sister was something curious. The other blonde was undoubtedly also an enigma. After all, she was an angel, which left them wondering how she agreed to join the boys' group. The Dampire was another matter. They didn't think that she would one day join someone's court, especially since her sacred gear was something quite unpredictable and not suitable for battle. Another enigma was the Valkyrie. She was supposed to be Rias Gremry's second Rook, but here she was, now being Hyodo Issei's Bishop. They were really intrigued by why and how she joined the boy. Then it was the turn of the last member of the group. Tokisaki Kurumi. "Queen, nice to meet you," she introduced herself with a small smile that radiated sensuality, in addition to using her seductive tone. Saji flew away with a huge nosebleed as he couldn't resist the gesture. The other girls blushed at the girl's tone, even Rubel had a slight pink on her cheeks. However, that feeling quickly disappeared to be replaced by complete shock. After all, her presence was imposing, reminding them a bit of the power level of Graphia Lucifuge, the queen of Surzek's Lucifer. Sona analyzed the boy's peerage with her gaze before sighing. "You really surprised me, a human with unknown abilities, an angelized human, a fallen, an angel, a half-vampire, a Nekashu, a Valkyrie and a dragon, he calmly listed the different races of the group. Faced with that list, even his own peerage was surprised. Gabriel summoned a pair of golden wings as well as his halo. Penemu summoned a pair of black wings. Kuroka made her 2 tails and ears visible. Valerie's eyes glowed red. Rosswise summoned his armor. Griselda smiled as white wings grew out of her back. Neru summoned his scarlet sword. Ophis summoned dragon wings, as she thought it would be fun to join the others. That scene significantly intimidated the Citri group, as some members of Issei's group had quite a powerful aura. On the other hand, Kiryu marveled at seeing a real angel. After that little demonstration, everyone returned to normal. Well, that was certainly surprising, but I want you to answer me something, Sona said with seriousness in her voice. I must assume it is regarding Griselda and Rosswise, the boy mentioned in the same tone. The brunette was surprised that the boy had guessed what she was referring to, but she nodded. Let's say I reached an agreement with Gabriel-san, that's why she is in my group, he clarified with a small smile. Sona raised an eyebrow at that, but decided the answer was enough. Rosswise. She's a different story. He started a little hesitant, unsure of how to explain it. Was it that bad? He asked when he saw the boy's hesitation. The thought of Rias making it difficult for him to trade parts was already beginning to form in his mind. No, it's not that, it's just that, he replied before blushing. This caught the girl's attention. Surzuk-sama was the one who authorized the trade of pieces between the Gremory House and the House of Sekiryute, the maid of Lucifer said in a serious tone, introducing herself into the conversation. Sona was surprised, but still nodded as she understood what had happened. She never left me alone, so I begged Surzuk-sama to trade with Rias, but he didn't want to deal with her or she might refuse, the brunette added. He asked me to be part of his peerage, so I accepted without hesitation, being something I do not regret, said Rosswise with a smile and a slight blush. The brunette also smiled with a blush at the Valkyrie's words. Seeing this, Sona just had to put 2 and 2 together, then her eyes widened in realization. Perhaps Yu, she said, pointing at them with difficulty, obtaining a couple of statements that left her speechless. Then all the comments from Saji, Tomo and Tsubasa regarding the boy's behavior came to his mind, highlighting that his perverted attitude had completely disappeared. Then everything fell into place, so he deduced that Rosswise had a lot to do with Issei's new behavior. Without a doubt, this was something he had never expected. Wow. I didn't expect that, but I'm happy for you Issei-kun, she said, more recovered with a small smile. Thank you Sona, the boy thanked. Sona only smiled in response. Sona could see a special shine in both of their eyes. Not even when she was with Rias and the others was there that spark that she could see in them. In fact, he could notice the way several of the girls in the Hyodo group looked at him. He had undoubtedly earned the trust, admiration, respect and total acceptance of all of them, especially his queen, Kuroka, and his knight, Neru. Although the others were not far behind, it seemed perversion or not, after all the boy was destined to create a harem. Then another doubt came to his mind. Issei-kun, does Rias know about this? He asked, still sensing the answer. No, only you, the Mao and Grafia know, the boy answered seriously. The brunette Citri could only sigh, when her friend found out she wasn't going to take it very well, although she had to admit that she had asked for it. I knew it too, said a new voice, which alerted everyone. They instantly adopted a combat position, except for the brunette's entourage and Kiryu, who was asking Gabriel several things. A male figure stood on the small stage as he examined the microphone. Azazel-sensei. Issei exclaimed in recognition. I'm not surprised, after all you usually know things that others don't, Seraph's little sister said while massaging her temple. Well, let's say that I have something to do with what's in the case he has in his pocket, he said absent-mindedly as he walked towards the two Reyes. The brunette opened his eyes at what that comment meant. Yes, I contributed part of the design of the opportunity piece, he confirmed what the boy was going to say. I see. He whispered, surprised. So, what did you come for? I know that a visit is not, Sona pointed out, raising an eyebrow. He, without a doubt they are beginning to know me, Issei. Come, let's talk, he laughed lightly before giving his comment, and then addressed the boy, motioning with his head. The boy understood the gesture, so he followed him into the hallway, all under the furtive gaze of his group, or at least those who were distracted talking to the Citri group. So, what is he like? He now addressed the Valkyrie, who blushed, but then smiled tenderly. "I'll just say that it's the best thing that's happened to me so far," the albino answered. "I see, but I have a question. How did you remove the perverted thing?" she asked, extremely interested. At the question, the girl's smile faded, turning into a somber expression that for some reason made her feel regretful for the question asked. But before rectifying herself, the albino spoke. "It's not something easy to talk about, since it's difficult for me to erase that scene from my mind," she said with a serious expression, leaving aside the dark feeling that surrounded her seconds before. "Now that I think about it, he didn't tell us much about that," Griselda joined the conversation. "That's because he didn't want to worry you. I'll just tell you that the ritual has the function of expelling any corruption from within, in this case being the corrupted feelings he had for the girls from the occult club, and their perversion," he explained briefly. Everyone had begun to pay attention to the trio's talk, since they also had that doubt, except Rugal, who ignored everything. "Normally the dragons that fall abandon their will to live. Issei is the first to perform the ritual and survive," said the queen of the Hyodo group, joining the conversation. They all turned their gaze to the brunette, who had a serious expression on her face. "What do you mean by can?" Tsubaki asked with total bewilderment. It should be said that now the entire Citri entourage was paying attention to the talk. When a dragon is betrayed by his partner, or a deep love is not reciprocated, this one, CAE, his power poisons him and his feelings slowly kill him, a serious Kuroka now said, remembering the boy's words when he explained that to them. The entire Citri group opened their eyes when they understood what this was all about, and they felt really bad for the boy. "Anyway, I just know that now he is a different man," Penemu spoke, dispelling the tense and gloomy atmosphere that reigned a few seconds ago. "It's true, this project is proof of that," Gabriel added quickly. She had deduced that the Fallen wanted to divert the topic, in addition to dispelling this uncomfortable atmosphere. On the other hand, if the boy told them about the details of the ritual, it would be in the future, when he felt they were ready. "They are right, although it is difficult for me to imagine Issei-kun playing an instrument decently," Sona commented jokingly, letting herself be carried away by the comments. She had also realized the intentions of the blonde and the purple-haired girl, but seeing that the boy was perfectly fine was enough for her to forget the subject. After all, her doubt regarding Issei's non-existent perversion had been resolved. "Well, then I'll show you something interesting," Rosswise said, taking his phone out of his pocket. With a small spell, he created a hologram of the device's screen quite wide, being perfectly visible to everyone present. In this, a video began to play, where Issei was in a cabin. They could see how he plugged in his guitar and put on headphones. At the same time, the purple-haired girl appeared on stage approaching a console where she pressed a couple of buttons. Then it began. Hallway outside the music club room. The brunette and Azazel were leaning against a window looking outside, where several students were in athletics class. "What did you want to tell me, sensei?" a confused boy asked. "Surzex asked me to inform you that this city is now under your protection," the fallen one responded seriously. The brunette opened his eyes in shock, but reacted almost immediately. "But isn't that supposed to be Sona and Ria's responsibility?" he explained with disbelief in his eyes. "That's right, but since there are 3 high-class demons, that responsibility falls on the 3 of them," he explained calmly. He could tell that by mentioning the red-haired girl's name, the boy did not convey any feelings about it, as he expected there to at least be some resentment, or a certain level of melancholy. But against all odds, it seems like it was just another name in the crowd, as if it were something common and irrelevant to a certain extent. "I see, that means I'll have to meet with her," he commented in a reflective tone, as if he were slightly worried. "You can go in disguise," the fallen suggested when he saw the boy's face. It seemed like he wasn't in the mood to see the redhead, although he wasn't sure why. "That's a good idea. I really don't want to deal with her right now," he responded in a tired tone. He knew that possibly the redhead would not take the news very well, or that she would not accept the fact of no longer having him under her command. He really didn't want to deal with it. "If so, this may help you," he said while taking a mask out of his pocket. The boy looked at it with interest, seeing that it was a kind of electronic mask, since the metallic color indicated it was something high-tech. "With the knowledge in sacred gear, I was able to create this mask that disguises the aura of whoever wears it," the man said in a proud tone. The boy just looked at him blankly. "The opportunity piece can do that, but it's still useful to me," he said in a flat tone before taking it. The fallen one looked at him in disbelief, before dropping his shoulders in defeat. I'll talk to Sona to help me with that. Incredible, he said while putting on the mask, being surprised by the clear view it gave the user. It's a good idea. By the way, that mask uses high technology from the 3 factions, as well as its guardian magic. Although it doesn't have many functions, it will serve you a lot, a recovered Azazel granted, explaining a little about the article. Wow. So that's it? The boy asked as he put the mask in his pocket. The fallen one only nodded with a small smile, as they both entered the place again. The first thing that caught the duo's attention was that everyone was seeing a kind of projection, which made the boy open his eyes in a comical way when he recognized himself in the projection. The second thing he noticed was that it was a high-definition recording of the song he played the day before, which Ross Wise had apparently recorded on the sly. He knew this when he recognized the albino's device, since she knew the spell to project the image of her phone in the form of a hologram. At this moment he could see the moment where the guitar solo had started, so he felt quite anxious about what the boys might say about him. Talking about them. Sona watched the boy in the recording enthralled. He really showed great talent and voice, and she began to see him with different eyes after what the albino woman and the others had told her. At first she came to envy him, since he helped Ria solve the problems that she couldn't even though she was her best friend. But at the same time, he also felt admiration for him. Because of this, she had noticed the boy as a man, so she had felt slightly attracted to him. But with so many girls around her, she preferred to stay out of it, as she did not want to increase the tension that existed in the Gremory group or being on Rias's bad side. She knew that the boy was a little pressured in that regard, seeing some signs in him that made him shy away from any advances from the girls, so she didn't want to put more pressure on him. Then her friend told her some details that came up before the confrontation with Serorg Bale, such as the trauma she had when she was killed by Rainier. That's how he was able to realize what was bothering him about the boy's behavior. But since her friend had started talking to her about the young professor she had met, she began to worry about the boy, so she began to question whether to approach him or not. She had discussed this with her queen at one point, but she had the misfortune of her older sister overhearing her. Since then he always bothered her, encouraging her to conquer the boy, so that he would share him with her. Sona being someone who adheres to rules and follows morality, those comments embarrassed her greatly. But now, seeing the change in the boy and how he was able to move on, his sister's idea didn't sound so bad. Unnoticed by everyone, a cloud of steam rose from his head as he realized his train of thought. Tsubaki looked at the boy's way of playing in admiration. He was undoubtedly someone incredible, and remembering a certain question from her king, she couldn't help but think that she would try something with him. He could verify this by seeing the varied expressions of Sona, who seemed to be discussing something with herself. The boy was attentive, kind, protective, and trustworthy, something that his king looked for in a person. Now we just needed to see how intelligent he currently was. On the other hand, the others watched fascinated as the boy mastered his instrument, while Momo and Ruruko imagined another person in the boy's place, making them blush on the spot. Everyone understood the lyrics because they were demons, even Kiryu, who had help from Gabriel by applying a spell to understand other languages when the video began. Saji had to admit that the brunette surpassed his own abilities with the guitar, which is why it was decided that he would be the main guitarist, taking into account that the original idea of forming the group was Issei's, which also helped the decision to be made. Rugal also saw the boy's talent with interest, so he had no doubt that when they made their presentation at the festival he would have many admirers. Once the video ended, all eyes fell on the boy, making him more nervous than he already was. He could recognize the look full of astonishment on the part of some, others of admiration, some blushes on the part of his group and Sona. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Wait. Sona Citri blushing. Now that he thought about it better, he noticed some looks that the Citri heiress had been sending him for a long time, as if she was debating saying something, but he attributed it to some matter with his former king. The look was the same as now, but that blush intrigued him. It almost seemed like she was attracted to him and didn't know what to do about it. One moment. How on earth had he come to that conclusion? It seems that you are noticing those small details, mate. He heard the dragon say. Drake. Do you know what's happening? The boy asked with immense doubt. It's actually something very simple. Thanks to the connection with your opportunity piece, you are able to have a portion of the abilities of your servants. That includes reasoning, although in this case it would be a touch of female intuition. He explained briefly. Issei opened his eyes as he understood what the dragon meant. That explained why lately he was beginning to understand some things easily, Even his deductive ability had been drastically increased for some time, allowing him to relate to girls more easily by intuiting what to do or say at the right moment. That was amazing and a little creepy in many ways. Your dragon senses detected the pheromones that she gives off every time she approaches you, so you have unconsciously realized that there is a certain attraction between you. He added finally. The boy reflected on what the dragon had said, but something brought him out of the deep thoughts he was in. Hyodo, did you hear me? He heard the blonde ask as he shook his shoulder slightly. This made the brunette react, who looked at him with slight doubt, before realizing that everyone was looking at him with some concern. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about something, he responded, slightly embarrassed as he gave the Citri heiress a quick glance. Sona, feeling his gaze on her, got a little nervous, but then she noticed something different and couldn't help but blush when she realized that it was a look of understanding, as if she had discovered something. Had the boy realized that he was beginning to look at him with different eyes? No, that wasn't possible. The boy was too clueless to notice something like that, but then, why did she feel so exposed to him? Shaking his head, he looked back at him, who was being congratulated by the entire Citri group, as they asked him to play something for them. She couldn't help but smile a little when she saw him so embarrassed by the flattery. It seemed that despite everything he was still someone humble and honest. Okay, I'll play something, she finally accepted after so much insistence from her girls and the Citri group. The brunette went on stage while some chairs were summoned by Ross Wise and Tsubaki, for the greater comfort of those present. Azazel was leaning against the window with his arms crossed while smiling slightly. He found the interaction between the young people entertaining. Saji, Tsubasa, Tomo and Kiryu took their places under the watchful eyes of their spectators. The Citri group looked excited, especially Momo and Ruruko, who were waiting to see their boyfriend play. The Hyodo group also showed enormous interest, since they were also hoping to see him perform live. Flash. A magic circle shone in the place, drawing everyone's attention. I see, that's why I couldn't find them at home, said a fairly familiar voice. A certain blonde, who had a contract with the brunette, had arrived at the place after finishing reading in the castle's library. I'm sorry, Fei-chan, but we were called by Issei to introduce ourselves to Sona Citri Naya's group, Kuroka responded, somewhat embarrassed. What did I miss? He asked when he saw how everyone was settled in chairs. In response, she was gently pulled by Gabriel, who pointed to the group of boys on the mini stage. The brunette was talking about something with the brunette with glasses, while typing on a laptop that functioned as a console. She understood instantly and couldn't help but get excited, so she quickly took a seat next to the blonde angel. This song will be recognizable to those who know something about anime, the brunette said through the microphone. Taking a deep breath, the 5 boys shook off their nerves to start playing. Momo and Ruruko suppressed a squeal when they saw how the blonde played his guitar and acted as a second voice, while the brunette sang. The girl with glasses printed the sound on the keyboard. Tsubasa was noticeable on the drums and Tomo applied the bass altogether. Synchrony. Sona, influenced a little by Rias, had begun to appreciate anime a little, so she recognized the song instantly, as did her bishop, Raya Kasaka, her other bishop, Momo Hanakai, and her pawn, Ruruko. The first because she was secretly an otaku and the other two because she knew the tastes of pawn, Citri. Thanks to the laptop that had the tracks of some instruments, the missing sounds were added, in this case the saxophone. The Hyodo group looked at all this with admiration towards their king. Both Gabriel and Penemu felt nervous and anxious, since they would also be singing soon. Normally, Penemu would care little about what they thought of her, but since she joined the boys' group she has experienced some things in common life that she did not take into account before, resulting in a different way of thinking and at the same time, beginning to behave like a common girl with everything and her problems. For Gabriel it was something different, since despite being somewhat naive, standing in front of several people gave her some fear. She was not used to receiving so much attention. Once the song finished, the applause was immediate, even as Azazel joined in the moment. The small group felt a little saddened by the good reception from the Citri and Hyodo groups, wondering if this was how it would be on the day of the event. Then the brunette motioned for Gabriel to come up to the stage. Come on, Brichan, he encouraged the girl. The blonde was feeling quite nervous, but upon seeing the boy's warm expression she put aside her shyness and climbed up next to him. He whispered something in her ear, to which the blonde nodded. He made a sign with his hand, which the others understood, then he took the guitar that he had placed on his back and the song began. Saji and Issei complemented each other perfectly playing the guitar, until the brunette started the riff that contrasted with the blonde's strumming. Even so, they both demonstrated their skills, exciting the girls and making the fallen laugh a little when he noticed this. Then they could hear it. The voice of Issei's blonde rook really surprised them. They did not expect this, although considering that it was an angel it was to be expected to a certain extent. It should be said that the brunette managed to surprise them again with the handling of his guitar, giving more impact to his image in front of his entourage, without forgetting Sona and his own group, she being the most affected by not realizing how she was looking at him. That blushing look while looking at the brunette, who was smiling as he enjoyed doing what he loved most and had forgotten, was an image not to be forgotten, although only one person could realize it. It should be said that once again the applause was heard from the public, giving some embarrassment to Seraphine, who only timidly thanked the praise from her companions. The others were also congratulated, causing quite a stir in the place. The brunette approached the fallen, gently taking her hand and pulling her towards the small stage, while she timidly allowed herself to be guided. She was grateful that the former Governor Azazel did not recognize her, or else he would remind her at every moment. Repeating the same thing as with Gabriel, he whispered some words in her ear that made the girl nod. With a sign, the band understood the message, preparing the song they would play next. Showing the synchronization they had achieved after a whole month of rehearsing, the boys performed the song impeccably. Ross had recorded all the previous songs. It went without saying that everything was recorded in high definition. Even Azazel did it, although his motives were uncertain. Ross-wise, Ophis, Neru, Kuroka, Griselda, LeFay, Valerie and Gabriel enjoyed the performance that their king, along with his companions, gave them. It should be said that they were all blushing, and they were also surprised that the fallen one had a great voice, except for Gabriel, who already knew it. A few last seconds of music ended the song. Penemy breathed deeply with her eyes closed, listening to her heartbeat at the emotion she felt when singing. Then the applause and cheers of those present reached his ears and he had to admit that he felt good, and that he enjoyed being there. The king of the Hyodo group spoke a little with the purple-haired girl, as she nodded, before summoning a piccolo and handing it to the girl. Repeating the same thing, he approached the seraph and spoke briefly with her, to summon a violin and give it to her. He met with the members of the group, talking about something that the others could not hear, leaving them more intrigued by the second, especially when they saw their rook and pawn position themselves among the group. This song is not included in our repertoire due to a certain technical problem that represents performing it, but with you there is no such problem, the boy said through the microphone. She closed her eyes, entrusting herself to the mouse to make everything go well. After all, they had never touched her. Only in the first seconds they could realize that the song was very different from the previous ones, showing to be somewhat more dynamic. Then they understood what the piccolo and the violin were about. Guitar in hand, the brunette approached the microphone, to the excitement of his group and Sona. Everyone present could now understand that technical problem. After all, the song was in another language, something that would mean a problem for the other students to understand it. Although they had to accept that this was another level of music. Rosswise looked at her boyfriend with a blush on her cheeks. She really felt lucky to have him. I already wanted to see the expressions of the Occult Research Club when they realized what kind of boy Issei really was, and that they discarded on a whim. Ophis felt her heart beat strongly when she saw him, and she thanked the boy for his help in understanding her feelings in a more meaningful way, since she now realized the feelings she had for him, having already made it clear to him last night. Nera had her arms crossed and her eyes closed, with a smile of total delight as she enjoyed the brunette's voice. For her, he was the person she respected the most. After everything that happened, she kept going without giving up, and she heard all of them. His exploits when talking to the albino, bringing her back to life also counted, plus she was an honorable person, and attractive in several ways. Kuroka only reaffirmed her idea of repopulating her species with the boy's help, but there was also the desire to be with him more romantically, which would probably happen soon. After all, she was beginning to have feelings for him. Sona Citri looked at the brunette with soft eyes. He really was an incredible boy. She had also realized that the lyrics alluded to how he felt before. Possibly this was part of his old feelings, before he performed the ritual. Still, he couldn't help but close his eyes and let himself be carried away by the boy's music. LeFay saw the brunette in a new light, although this was just one more reason to add to the list of good things about the boy, wishing to spend more time at his side. He was also able to realize that the lyrics described his feelings towards his former group, remaining like a healed wound, since it will not be completely erased for him. Even if he no longer had any feelings for them, the memories of the moments still remained. Griselda smiled warmly watching how the boy performed the song, enjoying those moments to the fullest. Without a doubt, being by his side was quite interesting. If at any point she questioned having joined him, that was already in the past. Now I just wanted to enjoy life a little more. Gabriel had the same train of thoughts. For the first time she felt alive, and this was demonstrated by the smile she had while playing the violin. It's not that he didn't like life in heaven, but now he could enjoy things that were impossible before, enjoying several benefits from being part of the boys' court, the most important being the impossibility of falling. He had noticed it a few weeks ago, but he hasn't said anything yet. He hoped to find out more about it for now before informing his king. On the other hand, Penemu felt free, deeply surrendering to her nature as a fallen angel, leaving worries behind and enjoying herself greatly. Valerie was also beginning to see the boy with different eyes. He had helped her become strong, treated her as an equal and not as someone who had to be protected at every moment. She also enjoyed the company of the other girls, and now more than ever she realized that her decision to accept being part of the boys' peerage had been the right one. The Citri entourage greatly enjoyed the show, internally wishing to know what surprises the band would have for the school festival. Momo and Ruruko showed a huge blush when they saw how the boy they loved moved on stage, although they wished that he could have his own moments to shine, but something told them that that moment would come at the school festival. Azazel smiled amused. Hyodo Issei's group would definitely be something to talk about at the event. Thus the underworld would also. I already wanted that moment to arrive. I wanted to have a lot of fun. And so, with a few last notes, the song came to an end. Obviously there was no shortage of applause, while Momo whistled effusively, making the blonde blush and making Sona shake her head with slight amusement. Coming down from the small stage, the group took a short break, while the brunette approached the Citri heiress. "Sona, I need a small favor," he commented quite seriously. The girl had a small blush due to the closeness and the familiar way of addressing her, but maintaining her composure she nodded to the boy's request. "Okay, as long as I can, I'll be happy to help you," the girl agreed kindly. At that, the boy relaxed his features, drawing a small smile. "As you know, now that I am a high-class demon, this territory is under my responsibility, so I want you to help me with Rias," he asked with seriousness on his face. Sona opened her eyes slightly. She didn't expect that. Or maybe she did. "Unfortunately, it's difficult for me to help you with her. I highly doubt she'll take well that you're no longer under her command," the girl said with a small grimace. "Regarding that, I have found a way to do it. I just need you to humor me," the boy said while showing the mask that Azazel had given him. The brunette raised an eyebrow, before shaking her head slightly. "A disguise will not work, and even if you disguise your smell, the aura you have will give you away," he pointed out the small flaw in his plan. A mischievous smile appeared on his face, something that surprised Sona quite a bit, but she was able to hide it in time. "That's covered, I was just showing you this part of my costume so you could recognize me, he laughed maliciously. A drop appeared on the back of Sona's neck as she watched the brunette act like a Saturday morning cartoon villain. "Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but count on me," he conceded with a small smile. "Thank you? Really? I owe you a big Sona," he exclaimed, enthusiastically hugging the girl and lifting her slightly from the ground. The Citri group had a look of terror upon seeing that. Knowing his leader, he would possibly leave the brunette half dead for such an outburst, although Tsubaki expected another type of reaction. The Hyodo group was feeling slightly annoyed, except for Rosswise, who just sighed upon seeing that. "Although I must be grateful that now I'm the first," she thought, letting out another sigh, before seeing the scene in front of her again with a small smile. At this moment, Sona Citri did not know what to do about the brunette's spontaneous act. If it were anyone other than Issei or Serafal, he would possibly leave him half dead at such audacity. But since this was not the case, he only managed to blush while babbling unintelligible things, this being the reaction that Tsubaki expected. Confirming that for Sona Citri, Hyodo Issei was someone special. Once the boy realized what he was doing, he slowly let go of her while apologizing to her. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable," he apologized while smiling embarrassed. He was grateful for having a little more tact. He didn't want to offend her by walking away from her abruptly, so he left her personal space calmly. Don't worry. It was just your way of thanking me in the heat of the moment," he downplayed it while cleaning his glasses with his eyes closed. although he couldn't hide the huge blush he had, being visible to everyone. At this, Saji had dropped to the ground in a depressed mood while hitting the ground in frustration. Gah! Why does he always? He lamented, crying dramatically. If that's all, then I'll leave, guys, he said once he controlled the color of his cheeks, although it was more difficult for him because of his pawn's comment. By the way, here, he said as he handed her a paper with a magic circle printed on it. The girl raised an eyebrow in doubt when she saw this. I'm not living in my old house. In fact, I live in the underworld, the brunette clarified. Sona nodded in understanding, although the place really intrigued her greatly, if she could have gotten a place in the human world. My new house is in my territory gained by rising rank in the demon society. The building was a gift from Lord and Lady Gremory, as well as the mouse. I did not want to waste it, so I am currently inhabiting it, the brunette explained, as if reading his thoughts. To the girl's surprise, since she was able to read it perfectly. I understand, then I'll leave, he said, keeping the paper in a safe place. Although seeing how the boy came a little closer to his ear intrigued him, even more so when he heard him inhale slightly. Jasmine, my favorite scent, you have good taste, Sona. I hope to get to know a little more about you when you decide to visit me, he said quietly in her ear. The girl blushed violently, especially upon hearing the last thing. But when she saw how the boy faced her again with a small smile and a warm look that surprised her, she could deduce that there were no ulterior motives in any of his comments. Controlling the color of his cheeks. Again, he turned to head for the door, but before leaving the boy he stopped. Thank you for the compliment. I hope to visit you soon, Issei-kun, and he headed to the exit of the place. The Citri group followed her afterwards, saying goodbye to the boy while Momo and Ruruko gave him encouragement by giving him a thumbs up. Once everyone was gone, the boy turned to the others, blinking doubtfully at the sight of an unconscious blonde with a pair of smoking bumps on his head. Surely it was the work of the couple of girls with whom he had a relationship in order to control him. He was also able to notice that the presence of the former governor of the Fallen Angels had disappeared the same way it arrived. Curiously, that no longer surprised him. I guess we'll wait for him to wake up, he muttered under his breath. Before doing anything else, the sound of his cell phone caught his attention, drawing a big smile when he saw who was talking to him. At this, his entourage became curious. Yura and Tomo raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Kiryu, on the other hand, had a lost expression, having talked to a real angel, and not a self-proclaimed one. Elsewhere, a certain ace of Archangel Michael sneezed. Ka-san, Tu-san. It's good to hear you. It was the first thing he said after hearing the voice on the other side of the device. With that said, the doubt was resolved for those present. Well, what happened is that I moved. He was talking to his parents. Rosswise sensed that they were asking him why his room was empty, given that his personal things were in his current residence. Oh, that's because I have a girlfriend. In fact, I moved in with her. No, we no longer have that kind of relationship. About that, well, while talking, he headed out of the living room. An awkward silence reigned in the place, as everyone was worried about the boy. Don't worry, I'm sure your parents will understand, said a recovered Saji who was slowly getting up from the ground. That simple comment relaxed the atmosphere a little. Hyodo residence, night. It was night in Issei old house, and the female members of the occult club were arriving home after their activities. Ah. Today was a bit of a hard day, Rias complained as she left her shoes at the entrance. Helping Ryuzuki and his gang consumes a lot of our time, Akeno commented, emulating the redhead's action. Although I can't wait to see him play in front of the entire school, said the redhead with a smile. That aroma. Zenobia articulated, sniffing the air. Asia, Irina, Koneko and Ravel also smelled the familiar scent. Ara, I see that they have already arrived. In a few more moments dinner will be ready, Issei's mother said, appearing from the hallway that led to the kitchen. Oka-san. Okasama. They exclaimed in sync when they saw the woman. They were really surprised to see her there. After all, Issei's parents had taken a vacation in order to relax a little from what had happened a long time ago, when they were kidnapped by RageRevan. Their memory remained intact since it was not altered. After all, they had accepted everyone despite being demons. The woman smiled kindly before getting lost in the hallway to reach the kitchen. Minutes later. Now they were all at the table, while the woman served them their respective dishes. Zenobia and Irina were drooling when they saw those delicacies. Asia was smiling fondly, she had really missed them. Koneko and Revel looked around the table, feeling that something was missing. Then Rias was the one who noticed, so she couldn't help but ask. Okasama, isn't Issei coming down to dinner? He asked with a raised eyebrow when he saw the boy's absence. It's true, he's probably wasting his time with some eroge in his room, Akeno commented, taking a bite of her food. Ero-senpai, Koneko articulated with a frown. Asia, can you? Rias sighed before addressing her, Bishop. Hi Riasoni-sama, the girl answered. But before he even got up from his seat, the boy's mother spoke. It won't be necessary, the woman said as she served her husband with a small smile. Everyone present blinked doubtfully at the comment. What does Okasama mean? The redhead asked, quite intrigued. There were several possible answers to that question, such as he had already had dinner, or he was at one of his friend's house, or making a contract. But remembering that he had not heard from his pawn for a long time, one could expect anything. Well, he moved out of the house more than a month ago, he responded, looking at them with a kind smile. At this, the girls instantly became petrified while the redhead tried to process what the woman said. She really didn't expect this. Oh. My son is growing up, and now living with his wife, sniff, I'm so proud, his father said while wiping his manly tears with a napkin. Zenobia began. Pa. Irina continued. Cybele. Revel finished. None of them could process those words no matter how much they wanted to. If Rias didn't expect that the boy had moved, the fact that he was married was something that went beyond all logic, but she still couldn't react after such shocking news. Soon I will have grandchildren to spoil, the woman laughed, imagining the little ones running around the house when they visited. That little comment brought everyone out of their stupor without exception, generating a collective annoyance at even considering the idea. The first to react was Rias, who stood up from her chair with a frown, snapping the others out of their daze in the process. But before he did anything else, a hologram appeared on the table, where a certain silver-haired maid was present. Oju-sama, a request came from the Archduke, he reported in a professional manner. The redhead cursed her luck. This was really inopportune, so the search for her pawn had to wait for the moment. I'm listening, he said with a serious look. Both adults were still lost in their fantasies. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The Hyodo group was in the living room of the castle, while they were discussing the first mission that Grafia had given them. Well, according to what Grafia said, we will most likely encounter the Gremry and Citri groups, the boy pointed out seriously. Naya, I'll be able to see Shirin, the Nekashu purred with a small smile. On the other hand, this is worrying, commented a worried Rosswise. But at this the boy laughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. No thanks to Azazel-sensei, he commented while showing them the article given by the Fallen One. When they saw the article, everyone raised an eyebrow, quite intrigued, but before commenting about it being a bad idea, the boy had already gotten lost in the hallways. He was probably going to his room. An uncomfortable silence reigned in the place. He's probably going to dress up, Penemu commented in a lazy tone, breaking the silence. They all blinked, taking in the comment, before imagining the boy's costume, and then bursting out laughing at the different funny images that they all thought of. In the brunette's room, he was looking for some clothes that he saw a long time ago among those that Grafia got him, specifically those that were for presenting himself in high society. Bingo, he murmured when he found what he was looking for. He calmly began to get dressed, putting on the clothes and small accessories. When he was finished, he took the mask given by Azazel, smiling before putting it on and looking in the mirror. You just need my personal touch, he said, invoking a magic circle over him. Once everything was over, he couldn't help but smile at what he saw, then focused on King's peace and used his special ability before using the liquid that eliminated his smell. This will be fun, he murmured with a crooked smile. Let's hope they don't rush and you have time to explain this, partner, he murmured worriedly under his breath. Back with the girls, they had already put on their battle suits, and were now waiting for their king to go to the mission site. Then they heard footsteps coming down the stairs, which led to the upper floors. They all became alert when they sensed an unknown aura in the place, so they quickly positioned themselves in a battle pose, mentally cursing such carelessness and internally apologizing to their king for the imminent destruction they would cause by repelling a possible attack. All except Ophis. Then they could see the figure descend the stairs, tensing them even more. Clap. 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 The unknown person was standing at the entrance to the stairs, being visible to everyone present. Rosswise relaxed almost immediately, sensing what was happening when he recognized the identity of the stranger. On the other hand, the others analyzed the stranger as soon as they could see him. He wore black leather pants with 2 straps on his left leg, black boots with matching spurs. At his waist there was a somewhat loose belt, with a white pistol holstered on his right side, possibly some magical artifact. A type of black suit with various details covered his torso, being inconspicuous due to the red jacket he was wearing, which formed a small cape starting from the waist and reaching his ankles. White gloves on her hands and straps at shoulder height, while a type of black plush covered the inner collar of the garment. He was blonde, with messy but styled hair that partially covered the left side of his face, while some fell in front of his shoulders and another part fell down his back. But what caught their attention the most was that he was wearing a red mask with gold details, looking like an electronic mask, showing bright gold eyes with black scara. He smiled with a certain elegance, even his noble bearing caught their attention. "Who are you?" Kuroka asked cautiously. On the other hand, Nara had narrowed her eyes before dropping her jaw to the floor, quickly composing herself to cross her arms with a small blush. He had really fooled her. "Have you already forgotten me?" "I didn't expect it from you, Kuro-chan," he said theatrically, while a mischievous smile appeared on his face. It should be said that his voice had changed after putting on the mask. Le Fay was the next to realize what was happening, covering her embarrassed face with her hat. "Don't play with me, Naya," the Nekasha said with a dangerous smile. Gabriel and Penemy were next, looking away with a big blush when they realized the embarrassing situation. The blonde maintained his mischievous smile, which was deformed into a bigger and trembling smile. Faced with the incredulous look of some, the irritated look of Kuroka and the embarrassed look of others, the subject covered his mouth while small spasms could be seen in his body. "Pfff. Ha. He started laughing uncontrollably. He held his stomach with one hand while holding onto the wall with the other. Kuroka became even more irritated. "If they couldn't recognize you, then Risk Remry doesn't have a chance, mate." A voice that everyone recognized very well had spoken. Kuroka blinked in confusion, while those who hadn't yet realized it widened their eyes in realization. The blonde, who had already recovered, directed his hand to the mask, slowly removing it. Kuroka gasped as she saw honey-colored eyes giving her an amused look. Although his hair was still golden, his face had not changed at all, so they were quickly able to recognize him. It happens that. I thought maybe," he began to babble with a tremendous blush when he understood the boy's trick. Ha, don't worry. Although I must say, you look darn cute when you're embarrassed," she commented with an amused smile. The Nekasha blushed even more if possible at the comment, while a cloud of steam formed above her head. She had never felt so embarrassed. She really overlooked the accessory given by Azazel for the boy to hide his identity. The others felt just as embarrassed, although they couldn't help but feel irritated at the comment regarding the Nekasha. "And you are not far behind, Val-chan, Fei-chan, Nara-chan, Bree-chan, even Mur-chan and Gree-chan. I will remember this moment for a long time," he said with a soft expression and a small smile. The one's name just looked away. That was a low blow on the boy's part. In addition to his current appearance not helping anything, he really looked handsome in those clothes and that hairstyle. Even the blonde hair suited him well, very well. He almost looked like a prince. Ophis laughed lightly at the situation, although she also had a slight blush at the appearance of the brunette, now blonde. Rosswise sighed, but couldn't help but have a small smile. Everyone loved the brunette in one way or another, and that was what mattered. Crossing her gaze with him, she could see how she expressed her feelings for her, making her blush on the spot, but without looking away, recording the image of the boy in files of special occasions. "So, it's time to go," he said when he saw how everyone was already ready. Those simple words managed to bring seriousness back to the moment. Approaching them, he summoned a teleportation circle for everyone. "We won't be long, Fei-chan," he said goodbye to the little magician. Then he felt a tug on his sleeve. Directing his gaze, he could see how the blonde magician had him pinned while her gaze was lowered. "Fei-chan," he articulated slowly. "Issei-sama." "Aye," he said, clinging more to the boy. Then a glow that he knew very well emerged from his pocket, canceling the jump as the magic circle disappeared. The others were silent. Thanks to Rosswise and Kuroka, they knew that the little magician wanted to be closer to the brunette. The pair commented that they had been looking to spend time alone with him for a long time, either asking him to take them shopping or simply talking about their past adventures. "Faye," he murmured when he understood what the girl wanted. Taking out his case from his pocket, he extracted a pawn from inside. "A bishop would be the best option, but I only have 7 pawns left," he thought with a somewhat frustrated sigh. Leaning over the magician, he took one of her hands to place the piece in her. The girl looked quickly, meeting a warm gaze from the boy. A huge smile adorned LeFay's face as she understood that the boy had accepted her. "Thank you for letting me be by your side, Issei-sama," he said in a low tone as he carried the piece to his chest, while it shone brightly. "LeFay Pendragon, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family. From this moment on you are my pawn," the boy recited. The piece had disappeared in the girl's chest, and she felt her magical power growing inside her. "No, thanks to you for staying by my side," he murmured in a low tone that only the girl heard, before caressing her cheek lovingly. The girl couldn't help but smile beautifully when she heard what the blonde said. Her gaze shifted to the others, who looked at her with a smile of acceptance. "So, we're leaving," Issei said, putting on his mask and invoking the transportation circle again, disappearing from the place. Outskirts of Kuo's city, the Hyodo group appeared in what looked like some kind of abandoned warehouse. "This is very cliché," the masked blonde commented in a flat voice. From one moment to the next, his field of vision changed to a more technological one, showing some data of the structure in front of him, plus he could see the date and time. The boy couldn't help but blink in confusion, especially when he saw a message in his field of vision. "Dividing gear sync complete. Face art spell settings stored." He really didn't expect that. "Drake, any idea what happened?" he asked his inner resident. "I just realized, that mask is like a sacred gear, it just linked with the dividing gear, so you will be able to use it without summoning the white gauntlet, plus it memorized the appearance change spell, so just put on the mask and you will automatically change," was the dragon's response. "I see. That's great, it could be very helpful to me," he thought when he realized the future possibilities of that function. Turning to look at his entourage, his gaze focused on the vampire, before approaching her and taking her by the shoulders. She was a little surprised, but she could feel the boy looking at her warmly under that mask. "Valerie, show us how much you have improved," he pronounced in a soft tone. All the other servants had surprised expressions on their faces, including the one named, but she quickly recovered to smile smugly. "You'll see what I'm capable of, Issei-san," he said confidently. Turning, he entered the property at a slow, calm pace. "Kuroka, raise a barrier and cover it from any attack that could be dangerous," he ordered as he turned around. The boy had taken the role of leader, so he used their names professionally. The Nekisha nodded, then directed her gaze to where the vampire had gone. Thanks to Senjutsu, she was able to sense the pair of presences and their energy level, deducing that the girl would have no problem finishing them off. The boy jumped until he was on the building in front of the place, which looked like an old mansion about to collapse, leaving him standing on the Japanese-style roof. The girls followed suit, gaining a wide view of the warehouse, although they couldn't see inside the place. The Nekisha summoned a huge magic circle, forming a barrier around the entire site covering quite a bit of ground. Warehouse interior. The vampire East walked around the place on full alert, scanning the site with her enhanced eyesight while small magical circles surrounded her. "Kukukuku. It seems that someone intruded where they shouldn't have," a dark voice spoke that echoed throughout the place. "This will be fun, after all I haven't had even a little fun with the weak prey that have come here," another voice, although this one sounded raspy. From the shadows, 2 tall, burly men emerged, who had a wicked smile on their faces, while one licked himself sadistically. "Let the fun begin," said the second person who spoke. It began to transform into what looked like a chimera, which growled loudly before surrounding itself with demonic power. Crimson Flash Ultimate. Boom. The place was blown into 1,000 pieces, completely disappearing the warehouse. With the spectators. Seconds before, everyone had felt the demonic power grow dangerously, and then heard a growl. Boom. The explosion shook the entire place, although thanks to the barrier made by Kuroka, it did not attract the attention of the human authorities. A large amount of smoke limited visibility of what was now a completely open battlefield, with no place to hide. 3 silhouettes could be seen among the smoke. Once the smoke cleared, everyone was able to identify the completely unharmed vampire, as the magic circle surrounding her glowed blue. A barrier. I see. It seems that you will be able to entertain us a little longer, one of the other silhouettes spoke, which revealed itself to be a beast. The other, who was a human in appearance, began to grow while taking its true form, being the figure of an Oni, who had a sword in his right hand and an axe in his left. The blonde just narrowed her eyes, before they lit up crimson, the same color as the aura that surrounded her. Zombie Kamikaze. He summoned his attack, being a pair of small zombies. One possessed a claymore sword, while another held a pair of short swords. The blonde crossed her arms, as the magic circles disappeared, indicating that her defense had been discarded. Kuroka could feel the change in the girl's magic, something that made her smile with mischievous mischief. The masked blonde was able to perfectly observe the new configuration of the magical barrier that covered the vampire thanks to his mask, which analyzed the enemy's statistics and gave him a small report of his abilities. This was certainly an interesting article. Starting to move clumsily, both zombies headed towards the pair of wandering demons, who let themselves go on top of the little monsters. The one with the claymore began to attack the Oni, while the one with the short swords let himself go on the chimera. At that moment, two magic circles burst into the place, giving way to the Gremry and Citri entourages. This is the place. The redhead spoke, looking with clear surprise at the state of the place. This one was less than rubble. Besides, the girl was already there, fighting against the demons that she had to exterminate. He was also struck by seeing Sona and her peerage in the place. Sona. I didn't expect to see you, the redhead commented casually. Rias. I received the order from Onisama. He said that these demons were unusually strong and perhaps you would need help, he said while adjusting his glasses as was his custom. Rias-sama, the little albino muttered as she looked at where the meeting was taking place. Huh. That's not, Valerie. Little vampire, he exclaimed upon recognizing the other daywalker. The Gremry group opened their eyes when they recognized said figure. Above, Koneko pointed to the building behind them, while her ears and tail were visible. Turning, both groups could see some silhouettes on the building that the loli was pointing to. From the perspective of the Gremry and the Citri, the silhouettes were not completely distinguishable due to the enormous moon that shone behind them. But still, the figure at the center of them was the one with the most worrying presence. The entire Gremry group felt a chill when they saw a ghostly silhouette behind the unknown figure. A silhouette that everyone could identify perfectly. Covered in a completely threadbare tunic, while she pointed a huge sickle at them, looking at them with those red eyes that pierced their souls. Grim Reaper, Rias whispered, wanting to retreat from the feeling of extreme danger that surrounded the subject. At this, Sona and her entourage showed confusion at the name being pronounced. They had already recognized the brunette. Sona had to admit that if it weren't for the mask and having recognized the girls who accompanied him, she wouldn't have seen through the disguise. Returning to the Gremry group, they shook off the feeling that seeing that demonstration caused them, with the redhead being the first to speak. Who are they? He asked with authority. Worry, that was what she felt at the moment, since in front of her was a possible enemy. But the most worrying thing was knowing what his intentions were. Although the real question was, what was he looking for? But quickly a possibility began to form in his mind, remembering the blonde who fought against the vagabond demons. It is impolite to ask another person's name without having introduced yourself first, don't you think so? Was the response of the masked man. Rias frowned at such a response, forgetting what was happening behind her. Kiba narrowed his eyes at such a response, preparing to summon his demon swords at the first hostile movement. Good evening, my name is Sona Citri, and I am in charge of this city, the king of the Citri group suddenly spoke. At least someone here has manners. It is a pleasure to know the name of such a beautiful lady, the masked man responded with an expressionless voice, before addressing the brunette with kindness and a small bow. The redhead turned to look at her best friend, who, blushing slightly, was cleaning her glasses with a tissue, before putting them on and looking back at Rias. That. He has a point, he responded to the Gremry heiress's silent question. The redhead just let out a sigh in defeat, before taking a proud stance. I am Rias Gremry, and this city is under my protection, she introduced herself elegantly, her chest upright and her eyes closed. When she opened her eyes, she could see how the stranger was with his arms crossed while he directed his gaze towards where the vampire was continuing her fight, completely ignoring her. Don't ignore me, he exclaimed, moving his arms in a pout. Her servants only looked at her with pity. Ufufa. except a certain sadistic queen. Oh. Excuse me, did you say something? The masked man asked innocently. At this, his group and Sona Citri's group laughed lightly as they saw how Ria staggered, losing all her pride. You're dead, she exclaimed with her eyes shining menacingly as a reddish aura enveloped her. Raising his hand, a magic circle flashed before a mass of reddish power erupted from it. The masked man focused his sight on the attack that was dangerously approaching him, while his eyes stopped being gold and changed to a bright blue color. Divide in gear. Divide, 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 divide. Divide, 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 divide. They were the words that he could read in the digital image that the mask gave him, while his special ability was activated. This caused the power of the Bale clan's destruction to reduce at great speed. When it came to him, FZZ, his hair moved because the attack was turned into a simple night breeze. Everyone present dropped their jaws at this. Rias couldn't believe it, this guy had just neutralized her attack without even moving. The Gremry group had similar ideas, and they unconsciously took a step back. Sona didn't know that the brunette could do that, although an idea was beginning to emerge in her mind, and despite it sounding crazy, she couldn't find another explanation. Her group simply didn't react, although the little Shinigami saw it in a new light of respect. Another reason to admire the Sekiryute. It seems that you are not able to keep a cool head in some situations, but returning to the topic, I will respond to the courtesy shown by Sona-san, he commented while the shadows that prevented him from seeing him mysteriously dissipated. These same ones continued to cover the girls, only allowing us to appreciate some small details besides their eyes. They looked at the Gremry entourage harshly, not that they really noticed. Beginning to show a little of his aura, the Gremry group was able to observe that manifestation again, which floated over the boy and gave him a certain terrifying air. Taking a superior pose, he spread his hands before bowing lightly, placing a hand on his chest. My name is Spectra Phantom. My pleasure, he said solemnly with a small smile, while his eyes shone golden and powerful. Chapter 3. Meeting. Spectra Phantom. That was the name that echoed in the minds of the Gremry group, who cautiously watched the masked man, who stood up after bowing slightly before them. The presence of this subject had the redhead and her group on alert, especially because of the aura he emanated. It was dense and dangerous. On the other hand, Rias looked at the Citri entourage out of the corner of her eye and was filled with immense doubts by the calm behavior they showed. Sona Citri also seemed quite calm, which surprised him, since an analytical look from the girl towards the subject in front of them was expected. Pam. A sharp sound caught the attention of Rias and company, and they were able to see how a chimera-like beast had caught a small body in its claws, imprisoning it against the ground. Clang. Clang. On the other hand, the Oni had trouble blocking the attacks of its opponent, who swung his sword with great skill, causing small cuts on the wandering demon. At that moment the chimera lunged at the Dampyre, causing the members of the occult club to come out of their slight stupor. Koneko Yuto, he ordered simply. Those named understood their master's silent order and moved with the intention of helping the red-eyed blonde. However, they encountered something they did not expect, and that stopped them instantly. Rias-sama, there is a barrier, said the little white-haired girl. Kiba tried to penetrate it with his sword, but it didn't cause even a small tear. TSK, then I'll take her down myself, she said while creating an attack of the power of destruction. Bam! It was the sound that made the redhead delay her attack by losing focus. Observing inside the barrier, everyone could see how the chimera was projected after encountering the invisible barrier that protected the Dampyre, which was surrounded by several magical circles which moved around it before disappearing. Snapping out of her surprise, Rias discharged the crimson energy sphere in her hand against the barrier. Boom! A cloud of smoke emerged after the impact, so that when it faded it showed the barrier completely intact. But what? Rias exclaimed when she saw that her attack had not worked. You will need more than that to pass through my barrier reinforced with Senjutsu Naya, they heard a voice say. Sona and company had already noticed it a long time ago, so they just watched the scene in front of them calmly. Nei-sama, the little albino exclaimed when she saw her. She was standing a couple of meters away from them, while her right hand was raised while a light layer of energy surrounded her. Shirin, how long Naya? The Nekasha hummed with a mischievous smile. Although a look of total disappointment adorned his face, despite what the boy said, it was difficult for him not to feel that way towards his little sister. The named girl felt a small chill at the look that her older sister was giving her, since it conveyed something that she did not identify very well. Then, the redhead was the one who broke the silence that had formed in those moments. "What are you doing here, Kuroka? Why are you helping this guy?" Rias asked very seriously. "Naya, because he is my new master," the named one responded with a small smile. The Gremry group raised an eyebrow at the girl's response. Before anyone could say anything else, they noticed a spike of magical energy within the barrier, so they turned their gaze inside. The first to open her eyes in disbelief was Akeno. Inside the barrier, the chimera was slowly rejoining after being thrown away forcefully when it collided with the invisible barrier that protected the girl. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the blonde, who showed a small pleased smile while her eyes shone reddish, driving him crazy. "Damn," he mouthed under his breath, before being surrounded by multiple circles of various sizes that made him open his eyes in terror. Greatest caution. Attacks from various elements emerged from the circles that bombarded the chimera without it being able to react in time. Boom. Even the ground shook a little from the various impacts on the battlefield. "That was..." the brunette Gremry whispered in disbelief. Obviously this reaction caught the attention of Rias, Gasper, and Asia. "What's wrong, Akeno?" he asked his queen. "That was a high-level magical attack, which acts in a way that combines attack and defense," he explained vaguely while still looking at the cloud of smoke that the previous attack raised. The trio blinked at the explanation, understanding what he meant since magic attacks were his specialty. But it still didn't fully explain what the spell consisted of. Greatest Caution is a high-level spell due to its complexity and expenditure of magical power, Sona explained while adjusting her glasses. Everyone present focused their attention on the brunette, who was looking analytically at the battle inside the barrier. Kuroka smiled, amused by everyone's reactions and because she really liked the Citri girl. "The barrier is camouflaged so it goes unnoticed, but if you touch it you are marked as a target for an attack that is almost impossible to dodge. It is a terrifying spell and few are able to execute it well," Sona explained respectfully. His voice. That explanation left the Gremry cold. Without a doubt the girl had learned new tricks. Although Gasper felt happy for his friend. Back inside the barrier, the cloud of smoke dissipated, showing the chimera without an arm and with wounds all over its body. "Damn! I'll kill you!" exclaimed the other demon upon seeing his fallen companion. But before anything, the little zombie got in the way and then pounced on him. The demon growled in annoyance, before seeing how the other zombie joined the fight, making it difficult for him to defend himself. With ease, both zombies penetrated his defense to begin connecting devastating attacks, causing serious wounds and damage, and then clinging to him at his waist and chest. Both small beings began to shine under the Oni's terrified gaze. "Ah, no." That was what he managed to shout. Boom. The place shook again from the explosion that engulfed the wandering demon. "It seems that it's over," Spectre's male voice said suddenly. The Gremry group jumped slightly in place, since the masked man was between the Gremry heirs and Citri, and no one felt him move. "You can dispel the Kuroka barrier," he ordered in a calm voice. Rias cursed having overlooked that detail to dispel the barrier, since the Nekasha was defenseless, and could have incapacitated her without harming her. Or so I thought. Since he was ignoring the masked man's group and if he tried anything against Kuroka, they would have intervened instantly. "Hi," the Nekasha lowered her hand as the energy around her dissipated. "Valerie?" The first to jump onto what was the battlefield was Gasper. The blonde was taken by surprise when little Dampire O clung to her waist, but she quickly got over her surprise and caressed his head lovingly. When the masked man took a step in Valerie's direction, he felt a pair of blades on his neck, recognizing the holy demon sword and Durandal, in addition to magical circles surrounding him, courtesy of Rias and Akeno, so he stopped instantly. "You still haven't told me what you want in this place. Or rather, what you want with Valerie." More than a question, it was a demand. The blonde did not even flinch, unlike some members of his entourage, who tensed at the threat towards their master. Especially Neru, who moved his hand slightly towards his back in search of his sword, but could glimpse a furtive glance from his king, so he gave up his attempt at his silent order. "The work is done, Spectre-sama. All that remains is to finish it," said the Dampire, already standing in front of the boy. Her outfit consisted of a white ruffled dress with black details that left her back and shoulders exposed. She wore a breastplate of armor that covered her abdomen and breasts, also 2 plates that fell down her hips, as well as metal gloves up to her elbows where she had puffy sleeves separated from the dress. Under the dress you could see metallic pieces covering her legs. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail with a black bow, giving the appearance of a warrior princess and accentuating her beauty in the eyes of everyone. It should be said that the moment she bowed before him, the expression on Rias and company was priceless. Kiba and Asya was also surprised, while Koneko dropped her neutral face in surprise and then watched as her sister stood next to the vampire and repeated the action. "Well done, Valerie, I'm proud of you," he said in a warm tone while caressing the girl's cheek, who blushed slightly at the gesture, especially because they had spectators watching them. He then turned his gaze to the Nekisha. "Kuroka, I thank you for taking care of her," he said in the same warm tone as he repeated the action, earning a light purr from the girl. Sona and her entourage had slight traces of surprise on their faces, mostly because of how the boy behaved. If they didn't know it was him, they would really believe he was someone different and from another social level. "So he is who you told me about, Val," was Gasper's timid comment. At this comment, Rias and company came out of their stupor, staring at little Dampiro. "You! Did you know that?" Rias exclaimed as she looked intensely at the little boy. "Hi!" he screamed in terror before hiding behind the blonde. "A while ago I joined Spectra-sama's peerage, so when we met I told him," the Dampire clarified while confronting the redhead's gaze. "Peerage. But he is not a demon," Rias replied instantly with great doubt. At that comment, the boy's peerage smiled, some with a mischievous gesture and others with malice or mockery. Sona and her entourage had knowing smiles at what they saw. Without a doubt, that little trick that the boy's pieces had was something interesting. However, a certain Nekishu quickly identified the masked man's aura thanks to her skills. "Dragon," was the simple comment of the Nekishu Gremry. That simple word surprised the Gremry group, especially the girls, who remembered some information concerning the dragon of their own group. "I think you owe us a lot of explanations if you don't want to be considered a threat that I should take care of," the redhead said, looking at him intensely while her eyes turned crimson due to his aura. Kawai. Calm down, Gremry girl, you will have your answers tomorrow he said in a mocking tone, leaving the sentence in the air. The all for honor mentioned grunted a little annoyed by the informal treatment, but she understood the blonde's hint. "Tomorrow at the Occult Research Club building at Kuo Academy," he set the location. The blonde nodded as he turned around and walked away from them accompanied by Valerie and Kuroka. "At 9 a.m. I'll be there," he said before stopping and turning around. Valerie and Kuroka stood behind him, while the first smiled kindly and the second mischievously. "True, I forgot," he said, putting his hand on his hip. In a quick movement he unholstered the pistol he had at his waist and pointed it at them, tensing them instantly when the barrel of the gun lit up. Bang! 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 3 detonations were heard, alarming both groups. 3 aces of light were directed against them, 1 white and 2 golden, evidencing some sacred power in them. Rias and Akeno quickly put up barriers while Sona and Tsubaki tensed in place, but did nothing. Crash! At the first impact the barriers were destroyed easily, while the 2 remaining attacks, which contained the sacred power, passed between the Gremry group and the Citri without hurting anyone. Flush! A sound of something being erased came from behind them. When they turned around they could only see how there were 2 huge smoking craters where both wandering demons once were. Both groups returned their gaze to the masked man, who was still holding his gun which was still smoking after the shots were fired. Blowing on the barrel to clear the smoke, he deftly twirled the weapon in his finger before holstering it again, then smiled lightly at them. "With your permission, Sona-san. Gremry girl," he said, bowing again before disappearing in a magic circle. "See you later, Shirin-chan," Kuroka said goodbye as she disappeared. "See you later, Gasper." It was Valerie's warm farewell. In the building in front of them the other figures also disappeared in magic circles, leaving only the Gremry and Citri groups in place. "Whoa. I thought we would have to fight him," was the comment of Pawn Citri, who let out a sigh of relief. He knew Issei wouldn't hurt them, but with the Gremry group here anything could be possible as they would get caught in the crossfire. Sona also had that in mind, but what intrigued her most was the way to destroy both barriers made by her friend and her queen, knowing very well that they were not weak at all. Gram Demolition, a spell capable of destroying magical formulas instantly, must have stupefied Tsubaki upon recognizing the technique used by the boy. Sona widened her eyes in realization the boy had really learned a dangerous trick. Despite its short range, its margin for error is 0 and it is the best anti-magic attack known so far, was King Citri's comment. His servants were surprised by this information. A way to disable magic-type enemies by leaving them without the possibility of attack or defense, Rias reflected with concern. Spectre Phantom was one to watch out for, remembering how his power of destruction had been neutralized with ease. Anyway, tomorrow at 9 in the morning we will be there, Sona said while invoking a transportation circle. The redhead just nodded, watching as the Citri group disappeared from the place. Placing his gaze on the female members of his group, he let out a tired sigh. There was too much trouble tonight. Let's go home, tomorrow will be a difficult day, he muttered as he invoked a transportation circle, disappearing from the place with his servants. Underworld, Dragon Castle. The Hyodo group had just arrived at the castle after the small mission entrusted by Surzex, and now they were in the living room with their casual clothes to be more comfortable. How dare you threaten Master? Next time I won't sit idly by. A certain blonde exclaimed, quite annoyed. Ma, Narichan, it wasn't that big of a deal, her partner, Knight, was trying to calm her down. As Griselda-chan said, it wasn't that bad, plus he could have gotten away easily if necessary. A certain blonde Seraphine now commented. It's true. Why didn't you react? The fallen now asked with a raised eyebrow. Neru, Griselda and Gabriel looked at the boy, who was on a zone for all dozing lightly, using Rosswise's lap as a pillow. Ophis, Valerie, Lefay and Kuroka also looked at him curiously at his possible response. Although most already sensed it. Meh. A lot of effort on my part, he said lazily as he turned and hid his face in the albino's abdomen. Everyone's reaction was to almost turn away from the boy's unexpected response. Except for Rosswise, who had a drop on the back of his neck, and Ophis, who smiled in slight amusement. Could you take it more seriously? Griselda, Penemu, Gabriel, Valerie, Neru and incredibly Kuroka exclaimed in unison. On the other hand, Lefay only limited herself to watching them with embarrassment. After all, they were all supposed to be mature enough to react in such a childish way. If I had reacted to her movement, Rias would possibly take it as some hostile action. I just didn't want to start an unnecessary confrontation, he responded now in a serious tone. Although speaking with his face and Rosswise's stomach took away the equanimity of his words. From what I saw, she was upset before arriving at the place. Perhaps the talk I had with my parents had something to do with it. So any reckless action on my part could have become a big problem, she spoke again. They all assimilated the boy's words, understanding what he meant. Surely he did not want to be involved in any incident so soon. But still they couldn't help but think that there was something more. He turned around again, staring at the ceiling, in addition to seeing certain assets of the girl in front of him, making him blush slightly. Although the worried look on her part managed to distract him from that great view. I don't know how long I'll keep my facade as Spectre Phantom, but I didn't want to start off on the wrong foot. Something tells me that this identity will be helpful to me in the future. He finished saying while closing his eyes. They all processed what the boy said, admitting that he was right. Also, I didn't want you to go through a bad time, where you would possibly be forced to fight with them, or for you to get hurt, he added with great seriousness. They all understood what he meant, especially Kuroka, Griselda and Valerie, although getting hurt was unlikely, but that showed that the brunette cared about them in several ways. On the other hand, the brunette was thoughtful. The encounter with the Gremmy group exhausted him a bit. It was undoubtedly an unforeseen move by Surzex. He really is a demon king, he thought with a small amused smile. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the room, alerting everyone, although most relaxed as they recognized the crest on it. It's been a while, young Hyodo, the voice of a young man greeted. Two figures emerged from the magic circle, the first being a rather attractive green-haired man. The Mao-Ajuka Beelzebub. The other was a purely feminine figure. This was a woman of apparent 20 years old, red hair and matching gray eyes, wearing a maid's uniform. The most striking thing was a scar on her left cheek, which did not diminish her beauty in any way. She also wore military boots. She somehow reminded him of Graphia because of her professional expression. Ajuka-sama, the brunette greeted, immediately rejoining. You have certainly put the opportunity piece to good use, he commented as he took a look at the boy's court. It was one thing to hear the report of the peerage title from the boy and quite another to be able to see it with his own eyes, all with immense potential, and in the case of his queen, someone almost on par with the current queen. Stronger. What is the reason for your visit? Issei asked doubtfully. Well, I came to ask you something, he said in a serious tone. The entire room was silent. The girls just watched the conversation in silence, as did the Mao's companion. Let me introduce you to Maya. She is a maid in the service of the Astral House who has recently been unemployed, he introduced the girl. She bowed respectfully. It is a pleasure to meet the legendary Sekiryute, Hyodo Issei-sama, he said in a humble tone. The brunette felt a little out of place in the tone used, even though at Gremry Castle he was called that by the staff. He never got used to such treatment. Likewise, Maya-san, was the boy's response as he bowed like her. What I want to ask you is that you accept her as your personal lady, the Mao asked. The girl's eyes were wide open at such a request. Issei had dropped his jaw to the floor. The maid blushed slightly as all eyes focused on her. The brunette had managed to get out of his shock and now looked at the Mao with unusual seriousness. Because? He asked in a deep voice, causing shivers in everyone present, except Tajuka. Despite her little experience, she is quite efficient at her job, something I really appreciate, but I knew in a short time that the stay on my clan's grounds was not what she really wanted, Tajuka explained. The girls as well as the brunette listened attentively while giving furtive glances at the girl, who lowered her gaze slightly at the Mao's words. His family was a supporter of the old Mao's faction. You can imagine what happened. That simple phrase made those present widen their eyes. The brunette didn't want to finish the question. I was able to rescue her and welcome her into my home, but after what happened with Diodora things are a bit hectic, so I thought that with you she would feel safer and more comfortable, the Mao continued explaining. An enormous silence reigned in the place after Mao Ajuka Beelzebub's explanation. The brunette approached the girl, who shivered slightly at the closeness of the boy, who had a quite serious expression. The redhead lowered her gaze slightly fearfully, before feeling them caress her cheek, which had the scar. Looking up, he met a warm gaze from the boy, surprising himself to see no hint of pity or sorrow, but rather a look of acceptance. Tell me, do you want to stay by my side? He asked without stopping caressing her cheek. The girl felt her eyes moisten at the boy's touch, as well as the sincerity of his words. Unable to trust his voice, he simply nodded through tears. Warm. Her eyes widened as she felt how the boy had hugged her. From this moment on, this will be your home, he murmured in her ear. The girl just let herself go and cried silently, wetting the boy's shoulder in the process. The other girls saw this with slight pity. No doubt the redhead had suffered discrimination due to her parents' actions, for which she was not to blame. Rosswise watched the scene with emotion, since the brunette knew what that girl wanted most: acceptance. Gabriel smiled at the boy's kindness, while a soft pink adorned his cheeks. Griselda nodded at the boy's actions. He undoubtedly had a big heart. Neru stood with his arms crossed but smiled at his master's actions, another point as to why he accepted him as king. Penemu had a slight smile. The boy was undoubtedly interesting. Kuroka licked her lips looking at the boy. She was beginning to see him as a potential life partner if he continued like this. Ophis saw him with a small blush and a light smile. That was the boy she had fallen in love with. Now that she had realized that fact, she should talk to him more directly, as she had recently read in a book. Le Fay wiped her tears with a handkerchief in front of Issei's kindness. Without a doubt, watching many romance films with Rosswise, Valerie and Gabriel made her a little sentimental. Valerie was in the same condition, although she looked at the brunette with admiration. Ajuka smiled at this. No doubt his hunch was correct. Hyodo Issei, please take care of her. Maya, be happy, Ajuka said while summoning a transportation circle. Don't worry, Ajuka-sama. I will do everything in my power to make sure you never stop smiling, was the boy's response. We will take care of her too, Rosswise spoke on behalf of all the girls, who nodded at what she said. I'm glad to hear that, he said smiling and then disappeared from the place. There was only one suitcase left, belonging to the redhead. Maya, go rest, take one of the rooms on the 4th floor, he said as he separated from her. The girl nodded as she grabbed her bags and headed to the stairs. Oh, I forgot, welcome, he said with a small smile. The girl stopped, before turning around and giving them a cute smile. I'm at home, and he disappeared down the stairs. Only the brunette and the girls stayed in the place. I'm tired, I'm going to go rest. Tomorrow I have a meeting with the Gremry, the boy said before yawning and heading to his room. The others wished her goodnight before disappearing down the stairs. Silence reigned in the room for a long time. Without a doubt that girl had had a bad time. It's better to stop thinking about it. Maya-san's old situation is really irrelevant to me, Ophis said as she left the place. The others took his words into account, especially Kuroka. She's right, it's better to look ahead, I'm going to sleep Naya, the Nekasha said now as she yawned and left. The remaining girls looked at each other for a few moments before smiling while shaking their heads in amusement, and then also going to sleep. The brunette was lying on his bed, thinking about his new guest. That organization caused a lot of problems, the dragon said in a serious tone. It's true, despite having been destroyed, it has left consequences behind its actions, he mentally commented to his tenant. Only time will erase the trace left by the Chaos Brigade, I guess that girl will be of help to you, he commented, changing the subject. Yes, that will allow us to extend the training schedules a little, plus the paperwork is a bit tedious, he responded, making clear the benefits of having a maid. Without further ado, the brunette simply fell asleep. Hyodo residence. Rias and company had arrived at the residence some time ago, and had just discussed the current situation with the members of her peerage who were present, the emissary of heaven and the fourth daughter of the Phoenix. Everyone was occupying the huge armchairs in the living room of the house, while the brunette's parents had retired to rest before they arrived. Irina silently meditated on some details that stood out in the story that Rias had told them. Ravel was trying to imagine what kind of person Spectra Phantom would be. The other girls were also thinking about the masked man, since the small displays of skill on his part had worried everyone without exception. Especially when having Valerie and Kuroka among her servants, the blonde showing new abilities and the Nekasha having a high level of mastery of Senjutsu. He seems like someone dangerous, and the fact that he has used holy power even in minuscule quantities is somewhat worrying, Irina commented with a somewhat serious expression. Let's not forget that he neutralized Rias-sama's power of destruction, Little Phoenix pointed out. For the moment we will leave it like this, tomorrow we will have more answers, the redhead said with a small sigh. Those present nodded before heading to their rooms, leaving only Rias and Akeno in the place. The redhead was deep in thought, these were directed at a certain pawn of hers who was missing. She got up and began to head to a certain room, being followed by her queen. Rias, are you okay? He asked when he saw the redhead's expression. Yes, I only think that I neglected one of my servants, he responded in a slightly distressed tone. Akeno frowned as she remembered that fact. She couldn't blame Rias since she didn't take proper care of him either. They both arrived at the boy's room, entering it. Upon entering, they could see how the place looked clean, but it was empty of personal items or any trace of the boy. Issei, Rias murmured with a complicated expression. Tomorrow we will talk properly with Okasama, and we can also look for Issei-kun at school, the black-haired woman said, putting a hand on his shoulder. The redhead nodded to retire to rest, but not before taking a look at the huge bed in the room and letting out a small tired sigh. Tomorrow would be a troublesome day. The next day. Another day had arrived, and in a certain underworld castle, a brown-haired teenager was sleeping soundly while babbling incomprehensible things in his dreams. At that moment, a certain maid entered the boy's room. Issei-sama, it's time to wake up, the red-haired maid said as she opened the curtains, letting in the light of the new day. The boy stirred a little, but continued sleeping. The girl shook him gently, before approaching him and moving him slightly. Issei-sama, Issei-sama, he insisted, achieving his goal. Blah, good morning. Maya-chan, he said sleepily as he stretched, and then sat back up and sat on his bed. Breakfast will be ready in 15 minutes, and I have also left the bathroom ready as well as clean clothes to change, the maid reported. Thank you, Maya-chan. At a low moment, the boy responded with a small smile. The maid gave a small bow before leaving the room, leaving the boy alone, who made a mental note to negotiate the master-servant deal with Maya, so that she would treat him more normally and not with so much respect. Yawning again, the brunette slowly got up as he headed to the bathroom to start the day. Minutes later, Issei was already dressed, as he headed to the dining room. That was a good bath, he murmured, already fully awake. Arriving at his destination, he could see all the residents of the castle sitting at the table, where a great diversity of dishes and appetizers could be seen. Greeting the girls and giving the albino a fleeting kiss, he took his place at the table, helping himself to his own portion. Castle entrance. In a magic circle, two people appeared in front of the entrance to Issei grounds. Wow! It was certainly a great gift that Issei-kun received when he rose in rank, said one of the figures, admiring the construction in front of her. Without a doubt, Hyodo-kun is someone lucky, since he has a nice home for his peerage, said the other figure. Come on, Tsubaki, We still need to clarify some details of the meeting with Rias, said the first figure to speak. Hi Sona-sama, the second figure responded. Indeed, Sona Citri and her queen, Shinra Tsubaki, had come to Hyodo Issei's current residence. She was worried that the boy would screw up and that all the effort to remain anonymous would go down the drain. Although now that she thought about it, that didn't really affect her, so why did she do it? He had asked her as a favor. But it wasn't necessary to go to so much trouble about it. However, somehow I didn't want to disappoint him, nor look bad with him in the slightest. Shaking their heads, they entered the garden, admiring the different flowers that grew in it, reaching the enormous wooden door with a handle in the shape of a dragon with a ring in its mouth. Searching with his gaze, he quickly found the doorbell, so he rang it. Grrrr. Both girls were slightly startled by such an unusual sound, being the roar of a beast or something similar. Sona couldn't help but sigh. No doubt that detail was from his sister Serafal, remembering what the boy said that it was a gift from the Gremry and the Yanai mouse. Grinding. The door was opened by a red-haired maid who filled the Citri duo with doubts. How can I help you? I asked professionally. Both demons noticed how the girl analyzed them with her gaze, the image of the girl in question being replaced by the image of Graphia Lucifuge, remembering the analytical gaze of the queen of Mao Lucifer. Good morning, I am Sona Citri and this is Shinra Tsubaki. We are looking for Hyodo Issei, the Citri heiress explained. I understand. Come in, Issei-sama will attend to you shortly, he said while giving way to them. Both girls entered the castle while the redhead guided them towards the stairs. In a couple of minutes they were already in the living room of the place, taking a seat comfortably on a sofa for all. Both girls saw the maid disappear through the hallways in search of the owner of the building. A few seconds later, they heard footsteps approaching them. Sona, Tsubaki. I really didn't believe what Mai-chan said about the Citri heiress being in my castle, he said with a smile when he entered the room followed by the redhead. It should be said that at this comment, Sona and Tsubaki opened their eyes slightly, since it had sounded like the way of speaking of some high-class demons. The boy had taken a seat on the sofa for all that was in front of the one they occupied, while an uncomfortable expression spread across his face. It's really hard for me to get used to the idea of living in a castle. So I tried to sound like Lord Gremry to try to feel more comfortable But I see that it's not my thing, he said while placing a hand on the back of his neck. The three women present had a drop on the back of their necks at what he said. Ahem. Well, I was just coming to prepare everything for the meeting. We don't want all this theater to be in vain, said a composed Sona. Although now he knew why that way of expressing himself was familiar to him. After all, he had visited Gremry Castle many times and above all, he had spoken firsthand with Lord Gremry on several occasions. I see you're right, Maya-chan, could you bring some tea? He commented, before addressing the maid. Of course, Issei-sama, he responded before leaving to fulfill the request. I didn't think you had servants besides the members of your peerage, Sona commented out of nowhere. The brunette smiled, slightly amused at the brunette's question. He was already beginning to wonder how long it would take her to address the topic. Well, honestly, the idea of having servants doesn't appeal to me. At least not anymore, he began to explain, muttering the last part. Both demons raised an eyebrow at the comment, although an image of the older Issei surrounded by beautiful maids came to Sona's mind while he had a perverted expression on his face. Still, for a place like this a certain staff is necessary, although the girls take care of most of it. I didn't see why not hire Maya-chan when she came looking for work, the boy explained. Sona and Tsubaki analyzed the boy's words. Without a doubt it had been very convenient that she came looking for work in the boy's home when only a few knew about his promotion to high-class demon, as well as the location of the castle. Besides that, I was accompanied by Ijuka-sama. So I didn't see any problems, I added when I saw how both girls were meditating on what was said previously. Sona gave him a surprised look. No doubt the boy had read them very well, being able to deduce what she and Tsubaki were thinking. Queen Citri also had a somewhat incredulous expression. Undoubtedly the boy had grown mentally in recent times. At that moment, the maid of the castle arrived with a tray where she had a teapot and a couple of cups, to proceed to pour its contents, and leave it in front of both Citri girls. At the same time, the boy's entourage made their appearance, taking different places while Ross Wise and Ophis sat on the boys' sides, and Nero occupied the remaining space of the sofa for all. Sona took her cup of tea, taking a sip of the liquid. I still can't stop being surprised when I see your peerage title, Sona commented as she left her tea on the coffee table. Tsubaki couldn't help but agree with her. King No doubt having various types of races among your court gave you a wide range of battle strategies, especially if they were of the specialized type like Kuroka or Rosswise, even Griselda. The brunette just smiled awkwardly. You can't even imagine it, he thought, somewhat amused. Have you already decided who will accompany you? He asked, changing the subject. At this, the boy took a serious stance. In fact, that was what I planned to discuss with them, he responded while crossing his arms. He had been thinking about that while eating breakfast, taking several points into account. I'll stay. I don't want to deal with Rias Gremory so soon, Rosswise said in a serious tone. Sona nodded in agreement, although she was a little worried about the hint of hardness she managed to perceive in the girl's tone, especially when she noticed the boy's hand taking hers and giving it a light squeeze. Breachan and I will be there frequently. So it is not convenient for us to accompany Issei, Penemu commented, crossing her arms. The blonde Seraphim nodded in agreement with the purple-haired girl. I won't go either. It would draw too much attention since I'm supposed to have a contract with Issei-sama, Lefei was noticed. Sona and Tsubaki blinked doubtfully at the blonde mage's comment. What did Issei-kun mean by that? Perhaps? Sona asked with doubt. That's right, she is my second pawn, Lefei Pendragon, Issei confirmed to the surprise of both Citri. Sona just removed her glasses and massaged the bridge of her nose. Tsubaki opened her mouth slightly at such news. I would tell you that I didn't expect it, but when I saw Kuroka in your court I thought about that possibility, he commented while putting his glasses back on. Lefei blushed slightly at Sona's words while the brunette smiled a little awkwardly. Obviously I can't go, although the idea of intimidating Zenobia and Irina sounds tempting, the exorcist commented with a kind smile, drawing everyone's attention. Those present had a drop on the back of their necks at the comment. I'll go, so I can see Gasper, Valerie said with a calm tone and a small smile. That was enough to get back to the main topic being discussed. As a Knight of Master, it is my duty to be at your side, Nara now added with a firm look while she smiled proudly, crossing her arms. Naya, I'm going too, the Nekashu spoke later. I will go with Issei to any place I want, was the only thing said by his queen. Sona and Tsubaki looked with doubt at the black-haired girl, who was clinging to the boy's arm while she smiled sweetly and a pink aura full of hearts surrounded her. Curiously, the brunette didn't seem to mind. Lastly, Maya-chan, can I ask you to accompany me as my personal maid? He asked the maid kindly. It will be a pleasure to accompany you, Issei-sama, the girl answered in a respectful tone. The boy could only sigh with resignation at the way the girl responded. Then they will be your companions, the Citri girl murmured, making a mental note. Yes. They will be enough. Our first visit will be the occult club followed by the student council, he said with a hand on his chin while having a thoughtful expression. Sona nodded. It was more feasible in that order. Finishing matters with Rias, the brunette could spend more time in the student council with her and her servants. He mentally cursed himself at such a train of thought. This way we can spend a little more time getting to know each other better. Don't you think so, Sona? He added with an amused smile when he saw the expression of the person named. Her mind was in chaos. Had the boy guessed his previous thoughts? Or it had simply been a lucky coincidence? Although thinking about it, that would be a much more acceptable theory. Sona shook her head as she tried to control the blush that threatened to reveal her growing embarrassment. Tsubaki suppressed a small laugh as she saw how her king lost his nerve in the face of the boy's comment. Rosswise only shook his head slightly at his partner's antics. Ophis continued in her pink world without paying attention to anything else. Kuroka, Neru and Valerie gave off a dark aura as they watched the two boys interact. Penemu and Griselda also felt annoyed at seeing this, although they quickly shook their heads to dismiss it, failing miserably as they once again felt irritated by the atmosphere. Gabriel puffed out his cheeks slightly, before putting on a doubtful face. She didn't understand why that image bothered her. It's not like she liked the boy, right? Lefei watched everything while she put a handful of popcorn in her mouth, entertained by the soap opera scene she saw in front of her. Anyway. You should start getting ready because in 20 minutes we must be in Kuo, he managed to say to divert the topic, looking at the time on his phone. The brunette nodded. Without a doubt the morning had passed quickly. Instantly several magic circles were passed on to the members of the boys' court who would assist him in the meeting. Kuroka, who was still wearing her night clothes being a small shorts and a white cotton blouse, was now wearing her distinctive black kimono. Valerie was wearing purple pajamas with happy little bats. but now she was wearing a white dress with red details that exposed her shoulders and cleavage. Naru emulated Kuroka's style when sleeping, with small black shorts and a light blue blouse. But now he was wearing his daring red clothes, although he did not carry his sword, since with the help of Rosswise and Lefay he was able to create a small space dimension to save it. Ophis was wearing pajamas similar to Valerie's, only black with happy little red dragons. Now she was wearing a black kimono similar to Kuroka's, only the sleeves were separated from the rest of the garment, while her hair was arranged in a bun held by chopsticks. Maya kept her maid clothes on. The last one to change was the brunette, who first wore black pants and a white shirt. At this moment he was wearing the clothes he showed up in the night before, while his hair was getting a little more messy, being the only change since he had let it grow for a while. "This is enough," he said as his mask appeared in his right hand. Sona couldn't help but blush at the boy's appearance, feeling a little envious of the albino's relationship. Rosswise also blushed when she saw him. The fact that this handsome boy was her boyfriend did nothing to control the color of her cheeks. Ophis shared the same reaction as Sona and Rosswise. No doubt these new sensations overwhelmed her in a way, but instead of trying to understand them she preferred to let herself be carried away by them. Kuroka felt like her Nekishu instincts were telling her that she should repopulate the species with the man in front of her, while her heart told her to stay by his side and not let him go. At the same time she was thankful that he was not her yet. Mating season or he couldn't control himself like he did right now. Valerie and Naru also had a light pink tint on their cheeks, since at that moment everything they had shared with the boy in the time they had known him came to mind, which is why they were beginning to see him with different eyes. The other members of her peerage gave her a thumbs up, Penemu and Tsubaki with a thumbs up, Gabriel and Griselda with small smiles and a slight blush, while Lefay murmured about how incredible she looked. The boy just limited himself to putting his hand on the back of his head, totally embarrassed, since he could see all the girls' reactions, especially Rosswise, Ophis, Sona and Kuroka, who looked at him almost as if she wanted to kidnap him. Pushing those thoughts out of his head, he turned his gaze to the red-haired maid. "Maya-chan, while we are in Kuo and while I am dressed like this, my name will be Spectra Phantom," he said while putting on the mask. At that moment his hair changed to blonde and his aura also changed completely. Face art activated. The message appeared in the field of vision provided by the electronic viewfinder inside the mask. At the same time, he could see how each female member in the room was analyzed by the device, showing him some data in real time, especially the measurements of all those present. "But what?" he exclaimed in his mind upon seeing that detail, while his eyes widened comically under the mask. Sona and Rosswise noticed a slight change in the boy's face despite having the mask on, instantly worrying them. "Is something wrong, Issei-kun?" the brunette asked when she saw how the boy had 10 seconds before. "Are you feeling well, Issei?" the albino asked, getting more worried when she saw how the boy started slightly in his place. This situation caught the attention of all the others, quickly noticing the boy's nervousness. "And no, it's nothing, I thought that the boys and I won't be able to rehearse today because of the meeting with the high-class demons in charge of guarding Kuo, if that," he explained as calmly as possible. They all noticed that that wasn't all, but they let it go, attributing it to the nervousness of meeting their former king. "It's okay, but you shouldn't worry, I assure you that everything will be fine," Rosswise said with a reassuring smile. "Yes, you're right, thank you," the boy responded calmer. This dissipated the tense atmosphere that had been created. However, a train of thoughts had formed in his mind. "This must be Sensei's work. Damn Arokarasu. He's a bad influence on me," he thought with a twitch in his eye that the mask hid. Putting those thoughts aside, those who would go to Kuo had gathered to teleport to the academy. Meanwhile, the now blonde was in front of the albino. "I'm leaving. You're in charge while I'm gone, Rose-chan," he said with a small smile before taking off his mask momentarily. The albino nodded before the boy took her by the waist, and they both closed the distance between their faces to kiss each other. Everyone present looked away, some to give the couple privacy and others a little uncomfortable and a little envious. Once the gesture was over, they both looked at each other blushing before the blonde joined the group. "I'll give it to you, Sona," he asked in a friendly tone, to which the person named agreed. Raising his hands, he summoned the circle with a single destiny. Kuo Academy, a cult research club building. The members of the club were waiting for the masked man, all with a certain nervousness. Azazel only watched them with boredom, he just hoped that the boy would make things more interesting. Rias had summoned him to give a report to her brother if necessary, and as insurance in case things became problematic. In the middle of the room a magic circle shone, this being that of House Citri. Then a new group made an appearance in the club room. A group of mostly unknown girls, with only Kuroka and Valerie being the only ones they could recognize. Not to mention Sona Citri and Shinra Tsubaki, who they deduced were acting as guides. Yo Gremry Girl's servants and guests at this meeting. The masked man greeted with a small smile as he looked around the room. The Gremry group tensed at the presence of this guy, remembering the skills shown by him the previous night. Ravel and Irina sent him analytical glances as they tried to look through his mask. This character was certainly not like anyone they had met before, as his very presence warned not to do anything foolish, and frankly, a shiver ran down their spines when the mask's electronic pupils briefly looked at them. Azazel had the impulse to let out an impressed whistle. If he didn't know that this boy was Hyodo Issei, he would really think it was someone else. Rias showed obvious annoyance at being named that way, which everyone noticed instantly. "Could you stop calling me that? I have a name. You know," he replied with his eyes closed and a forced smile. The Gremry group, who watched as their mistress tried to control her tone despite being upset, shifted their gaze to the masked man, who was absent-mindedly trying to open a small package of cookies. At the same time Rias opened her eyes, also seeing such a ridiculous scene. Feeling all eyes on him, he looked up, meeting incredulous looks from the club members and a redhead with a vein throbbing in her temple. "Sorry, did you say something, Gremry girl?" he asked with total innocence. Rias felt something break inside her, and that was, this guy dared to make fun of her. Not once, but twice. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.